The Quaker City, or, The Monks of Monk Hall. A Romance of Philadelphia Life, Mystery and Crime. By George Lippard. Preface to this edition. My publishers ask me to write a preface for this new edition of The Quaker City. What shall I say? Shall I at this time enter into a full explanation of the motives which induced me to write this work? Shall I tell how it has been praised, how abused, how it has on the one hand been cited as a work of great merit, and on the other, how it has been denounced as the most immoral work of the age? The reader will spare me the task. The Quaker City has passed through many editions in America, as well as in London. It has also been translated and numerous editions of it have been published in Germany, and a beautiful edition in 4 volumes, is now before me, bearing the imprint of Otto Wigand, Leipzig, as publisher, and the name of Frederick Gerstaker, as the author. Taking all these facts into consideration, it seems but just that I should say a word for myself on this occasion. The motive which impelled me to write this work may be stated in a few words. I was the only protector of an orphan sister. I was fearful that I might be taken away by death, leaving her alone in the world. I knew too well that law of society which makes a virtue of the dishonor of a poor girl, while it justly holds the seduction of a rich man's child as an infamous crime. These thoughts impressed me deeply. I determined to write a book, founded upon the following idea, that the seduction of a poor and innocent girl, is a deed altogether as criminal as deliberate murder. It is worse than the murder of the body, for it is the assassination of the soul. If the murderer deserves death by the gallows, then the assassin of chastity and maidenhood is worthy of death by the hands of any man, and in any place. This was the first idea of the work. It embodies a sophism, but it is a sophism that errs on the right side. But as I progressed in my task, other ideas were added to the original thought. Secluded in my room, having no familiarity with the vices of a large city, save from my studentship in the office of an Attorney General, the confessional of our Protestant communities, I determined to write a book which should describe all the phases of a corrupt social system, as manifested in the city of Philadelphia. The results of my labors was this book, which has been more attacked, and more read, than any work of American fiction ever published. And now, I can say with truth, that whatever faults may be discovered in this work, that my motive in its composition was honest, was pure, was as destitute of any idea of sensualism, as certain of the persons who have attacked it without reading a single page, are of candor, of moral life, or a heart capable of generous emotions. To the young man and young woman who may read this book when I am dead, I have a word to say. Would to God that the evils recorded in these pages were not based upon facts. Would to God that the experience of my life had not impressed me so vividly with the colossal vices and the terrible deformities presented in the social system of this large city, in the 19th century. You will read this work when the hand which pens this line is dust. If you discover one word in its pages, that has a tendency to develop one impure thought, I beseech you reject that word. If you discover a chapter, a page, or a line, that conflicts with the great idea of human brotherhood, promulgated by the Redeemer, I ask you with all my soul, reject that chapter, that passage, that line. At the same time remember the idea which impelled me to produce the book. Remember that my life from the age of 16 up to 25 was one perpetual battle with hardship and difficulty, such as do not often fall to the lot of a young man, such as rarely is recorded in the experience of childhood or manhood. Take the book with all its faults and all its virtues. Judge it as you yourself would wish to be judged. Do not wrest a line from these pages, for the encouragement of a bad thought or a bad deed. George Lippard. Inscribed to the memory of Charles Brockton Brough. The origin and object of this book. One winter night I was called to the bedside of a dying friend. I found him sitting up in his death couch, pale and trembling yet unawed by the gathering shadows of the tomb. His white hairs fell over his clammy brow, his dark grey eye glared with the unnatural light, which heralds the approach of death. Old K had been a singular man. He had been a profound lawyer, without fame or judgeship. In quiet he pursued his dreamy way, deriving sufficient from his profession, to support him in decency and honor. In a city, where no man has a friend, that has not money to back him, the good old lawyer had been my friend. He was one of those old-fashioned lawyers who delight to bury themselves among their books, who love the law for its theory, and not for its trick and craft and despicable chicanery. Old K had been my friend, and now I sat by his bedside in his last hour. "Death is coming," he said with a calm smile, "but I dread him not. My accounts with God are settled. My face is clammy with the death sweat, but I have no fear. When I am gone, you will find in yonder desk a large packet inscribed with your name. This packet contains the records of my experience as a private counselor and a lawyer, for the last 30 years. You are young and friendless, but you have a pen, which will prove your best friend. I bequeath these papers to you. They may be made serviceable to yourself and to the world." In a faint voice, I asked the good old lawyer, concerning the nature of these records. "They contain a full and terrible development of the secret life of Philadelphia. In that packet you will find records of crimes that never came to trial, murders that have never been divulged. You will discover the results of secret examinations, held by official personages, in relation to atrocities almost too horrible for belief." "Then," said I, "Philadelphia is not so pure as it looks." "Alas, alas, that I should have to say it," said the old man with an expression of deep sorrow, "but whenever I behold its regular streets and formal look, I think of the whited sepulchre, without all purity, within all rottenness and dead men's bones. Have you courage to write a book from those papers? Courage? Aye, courage, for the day has come, when a man dare not speak a plain truth, without all the pitiful things of this world rising up against him, with adders' tongues and treacherous hands. Write a book, with all your heart bent on some good object, and for every word you write, you will find a low-bred calumniator, eager to befoul you with his slanders. Have you courage to write a book from the materials, which I leave you, which shall be devoted to these objects? To defend the sanctity of female honor, to show how miserable and corrupt is that pseudo-Christianity which tramples on every principle ever preached or practiced by the Savior Jesus, to lay bare vice in high places, and strip gilded crimes of their tinsel. Have you courage for this?" I could only take the old man's hand within my own, and murmur faintly, "I'll try." "Have you courage to lift the cover from the whited sepulchre, and while the world is crying honor to its outward purity, to show the festering corruption that rankles in its depths? Then those records are yours." I sat beside the deathbed of the old man all night long. His last hours were passed in calm converse, full of hope and trust in God. Near the break of day, he died. God bless him. He was my friend, when I had nothing but an orphan's gratitude to tender in return for his friendship. He was a lawyer, and honest, a Christian and yet no bigot, a philosopher and yet no skeptic. After his funeral, I received the pack of papers, inscribed with my name, and endorsed, "Revelations of the Secret Life of Philadelphia, being the records of 30 years' practice as a counselor, by K. The present book is founded upon those portions of the Revelations, more intimately connected with the present day. With the same sincerity, with which I have written this book of the Quaker city, I now give it to my countrymen, as an illustration of the life, mystery and crime of Philadelphia, the monks of Monk Hall." Book the First. The First Night. Mary, the Merchant's Daughter. Chapter First. The Wager in the Oyster Cellar. "I say, gentlemen, shall we make a night of it? That's the question, gents. Shall we elevate the devil along Chestnut Street, or shall we subside quietly to our homes? Let's toss up for it which shall have the night, brandy and oysters, or quilts and feather beds." And as he spoke, the little man broke loose from the grasp of his friends, and retiring to the shelter of an awning post, flung his cloak over his shoulder with a vast deal of drunken dignity, while his vacant eyes were fixed upon the convivial group scattered along the pavement. "Brandy!" cried a gentleman distinguished by a very pursy figure, enveloped in a snow-white overcoat, and a very round face, illuminated by a pear-shaped nose. "Brandy is a gentleman, a perfect gentleman. He leaves no headache next morning by way of a card. Champagne's a sucker, a hypocritical scoundrel, who first goes down your throat, smooth as oil, and then a very much so howdy-dee irregular these bricks are, puts a powder mill in your head and blows it up, damn him. Binewood, d'ye hear? Write to the corporation tomorrow, about these cursed mountainous pavements." And having thus said, the pursy gentleman retreated to the shelter of another awning post, leaving the two remaining members of the convivial party in full possession of the pavement, which they laid out in any given number of garden plots without delay. "Binewood, do ye hear?" exclaimed the tallest gentleman of the twain, gathering his frogged overcoat closer around him, while his mustachioed lip was wreathed in a drunken smile. "Look yonder at the State House, singular phenomenon, there's the original steeple and duplicate. Two steeples, by Jupiter. Remarkable effect of moonlight. Very doesn't it strike you, Binewood, that yonder watchbox is walking across the street, to black the lamp post's eyes, for making a face at him?" The gentleman thus addressed, instead of replying to the sagacious query of his friend, occupied a small portion of his leisure time in performing an irregular Spanish dance along the pavement, terminating in a pleasant combination of the cacuca with a genuine New Jersey double shuffle. This accomplished, he drew his well-proportioned figure to its full height, cast back his cloak from his shoulders, and turned his face to the moonlit sky. As he gazed upon the heavens, clear, cold, and serene as death, the moonlight falling over his features, disclosed a handsome though pallid face, relieved by long curling locks of jet-black hair. For a moment he seemed intensely absorbed amid the intricacies of a philosophical reverie, for he frequently put his thumb to his nose, and described circles in the air with his outspread fingers. At last, tottering to a seat on a fire-plug, he delivered himself of this remarkable expression of opinion: "Miller, the prophetess, right. Right, I say. The world, D.N. the plug, how it shakes, the world is coming to an end for certain, for, d'ye see, boys, there's two moons shining up yonder this blessed night. Sure as fate, the scene would have furnished a tolerable good subject for an effective convivial picture. There, seated on the doorway step of a four-storied dwelling, his arms crossed over his muscular chest, his right hand grasping a massive gold-headed cane, Mr. Gustavus Lorimer, commonly styled a handsome Gus Lorimer, in especial reference to his well-known favor among the ladies, presented to the full glare of the moonbeams, a fine manly countenance, marked by a brilliant dark eye, a nose slightly aquiline, a firm lip clothed with a moustache, while his hat tossed slightly to one side, disclosed a bold and prominent forehead, relieved by thick clusters of rich brown hair. His dark eye, at all times full of fire, shone with a glance of unmistakable humor, as he regarded his friend seated on the fire-plug directly opposite the doorway steps. This friend, Mr. Binewood, as he had been introduced to Lorimer, was engaged in performing an extemporaneous musical entertainment on the top of the fire-plug with his fingers, while his legs were entwined around it, as though the gentleman was urging a first-rate courser at the top of his speed. His cloak thrown back from his shoulders, his slight though well-proportioned and muscular form, was revealed to the eye, enveloped in a closely fitting black frock coat. His face was very pale, and his long hair, which swept in thick ringlets to his shoulders, was dark as a raven's wing, yet his forehead was high and massive, his features regular, and his jet-black eye, bright as a flame coal. His lips, now wreathing in the very silly smile peculiar to all worshippers of the bottled god, were, it is true, somewhat slight and thin, and when in repose inclining to severity in expression. Yet the general effect of his countenance was highly interesting, and his figure manly and graceful in its outlines, although not so tall by half a head as the magnificent Gus Lorimer. while he is beating a tattoo on the fire plug, let us not forget our other friends. Colonel Muchins, in his snow-white overcoat and shiny hat, and Mr. Sylvester J. Petrican, in his glazed cap and long cloak, as leaning against opposite awning posts. They gaze in each other's faces and afford a beautiful contrast for the pencil of our friend Darley. Colonel Muchins' face, you will observe, is very much like a picture of a dissipated full moon, with a large red pear stuck in the center for a nose, while two small black beads, placed in corresponding circles of crimson tape, supply the place of eyes. The Colonel's figure is short, thick-set, and corpulent. He is very broad across the shoulders, broader across the waist, and very well developed in the region of the hands and boots. The gentleman, clinging nervously to the opposite awning post, is remarkable for three things: smallness of stature, slightness of figure, and slimness of legs. His head is very large, his face remarkable for its pallor, is long square looking as though it had been laid out with a rule and compass, with a straight formal nose, placed some distance above a wide mouth marked by two parallel lines, in the way of lips. His protuberant brow, faintly relieved by irregular locks of moleskin-colored hair, surmounted by a high glazed cap, overarches two large, oyster-like eyes, that roll about in their orbits with the regularity of machinery. These eyes remind you of nothing more than those glassy things which, in obedience to a wire, give animation to the expressive face of a Dresden wax doll. And over this scene of quadruple convivialism, shone the midnight moon, her full glory beaming from a serene winter sky, upon the roofs and steeples of the Quaker city. The long shadows of the houses on the opposite side of the way, fell darkly along the street, while in the distance, terminating the dim perspective, arose the State House buildings, with the steeple shooting upward into the clear blue sky. That champagne, hiccuped Mr. Petrican, clinging to the awning post, under a painful impression that it was endeavoring to throw him down. That champagne was very strong, and the oysters, oh my, as mortal beings we are subject to such sudden sickness, observed the sententious Muchins, gathering his awning post in a fonder embrace. I say, Binewood, how shall we terminate the night? Did I understand you that the DL was to be raised? If so, let's start. Think how many bells are to be pulled, how many watch boxes to be attacked, how many, curse the thing, I believe I'm todded watchmen to be licked. Come on, boys. Hist. Gus. You'll scare the fire plug. He's trying to run off with me, the scoundrel. Wait till I put the spurs to him, I say. Come on, boys. Let's go round to Smoky Chiffin's oyster cellar and have a cozy supper. Come on, I say. Take my arm, Binewood. There, steady here, Petrican. Never mind the awning post. Take this other arm now, Muchins. Hook Silly's arm, and let's travel. But Muchins, who, by the way, had been out in a buffalo hunt the year before, was now engaged in an imaginary, though desperate fight with a Sioux warrior, whom he belabored with terrific shrieks and yells. D.N. the fool, he'll have us all in the watch house, exclaimed Lorimer, who appeared to be the soberest of the party by several bottles. Fun is fun, but this thing of cutting up shines in Chestnut Street, after 12, when it keeps steady silly amounts to yelling like a devil in harness, is an understand me, no fun. Come along, Muchie my boy. And arm in arm, linked four abreast, like horses very tastelessly matched, the boon companions tottered along Chestnut Street, towards Smoky Chiffin's oyster cellar, where they arrived, with but a single interruption. How pout willow glory damally more. This mysterious combination of sounds emanated from a stout gentleman in a slouching hat, and 4 or 5 overcoats, who, with a small piece of cordwood in his hand, met our party breast to breast, as they were speeding onward in full career. I say, stranger, do that over again, will you? Shrieked Petrican, turning his square face over his shoulder and gazing at the retreating figure with the cord stick and the overcoats. Just do that again, if you please. Let me go, I tell you, Gus. Don't you see, this is some distinguished vocalist from London? What a pathos there is in his voice, so deep, so full. Why Braw is nothing to him. Knockwood, and Segsegin, and Shrivel, and a dozen more into a musical cocked hat, and they can't equal our mysterious friend. I say you'd better dawdle on my govies, cried he of the great coats and cord stick, in a subterranean voice, or perhaps, my fellows, ye'd like to tend Mayor Scott's tea party, would ye? Thank you kindly, exclaimed Gus Lorimer in an insinuating tone, otherwise engaged. But my friend, if you will allow me to ask, what do you mean by that infernal noise you produced just now? Let us into the lark? The gentleman of the cord stick and overcoat was however beyond hearing by this time, and our friends moved on their way, Binewood observing in an undertone, somewhat roughened by hiccups, that on his soul, he believed that queer old cove, in the slouched hat, meant by his mysterious noise to impart the important truth that it was 12:30 and a moonlight morning. Descending into Smoky Chimney's subterranean retreat, our friends were waited upon by a very small man, with a sharp face and a white apron, and a figure so lank and slender, that the idea involuntarily arose to the spectator's mind, of whole days and nights of severe training, having been bestowed upon a human frame, in order to reduce it to a degree of thinness quite visionary. Come my Virginia abstraction, exclaimed Lorimer, show us into a private room, and tell us what you've got for supper. This way sir, this way gents, cried Smoky Chiffin, as the thin gentleman was rather familiarly styled. What got for supper? Woodcock sir? Excellent sir. Venison sir? Excellent sir. Oysters sir, stewed, sir, fried sir, roasted sir, or in the shell sir. Excellent sir. Some right fresh, fed on cornmeal sir. What of sir? Excellent sir. This way gents, and as he thus delivered his bill of fare, the host, attended by his customers, disappeared from the refectory proper, through an obscure door into the private room. There may be some of our readers who have never been within the confines of one of those oyster caverns which abound in the Quaker city. For their especial benefit, we will endeavor to pencil forth a few of the most prominent characteristics of the oyster saloon by Mr. Samuel Chiffin. Lighted by flaring gas pipes, it was divided into two sections by a blazing hot coal stove. The section beyond the stove, wrapped in comparative obscurity, was occupied by two opposing rows of boxes, looking very much like conventual stalls, ranged side by side, for the accommodation of the brothers of some old-time monastery. The other section, all light, and glitter, and show, was ornamented at its extreme end, by a tremendous mirror, in which a toper might look, time after time, in order to note the various degrees of drunkenness through which he passed. An oyster box, embellished by a glorious display of tin signs with gilt letters, holding out inviting manifestations of oysters stewed, fried, or in the shell, occupied one entire side of this section, gazing directly in the face of the liquor bar placed opposite, garnished with an imposing array of decanters, paint gilding, and glasses. And the company gathered here? Not very select, you may be sure. 4 or 5 gentlemen with seedy coats and efflorescent noses were warming themselves around the stove, and discussing the leading questions of the day. 2 individuals whose visits to the bar had been rather frequent, were kneeling in one corner, swearing at a very ragged dog, whom they couldn't persuade to try a glass of Imperial Elevator, and seated astride of a chair, silent and alone, a young man whose rakish look and ruffled attire betrayed the medical student on his first spree was endeavoring to hold himself steady, and look uncommonly sober, which endeavor always produces, as everybody knows, the most ridiculous phase of drunkenness. These oyster cellars are queer things. Like the caverns of old story, in which the giants, those antediluvian rowdies, used to sit all day long, and use the most disreputable arts to inveigle lonely travelers into their clutches, so these modern dens are occupied by a jolly old giant of a decanter, who too often lures the unsuspecting into his embrace. A strange tale might be told, Could the stairway leading down into the oyster cellar be gifted with the power of speech? Here youth has gone down laughing merrily, and here youth has come up, his ruddy cheek wrinkled and his voice quavering with premature age. Here wealth has gone down, and kept going down until at last he came up with his empty pocket, turned inside out, and the gripe of grim starvation on his shoulder. Here hope, so young, so gay, so light-hearted has gone down, and came up transformed into a very devil with sunken cheeks, bleared eyes, and a cankered heart. O merry cavern of the oyster cellar, nestling under the ground so close to Independence Hall, how great the wonders, how mighty the doings, how surprising the changes accomplished in your pleasant den, by your jolly old giant of a decanter. It is here in this oyster cellar, that we open the fearful tragedy which it is the painful object of our narrative, to tell. Here amid paint, and glitter and gilding, amid the clink of glasses and the roar of drinking songs, occurred a scene, which trifling and insipid as it may appear to the casual observer, was but the initial letter to a long and dreary alphabet of crime, mystery and bloodshed. In a room, small and comfortable, lighted by gas and warmed by a cheerful coal fire, around a table furnished with various luxuries, and garnished with an array of long-necked bottles, we find our friends of the convivial party. Their revel had swelled to the highest, glass clinked against glass, bottle after bottle had been exhausted, voices began to mingle together, the drinking song and the prurient story began to pass from lip to lip, while our sedate friend, Smoky Chiffin, sate silently on the sofa, regarding the drunken bout with a glance of quiet satisfaction. Let me see, he murmured quietly to himself, 4 bottles of cham, at $2 a bottle, 4 times 2 is 8. Hum. They'll drink 6 more. Let's call it 12 altogether. Say 24 shiners for supper and all. Hum, Gus pays for all. That fellow Petrikin's a sponge. Wonder when Colonel Muchins will call for the cards? Don't know who this fellow Binewood is? New face, maybe he's a roper too? We'll see. Give us your hand, Gus, cried Binewood, rising from his seat and flinging his hand unsteadily across the table. Damn, I like you, old fellow. Never knew until tonight, met you at Muchin's room, wish I'd known you all my life. Give us your hand, my boy. Calm and magnificent, Gustavus extended his hand, and exclaimed, in a voice, which champagne could not deprive of its sweetness, that it gave him pleasure to know such a regular bird as Mr. Binewood, great pleasure, extraordinary pleasure. You see, fellows, I believe I'll take a spree for 3 days, won't go home, or to the store in Front Street. Mean to keep it up until after Christmas. Once 3 days at Christmas. Mean to jolly. Ha, how the room reels, gentlemen. I don't know what is the matter with me, observed Petrikin, who rested his elbows helplessly on the table, as he looked around with his square face, lengthened into a vacant stare. There's something queer going on with my eyes. I seem to see spiders, lots of 'em, playing corner ball with roaches. See anything of the kind, Muchins? Why, replied that sententious gentleman as his red round face was overspread by a commiserating smile. Why, the fact is, silly, you've been drinking. By the by, doesn't it strike you that there's something queer going on with that gaslight? I say, Smoky, isn't there a beetle trying to mush his brains out against that gas pipe? Gentlemen, I will give you a toast, exclaimed Lorimer, as he stood erect, the bold outline of his manly form, his handsome face, the high forehead relieved by thick masses of brown hair, the aquiline nose, the rounded chin, and the curving lip darkened by a moustache, all shone to advantage in the glowing light. Gentlemen, fill your glasses, no taps. Woman, shrieked the other 3, springing unsteadily to their feet, and raising their glasses on high. Woman. 3 times 3, hip hip hurrah. Woma, muttered Sylvester Petrikin, women tore ever. When we're babies she nusses us, when we're boys she lathers us, when we're men she bedevils and bewitches us. Woman, muttered Colonel Muchins, without her what would life be? A dicky without a palette, a collar without starch. We can't help it if we fascinate 'em. Exclaimed Binewood. Can we, Gus? All fate, my boy, all fate. By the by, set down boys. I've got a nice little adventure of my own to tell. Smokey, bring us some soda to sober off with, gentlemen, cried Petrican, sinking heavily in his chair. Did any of you see the last number of my magazine? The Ladies' Western Hemisphere and Continental Organ offers the following inducements to subscribers: 1 fashion plate and 2 steel engravings per number, 48 pages, octavo, Sylvester J. Petrican, editor, and proprietor, Office 209 Raymond's Alley, upstairs. Damn, Muchins, what's your idea of fleas? There was not, it is true, the most visible connection between the lady's continental organ and the peculiar insect, so troublesome to young puppies and very small kittens, yet as Mr. Petrican was not exactly sober, and Colonel Muchins very far from the temperance pledge, the idea seemed to tickle them both immensely, and they joined in a hearty laugh, which terminated in another glass from a fresh bottle of champagne. "Let's have your story, Gus," shouted Binewood. "Let's have your story. Damn, life's but porcelain cup, today we have it, tomorrow we haven't, why not fill it with sweetness?" As he said this, in tones indistinct with liquor, he flung his long curling hair back from his brow, and tossed his glass unsteadily on high. Life a porcelain cup, why not fill it with sweetness? Great God of mercy! Could the terrible future, which was to break, in a few brief hours, with all its horrors, on the head of this young man, who now sat unconsciously at the drinking board, have at that moment assumed a tangible form, it would have stood like an incarnate devil at his shoulder, its outstretched hand, pouring the very gall of despair into the cup of his life, crowding it to the brim with the wormwood of death. Well, boys, for my story. It's a story of a sweet girl, my boys, a sweet girl about 16, with a large blue eye, a cheek like a ripe peach, and a lip like a rosebud cleft in two, on a bright Gus. Damn, that's a quotation from my last Lady's Western Hem. Damn, Gus Binewood, do hold poor silly down. There's this material difference, boys, between a ripe peach or a cleft rosebud, and a dear little woman's lips or cheek. A ripe peach won't throb and grow warm if you lay your cheek against it, and I never yet heard of a rosebud that kissed back again. She's as lovely a girl as ever trod the streets of the Quaker city. Noble bust, slender waist, small feet and delicate hands. Her hair? Damn, Binewood, you'd give your eyes for the privilege of twining your hands through the rich locks of her dark brown hair. Well, go on. Who is Tin Girl? Uncover the mystery. Patience, my boy, patience. A little of that soda if you please. Now, gentlemen, I want you to listen attentively, for let me tell you, you don't hear a story like mine every day in the year. Half sobered by the combined influences of the soda water and the interest of Lorimer's story, Binewood leaned forward, fixing his full dark eyes intently upon the face of Gus, who was seated opposite, while Colonel Muchins straightened himself in his chair, and even Petrican's vacant face glowed with a momentary aspect of sobriety. I see, boys, that you expect something nice. Smokey put some more coal on that fire. Well, Binewood, you must know I'm a devil of a fellow among the girls, and, d-n the thing, I don't know how to get at it. Well, here goes. About 2 weeks ago I was strolling along Chestnut Street towards evening, with Boney, that's my big wolf dog, you know, at my heels. I was just wondering where I should spend the evening, whether I should go to see Forrest at the Walnut, or take a turn round town, when who should see walking ahead of me, but one of the prettiest figures in the world, in a black silk mantilla, with one of these saucy kiss-me-if-you-dare bonnets on her head. The walk of the creature, and a little glimpse of her ankle excited my curiosity, and I pushed ahead to get a view of her face. By Jupiter, you never saw such a face. so soft, so melting, and, damn, so innocent. She looked positively bewitching in that saucy bonnet, with her hair parted over her forehead, and resting each cheek in a mass of the richest curls that ever hung from the brow of mortal woman. Well, Gus, we'll imagine all this. She was beautiful as Erie, and priceless as the philosopher's stone. Binewood, you are too impatient. A pretty woman in a black silk mantilla, with a lovely face peeping from a provoking bonnet, may seem nothing to you, but the strangest part of the adventure is yet to come. As I looked in the face of this lovely girl, she, to my utter astonishment, addressed me in the softest voice in the world, and called you by name. No. Not precisely. It seems she mistook me for some gentleman whom she had seen at a country boarding school. I took advantage of her mistake, walked by her side for some squares along Chestnut Street, and became thoroughly acquainted with her, I suppose? Suggested Binewood. Well, you may judge so, when I mention one trifling fact for your consideration. This night, at 3 o'clock, this innocent girl, the flower of one of the first families in the city, forsaking home and friends, and all that these sweet girls are wont to hold dear, will seek repose in my arms. She can't be much, exclaimed Binewood, over whose face a look of scornful incredulity had been gathering for some few moments past. Pass that champagne, Petrican, my boy. Gus, I don't mean to offend you, but I rather think you've been humbugged by some slewer. A frown darkened over Lorimer's brow, and even as he said it, you might see his chest heave and his form dilate. Do you mean to doubt my word, sir? Not at all, not at all. But you must confess, the thing looks rather improbable. Will you smoke, Colonel? May I ask whether there was anyone in company with the lady when first you met her? A Miss something or other, I forget her name. A very passable beauty of 20 and upwards, and I may add, a very convenient one, for she carried my letters, and otherwise favoured my cause with the sweet girl. And this sweet girl is the flower of one of the first families in the city? Asked Binewood with a half-formed sneer on his upper lip. She is, answered Lorimer, lighting a cigar. And this girl, tonight, leaves home and friends for you, and 3 hours hence will repose in your arms? She will, and Lorimer vacantly eyed a column of smoke winding upward to the ceiling. You will not marry her? Ha ha ha. You're ahead of me now. Only a pretended marriage, my boy. As for this life interest in a woman, it don't sweep my taste. A nice little sham marriage, my boy, is better than 10 real ones. You would be a d.d. fool to marry a woman who flung herself in your power in this manner. How do you know she is respectable? Did you ever visit her at her father's house? What is her name? Do enlighten us a little. You're cute, my boy, mighty cute, as the Yankee says, but not so cute as you think. Her name? Do you think I'm so particularly verdant as to tell it? I know her name, could tell you the figure of her father's wealth, but have never been inside of the threshold of her home. Secret meetings, secret walks, and even an assumed name, are oftentimes wonderfully convenient. Gus, here is $100 bill on the Bank of North America. I am, as you see, somewhat interested in your story. I will stake this $100 that the girl who seeks your arms tonight, is not respectable, is not connected with one of the first families in the city, and more than all has never been any better than a common lady of the sidewalk. Book that bet, Muchins. You heard it, silly. And now, Binewood, here is another 100, which I will deposit with yours in Muchins' hands until the bet is decided. Come with me and I'll prove to you that you've lost. You shall witness the wedding, ha, ha, and to your own sense of honor will I confide the secret of the lady's name and position. The bet is booked and the money is safe, murmured the sententious Muchins, enclosing the notes in the leaves of his pocketbook. I've heard of many rum goes, but this is the rummest go of all. If I may be allowed to use that expression, this question involves a mystery. A decided mystery. For instance, what's the lady's name? There is a point from which hypothesis may derive summer labor. What's in a name, as Shakespeare says? I say, gents, let's pick out a dozen names, and toss up which shall have it. This rather profound remark of Mr. Petrican's was received with unanimous neglect. It was observable that during this conversation, both Lorimer and Binewood had been gradually recovering from the effects of their debauch. Lorimer seemed somewhat offended at the distrust manifested by Binewood, who, in his turn, appeared to believe the adventure just related with very many doubts and modifications. Lorimer leaned over the table and whispered in Sylvester's ear. Damn my fellow, murmured Sylvester, apparently in reply to the whispered remark of his friend, it cannot be done. Why man, it's a penitentiary offense. Lorimer again hissed a meaning whisper in the ear of the little man. Well, as it is your wish I'll do it. A cool 50, did you say? You think a devilish sight of the girl, do you then? I must provide myself with a gown and prayer book. I flatter myself I'll rather become them. 3 o'clock, did you say? Aye, answered Lorimer, turning to the rubicund face of Colonel Muchins and whispering hurriedly in his ear. A pleasant smile overspread the face of the benevolent man, and his pear-shaped nose seemed to grow expressive for a single moment. Good idea? I'll be your too confiding uncle? Eh? Stern but relenting? I'll bless the union with my benediction. I'll give the bride away. Come along, Binewood. Here, Smoky, is the money for our supper. Mark you, gentlemen, Mr. Petrican and Colonel Muchins, the hour is 3 o'clock. Don't fail me, if the DL himself stands in the way. Take my arm, Binewood, and let's travel. Then hey for the wedding. Daylight will tell who wins. And as they left the room arm in arm, bound on the adventure so suddenly undertaken, and so full of interest and romance, Petrican looked vacantly in Muchins' face, and Muchins returned the look with a steady gaze that seemed to say, how much did he give you, old boy? Whether Sylvester translated the look in this manner, it is difficult to tell, but certain it is, that as he poured a bumper from a fresh bottle of champagne, he motioned the colonel to do the same, and murmured in an absent manner, or perhaps by way of a sentiment, the remarkable words, $50. Begad, that I'll buy 2 steel engravings and 3 fashion plates for the next number of the Ladies' Western Hemisphere. Economy is wealth, and the best way to learn to fly is to creep very low, remarkably low, low always creep. Book the First. Chapter 2. Mary, the merchant's daughter. Leaning gently forward, her shawl failing carelessly from her shoulders, and her bonnet thrown back from her brow, the fair girl impressed a kiss on the cheek of her father, while the glossy ringlets of her hair mingled their luxuriant brown with the white locks of the kind old man. The father, seated on the sofa, his hands clasping her slight and delicate fingers, looked up into her beaming face with a look of unspeakable affection, while a warm glow of feeling flushed over the pale face of the mother, a fine matronly dame of some 45, who stood gazing on her daughter, with one hand resting on the husband's shoulder. The mild beams of an astral lamp diffused a softened and pleasing light through the parlor. The large mirror glittering over the mantel, the curtains of crimson silk depending along the windows, the sofa on which the old man was seated, the carpet of the finest texture, the costly chairs, the paintings that hung along the walls, and in fine all the appointments of the parlor, designated of the abode of luxury and affluence. The father, who sate on the sofa gazing in the face of his child, was a man of some 60 years, with a fine venerable countenance, wrinkled by care and time, with thin locks of snow-white hair falling along his high pale forehead. In his calm blue eye, looking forth from the shadow of a thick grey eyebrow, and in the general contour of his face, you might trace as forcible a resemblance to his daughter, as ever was witnessed between an old man just passing away from life, and a fair young girl, blooming and blushing on the very threshold of womanhood. The old man was clad in glossy black, and his entire appearance marked the respectable merchant, who, retiring from active business, sought in the quietude of his own home, all the joys that life, wealth or affection united and linked in blessings, have in their power to bestow. The mother, who stood resting her hand on her husband's shoulder, was, we have said, a fine matronly dame of 45. A mild pale face, a deep black eye, and masses of raven hair, slightly sprinkled with the silver threads of age, parted over a calm forehead, and tastefully disposed beneath a plain cap of lace, gave the mother an appearance of sweetness and dignity combined, that was eminently effective in winning the respect and love of all who looked upon her. "Mary, my child, how lovely you have grown!" exclaimed the merchant, in a deep quiet tone, as he pressed her fair hands within his own, and looked up in her face. "Nonsense! You will make the child vain," whispered the wife playfully. Yet her face flushed with affection, and her eyes shone in answer to her husband's praise. The girl was indeed beautiful. As she stood there, in that quiet parlor, gazing in her father's face, she looked like a breathing picture of youth, girlhood and innocence, painted by the finger of God. Her face was very beautiful. The small bonnet thrown back from her forehead, suffered the rich curls of her brown hair to escape, and they fell twining and glossy along each swelling cheek, as though they loved to rest upon the velvet skin. The features were regular, her lips were full red and ripe, her round chin varied by a bewitching dimple, and her eyes were large, blue and eloquent, with long and trembling lashes. You looked in those eyes, and felt that all the sunlight of a woman's soul was shining on you. The face was lovely, most lovely, the skin, soft, velvety, blooming and transparent, the eyes full of soul, the lips sweet with the ripeness of maidenhood, and the brow calm and white as alabaster. Yet was there no remarkable manifestation of thought, or mind, or intellect visible in the lines of that fair countenance. It was the face of a woman formed to lean, to cling, to love, and never to lean on but one arm, never to cling but to one bosom, never to love but once, and that till death and forever. The fair round neck, and well-developed bust, shone to advantage in the close-fitting dress of black silk, the slender waist, and the ripening proportions of her figure, terminated by slight ankles and delicate feet, all gave you the idea of a bud breaking into bloom, a blossom ripening into fruit, or what is higher and holier, a pure and happy soul manifesting itself to the world, through the rounded outlines of a woman's form. "Come, come, father, you must not detain me any longer," exclaimed the daughter in a sweet and low-toned voice. "You know Aunt Emily has been teasing me these 2 weeks, ever since I returned from boarding school, to come and stay with her all night. You know I was always a favorite with the dear old soul. She wants to contrive some agreeable surprise for my birthday, I believe. I'm 16 next Christmas, and that is 3 days off. Do let me go, that's a good father. Hadn't you better put on your cloak, my love?" interrupted the mother, regarding the daughter with a look of fond affection. "The night is very cold, and you may suffer from exposure to the winter air." "Oh no, 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 mother," replied the fair girl, laughingly, "I do so hate these cloaks. They're so bungling and so heavy. I'll just fling my shawl across my shoulders, and run all the way to Aunt Emily's. You know it's only 2 squares distant in 3rd Street, and then old Louis will see you safe to the door?" exclaimed the mother. "Well, well, go along my dear child, take good care of yourself, and give my love to your aunt. These old maids are queer things," said the merchant with a smile. "Take care, Mary, or Aunt Emily will find out all your secrets." And the old man smiled pleasantly to himself, for the idea of a girl, so young, so innocent, having any secrets to be found out, was too amusing to be entertained without a smile. A shade fell over the daughter's face so sudden and melancholy that her parents started with surprise. "Why do you look so sad, my child?" exclaimed the father, looking up in his daughter's face. "What is there in the world to sadden you, my Mary?" "Nothing, father, nothing," murmured Mary, flinging her form on her father's bosom and twining her arms round his neck as she kissed him again and again. Only I was thinking, just thinking of Christmas." And the fair girl rose suddenly from her father's bosom, and flung her arms hurriedly around her mother's neck, imprinting kiss after kiss on her lips. "Goodbye, mother, I'll be back tomorrow." And in an instant she glided hastily to the door and left the room. "Louis, isn't it very cold tonight?" she asked as she observed the white-haired Negro servant waiting in the hall, wrapped up in an enormous overcoat, with a comforter around his neck and a close fur cap surmounting his grey wool and chubby round face. "I'm sorry to take you out in the cold, Louis." "Breast a baby's soul," murmured the old Negro opening the door. "Haben't I nuss you in these arms when you warn't so high? Louis take cold? Debble a cold dis nigger take for no price when a waitin' on Missa Mary." Mary stood upon the threshold of her home looking out into the cold starlit night. Her face was for a moment overshadowed by an expression of the deepest melancholy, and her small foot trembled as it stepped over the threshold. She looked hurriedly along the gloomy street, then cast her glance backwards into the entry, and then with a wild bound she retraced her steps, and stood beside her father and her mother. Again she kissed them, again flung her arms round their necks, and again bounded along the entry crying laughingly to her parents, good night, I'll be back tomorrow." Again she stood upon the threshold, but all traces of laughter had vanished from her face. She was sad and silent, and there were tears in her eyes. At least the old Negro said so afterwards, and also that her tiny foot, when resting on the door-sill, trembled like any leaf. Why should her eye grow dim with tears and her foot tremble? Would not that tiny foot, when next it crossed the threshold, bound forward with a gladsome movement, as the bride sprung to meet her father and her mother once again? Would not that calm blue eye, now filled with tears, grow bright with a joy before unknown, when it glanced over the husband's form, as for the first time he stood in the father's presence? Would not Christmas Eve be a merry night for the bride and all her friends as they went shouting merrily through the luxuriantly furnished chambers of her father's mansion? Why should she fear to cross the threshold of her home, when her coming back was to be heralded with blessings and crowned with love? How will the future answer these trembling questions of that stainless heart? She crossed the threshold, and not daring to look back, hurried along the gloomy street. It was clear, cold starlight, and the pathways were comparatively deserted. The keen winter wind nipped her cheek, and chilled her form, but above her, the stars seemed smiling her onward, and she fancied the good angels, that ever watch over woman's first and world-trusting love, looking kindly upon her from the skies. After traversing 3rd Street for some 2 squares, she stood before an ancient 3-storied dwelling, at the corner of 3rd and Streets, with the name of Miss E. Graham on the door plate. "Louis, you needn't wait," she said kindly, yet not without a deeper motive than kindness, to the aged Negro who had attended her thus far. "I'll ring the bell myself. You had better hurry home and warm yourself, and remember, Louis, tell father and mother that they need not expect me home before tomorrow at noon. Good night, Louis." "Good night, Missa Mary, Law Moses love your soul," muttered the honest old Negro, as, pulling his fur cap over his eyes, he strode homeward. "Dat ar Baptist angel, dat is without de wings. De law grant when dis here a lay nigger gets to yonder firmament, dat is if niggers get star at all, he may be pinted to one ob de benches near Missa Mary, so he can wait on her, handy as nuffin, dat's all. She's a angel, and dis here I night, is a leetle colder dan any night in de memory ob dat gentleman de fine collector never finds, de very oldest inhabitant." Thus murmuring, Louis trudged on his way, leaving Mary standing in front of Aunt Emily's door. Did she pull the bell? I trow not, for no sooner was the Negro out of sight, than the tall figure of a woman, dressed in black, with a long veil drooping over her face, glided round the corner and stood by her side. "Oh, Bessie, is that you?" cried Mary, in a trembling voice. "I'm so frightened I don't know what to do. Oh Bessie, Bessie, don't you think I had better turn back? He waits for you, said the strange woman, in a husky voice. Mary hurriedly laid her hand on the stranger's arm. Her face was overspread with a sudden expression of feeling, like a gleam of sunshine, seen through a broken cloud on a stormy day, and in a moment, they were speeding down 3rd Street toward the southern districts of the Quaker city. Another moment, and the eye might look for them in vain. And as they disappeared, the State House clock rung out the hour of 9. This, as the reader will perceive, was just 4 hours previous to the time when Vinewood and Lorimer closed their wager in the subterranean establishment along Chestnut Street. To the wager and its result we now turn our attention and the reader's interest. Book the First. Chapter 3rd. Vinewood and Lorimer. The harsh sound of their footsteps, resounding along the frozen pavement, awoke the echoes of the State House buildings, as linked arm in arm, Vinewood and Lorimer hurried along Chestnut Street, their figures thrown in lengthened shadow by the beams of the setting moon. The tall, manly and muscular figure of Lorimer, attired in a close-fitting black overcoat, presented a fine contrast to the slight yet well-proportioned form of Vinewood, which now and then became visible as the wind flung his voluminous cloak back from his shoulders. The firm and measured stride of Lorimer, the light and agile footstep of Vinewood, the glowing countenance of the magnificent Gus, the pale solemn face of the young merchant, the rich brown hair which hung in clustering masses around the brow of the first, and the long dark hair which fell sweeping to the very shoulders of his companion, all furnished the details of a vivid contrast, worthy the effective portraiture of a master in our sister art. Almost as cold as charity. "Vinewood, my boy," exclaimed Lorimer, as he gathered Vinewood's arm more closely within his own, "do you know, my fellow, that I believe vastly in faces?" "How so?" "I can tell a man's character from his face, the moment I clap my eye on him. I like or dislike at first sight. Now there's silly Petrican's face, how do you translate it?" "The fact is, Lorimer, I know very little about him. I was introduced to him, for the first time, at a party, where he was enrapturing some sentimental old maids, with a few quires of sonnets on everything in general. Since that occasion I have never met him, until tonight, when he hailed me in Chestnut Street, and forced me into Muchin's room at the United States Hotel. You know the rest. Well, with regard to Petrican, a single word. Clever fellow, clever, but like Muchin's, he sells for a reasonable price. I buy them both. By Jupiter! The town swarms with such fellows, who will sell themselves to any master for a trifle. Petrican, poor fellow, his face indicates his character, a solemn pimp, a sententious parasite. Muchin's is just the other way, an agreeable jolly old dog of a pander. They hire themselves to me for the season, I use and, of course, despise them. Your remarks are truly flattering to these worthy gentlemen," said Vinewood, dryly. "And now, my fellow, you may think me insincere, but I tell you frankly, that the moment I first saw your face, I liked you, and resolved you should be my friend. For your sake I am about to do a thing which I would do for no living man, and possibly no dead one, and that is," interrupted Vinewood. "Just listen, my fellow. Did you ever hear any rumors of a queer old house downtown, kept by a reputable old lady, and supported by the purses of goodly citizens, whose names you never hear without the addition of respectable, celebrated, or pious, most pious? A queer old house, my good fellow, where, during the long hours of the winter nights, your husband, so kind and good, forgets his wife, your merchant his ledger, your lawyer his quibbles, your parson his prayers. A queer old house, my good fellow, where wine and woman mingle their attractions, where at once you sip the honey from a red lip, and a sparkling bubble from the champagne. Where luxuriantly furnished chambers resound, all night long, with the rustling of cards, or the clink of glasses, or, it may be, the gentle ripple of voices, murmuring in a kiss. A queer old house, my dear fellow, in short, where the very devil is played under a cloak, and sin grows fat within the shelter of quiet rooms and impenetrable walls. Ha! Ha! Lorimer, you are eloquent. Faith, I've heard some rumors of such a queer old house, but always deemed them fabulous. The old house is a fact, my boy, a fact. Within its walls this night I will wed my pretty bride, and within its walls, my fellow, despite the pains and penalties of our club, you shall enter. I should like it of all things in the world. How is your club styled? All in good time, my friend. Each member, you see, once a week, has the privilege of introducing a friend. The same friend must never enter the clubhouse twice. Now I have rather overstepped the rules of the club in other respects. It will require all my tact to pass you in tonight. It shall be done, however, and mark me, you will obtain a few fresh idea of the nature of the secret life of this good Quaker city. Why, Lorimer, exclaimed Binewood, as they approached the corner of 8th and Chestnut, you seem to have a pretty good idea of life in general. Life? Echoed the magnificent Gus, in that tone of enthusiasm peculiar to the convivialist when recovering from the first excitement of the bottle. Life? What is it? As brilliant and as brief as a champagne bubble. Today a jolly carouse in an oyster cellar, tomorrow a nice little picnic party in a graveyard. One moment you gather the apple, the next it is ashes. Everything fleeting and nothing stable, everything shifting and changing, and nothing substantial. A bundle of hopes and fears, deceits and confidences, joys and miseries, strapped to a fellow's back like peddler's wares. Hutzer. Bravo, the Reverend Gus Lorimer preaches. And what moral does your reverence deduce from all this? One word, my fellow, enjoy. Enjoy till the last nerve loses its delicacy of sense, enjoy till the last sinew is unstrung, enjoy till the eye flings out its last glance, till a voice cracks and the blood stagnates, enjoy, always enjoy, and at last that terrible at last, when you can enjoy no longer, creep into a nice cozy house, some 8 feet deep, by 6 long and 2 wide, wrap yourself up in a comfortable quilt of white, and tell the worms, those jolly gleaners of the scraps of the feast of life, that they may fall to and bed thee to 'em. Ha! Ha, Lorimer! Who would have thought this of you? Tell me, my fellow, what business do you follow? Rather an abrupt question. However, I'm the junior partner in the importing house of Livingston, Harvey, and Co., along Front Street, and I, replied Gustavus slowly and with deliberation, and I am junior and senior partner in a snug little wholesale business of my own. The firm is Lorimer and Company. The place of business is everywhere about town, and the business itself is enjoyment, nothing but enjoyment, wine and woman forever. And as for the capital, I've an unassuming sum of $100,000, am independent of all relations, and bid fair to live at least a score of years longer. Now my fellow, you know me, come, spice us up a few of your own secrets. Have you no interesting little amour for my privateer? By heaven, I'd forgotten all about it, cried Binewood, starting aside from his companion as they stood in the full glare of the gas lamp at the corner of 8th and Chestnut Street. I'd forgotten all about the letter. The letter? What letter? Why, just before Petrican hailed me in Chestnut Street this evening, or rather last evening, our letter was placed in my hands, which I neglected to read. I know the handwriting on the direction, however. It's from a dear little love of a girl, who, some 6 months ago, was a servant in my father's house. A sweet girl, Lorimer, and, you know how these things work. She was lovely, innocent and too confiding, and I was but a man, and she a slewer. Rather a low walk of business for you, my boy. However, let's read the letter by lamplight. Here it is. Dear Binewood, I would like very much to see you tonight. I am in great distress. Meet me at the corner of 4th and Chestnut Streets at 9 o'clock, or you will regret it to the day of your death. Oh, for God's sake, do meet me, Annie. What a pretty hand she writes, eh? Lorimer. That for God's sake is rather cramped, and, egad, there's the stain of a tear. These things are quite customary. these letters and these tears. The dear little women can only use these arguments when they yield too much to our persuasions, and yet, dear nothing, how unfortunate for the girl my acquaintance has proved. She had to leave my father's house on account of the circumstance becoming too apparent, and her parents are very poor. I should have liked to have seen her tonight. However, it will do in the morning. And now, Lorimer, which way? To the queer old house downtown. By the by, there goes the State House, 1 o'clock, by Jupiter. We've 2 good hours yet to decide the wager. Let's spend half an hour in a visit to a certain friend of mine. Here, Vinewood, let me instruct you in the mysteries of the lark, and, leaning aside, the magnificent Gus whispered in the ear of his friend with as great an appearance of mystery as the most profound secret might be supposed to demand. Do you take, my fellow? Capital, capital, replied Vinewood, crushing the letter into his pocket. We shall crowd this night with adventures, that's certain. The dawn of daylight, it is true, closed the accounts of a night somewhat crowded with incidents. Did these merry gentlemen who stood laughing so cheerily at the corner of 8th and Chestnut Streets, at the hour of 1, their faces glowing in the light of the midnight moon, did they guess the nature of the incidents which 5 o'clock in the morning could disclose? God of heaven, might no angel of mercy drop from the skies and warn them back in their career? No warning came, no omen scared them back. Passing down 8th Street, they turned up Walnut, which they left at 13th. Turning down 13th, they presently stood before a small old-fashioned 2-storied building, with a green door and a built window, that occupied nearly the entire width of the front, protruding in the light. A tin sign, placed between the door and window, bore the inscription, Astrologer. "Wonder if the old cove's in bed," exclaimed Lorimer, and as he spoke the green door opened, as if in answer to his question, and the figure of a man, muffled up in the thick folds of a cloak with his hat drawn over his eyes, glided out of the astrologer's house, and hurried down 13th Street. "Ha! Ha! Devilish cunning, but not so cunning as he thinks," laughed Vinewood. "I saw his face, it's old Grab and Snatch, the president of the bank, which everybody says is on the eve of a grand blow-up. The respectable old gentleman has been consulting the stars with regard to the prospects of his bank. Ha! Ha! However, my boy, the door is open. Let's enter. Let's consult this familiar of the fates, this intimate acquaintance of the future." Book the First. Chapter 4. The Astrologer. In a small room, remarkable for the air of comfort imparted by the combined effects of the neatly whitewashed walls, the floor, plainly carpeted, and the snug little wood stove roaring in front of the hearth, sat a man of some 45 winters, bending over the table in the corner, covered with strange-looking books and loose manuscripts. The light of the iron lamp which stood in the center of the table, resting on a copy of Cornelius Agrippa, fell full and strongly over the face and form of the astrologer, disclosing every line of his countenance, and illumining the corner where he sat, while the more distant parts of the room were comparatively dim and shadowy. As he sat in the large old-fashioned armchair, bending down earnestly over massive manuscript, covered with strange characters and crossed by intricate lines, the lamp beams disclosed a face, which, somewhat plain and unmeaning in repose, was now agitated by an expression of the deepest interest. The brow, neither very high nor very low, shaded by tangled locks of thin brown hair, was corrugated with deep furrows, the eyebrows were firmly set together, the nostrils dilated, and the lips tightly compressed, while the full grey eyes, staring vacantly on the manuscript, indicated by the glassy film spread over each pupil, that the mind of the astrologer, instead of being occupied with outward objects, was buried within itself, in the contemplation of some intricate subject of thought. There was nothing in the dress of the man, or in the appearance of his room, that might realize the ideas commonly attached to the astrologer and his den. Here were no melodramatic curtains swinging solemnly to and fro, brilliant and terrible with the emblazoned death's head and crossbones. Here were no blue lights imparting a lurid radiance to a row of grinning skeletons. Here were no ghostly forms standing pale and erect, their glassy eyes freezing the spectator's blood with horror. Here was neither goblin, devil, or mischievous ape, which, as every romance reader knows, have been the companions of the astrologer from time immemorial. Here was nothing but a plain man, seated in an old-fashioned armchair, within the walls of a comfortable room, warmed by a roaring little stove. No cap of sable relieved the astrologer's brow, no gown of black velvet, tricked out with mysterious emblems in gold and precious stones, fell in sweeping folds around the outlines of his spare figure. A plain white overcoat, much worn and out at the elbows, a striped vest not remarkable for its shape or fashion, a cross-barred neckerchief, and a simple linen shirt collar completed the attire of the astrologer who sat reading at the table. The walls of the room were hung with the horoscopes of illustrious men, Washington, Byron, and Napoleon, delineated on large sheets of paper, and surrounded by plain frames of black wood. The table was piled with the works of Sibyl, Lilly, Cornelius Agrippa and other masters in the mystic art, while at the feet of the astrologer nestled a fine black cat, whose large whiskers and glossy fur would seem to afford no arguments in favor of the supposition entertained by the neighbors, that she was a devil in disguise, a sort of familiar spirit on leave of absence from the infernal regions. "I'm but a poor man," said the astrologer, turning one of the leaves of the massive volume in manuscript which he held in his hand. "I'm but a poor man, and the lawyer, and the doctor, and the parson all despise me, and yet," his lip wreathed with a sneering smile, "this little room has seen them all within its walls, begging from the humble man some knowledge of the future. Here they come, one and all, the fools, pretending to despise my science, and yet willing to place themselves in my power, while they affect to doubt. Ha ha! Here are their nativities one and all," that he continued, turning over a leaf, "is the horoscope of a clergyman, holy man of God. He wanted to know whether he could ruin an innocent girl in his congregation without discovery. And that is the horoscope of a lawyer, who takes fees from both sides. His desire is to know whether he can perjure himself in a case now in court without detection. Noble counselor. This doctor," and he turned over another leaf, "told me that he had a delicate case in hand. A pretty girl has been ruined and so on. The seducer wants to destroy the fruit of his crime and desires the doctor to undertake the job. Doctor wants to know what moment will be auspicious. Ha ha." And thus turning from page to page, he disclosed the remarkable fact, that the great, the good, and the wise of the Quaker city, who met the mere name of astrology, when uttered in public, with a most withering sneer, still under the cover of night, were happy to steal to the astrologer's room, and obtain some glimpses of their future destiny through the oracle of the stars. A black-eyed woman, lusty and amorous, wants to know whether she can present her husband with a pair of horns on a certain night. I was warned her not to proceed in her course of guilt. She does proceed, and will be exposed to her husband's hate and public scorn, and thus murmuring, the astrologer turned to another leaf. The horoscope of a puppy-faced editor. A spaniel, a snake, and ape, he is a combination of the three. Wants to know when he can run off with a lady of the ballet at the theatre, without being caught by his creditors. Also, whether next Thursday is an auspicious day for a little piece of roguery he has in view. The penitentiary looms darkly in the distance. Let the editor of the Daily Blackmail beware. Another leaf inscribed with a distinguished name, arrested the astrologer's attention. Ha! Ha! This fellow is a man of fashion, a buck of Chestnut Street, and a colonel. He lives, I know how. The fashionables who follow in his wake don't dream of his means of livelihood. He has committed a crime, an astounding crime. Wants to know whether his associate will betray him. I told him he would. The colonel laughed at me, although he paid for the knowledge. In a week the fine, sweet, perfumed gentleman will be lodged at public expense. The astrologer laid down the volume, and in a moment seemed to have fallen into the same train of thought. marked by the corrugated brow and glassy eye, that occupied his mind at the commencement of this scene. His lips moved tremulously, and his hands ever and anon were pressed against his wrinkled brow. Every moment his eye grew more glassy, and his mouth more fixedly compressed, and at last, leaning his elbows on the table with his hands nervously clasped, his gaze was fixed on the blank wall opposite, in a wild and vacant stare that betrayed the painful abstraction of his mind from all visible objects. And as he sat there enwrapped in thought, a footstep, inaudible to his ear, creaked on the stairway that ascended into the astrologer's chamber from the room below, and in a moment, silent and unperceived, Gus Lorimer stood behind his chair, looking over his head, his very breath hushed and his hands upraised. In all my history I remember nothing half so strange. All is full of light except one point of the future, and that is dark as death. Thus ran the murmured soliloquy of the astrologer, and yet they will be here tonight. Here, both of them, or there's no truth in the stars. Lorimer must beware. Ha ha, ha, laughed a bold and manly voice. An old stage trick, that. You didn't hear my footsteps on the stairs, did you? Oh no, oh no. Of course you didn't. Come, my old boy, that claptrap mention of my name is rather too stale, even for a threepenny bit melodrama. The sudden start which the astrologer gave, the unaffected look of surprise which flashed over his features at the sight of the gentleman of pleasure, convinced Lorimer that he had done him rank injustice. Sit down, sir, I have much to say to you, said the astrologer, in a voice strikingly contrasted with his usual tone. It was so deep, so full and so calmly deliberate. Last Thursday morning at this hour you gave me the day and hour of your birth. You wished me to cast your horoscope. You wished to know whether you would be successful in an enterprise which you meditated. Am I correct in this? You are, my old humbug. That is my friend, replied Lorimer, flinging himself into a seat. Humbug! Cried the other with a quiet sneer, you may alter your opinion after a while, my young friend. Since last Thursday morning I had given the most careful attention to your horoscope. It is one of the most startling that ever I beheld. You were born under one of the most favorable aspects of the heavens, born, it would seem, but to succeed in all your wishes, and yet your future rate is wrapped in some terrible mystery, like a kitten in a wet blanket, for instance? Said Lorimer, in the vain endeavor to shake off a strange feeling of awe, produced by the manner of the astrologer. This night I was occupied with your horoscope when a strange circumstance attracted my attention. Even while I was examining book after book, in the effort to see more clearly into your future, I discovered that you were making a new acquaintance at some festival, some wine drinking or other affair of the kind. This new acquaintance is a man with a pale face, long dark hair and dark eyes. So the stars tell me. Your fate and the fate of this young man are linked together till death. So the heavens tell me, and the heavens never lie. Yes, my friend, very good, replied Gustavus with a smile, very good, my dear sir. Your conclusions are perfect, your prophetic gift without reproach. But you forget one slight circumstance. I have made no new acquaintance tonight. I have been at no wine drinking. I have seen no interesting young man with a pale face and long dark hair. Then my science is a lie. Exclaimed the astrologer, with a puzzled look. The stars declare that this very night, you first came in contact with the man, whose fate henceforth is linked with your own. The future has a doom in store for one of ye. The stars do not tell me which shall feel the terror of the doom, but that it will be inflicted by one of ye upon the other, is certain. Well, let us suppose, for the sake of argument, that I did meet this mysterious young man with long black hair. What follows? 3 days ago, a young man, whose appearance corresponds with the indication given by the stars of the new acquaintance you were to make this very night, came to me and desired me to cast his horoscope. The future of this young man is as like yours as night is to night. He too is threatened with a doom, either to be suffered or inflicted. This doom will lower over his head within 3 days. At the hour of sunset on next Saturday, Christmas Eve, a terrible calamity will overtake him. At the same hour, and in the same manner, a terrible calamity will blacken your life forever. The same doubt prevails in both cases, whether you will endure this calamity in your own person, or be the means of inflicting its horrors on some other man, doomed and fated by the stars. What connection has this young man with the new acquaintance which you say I have formed tonight? I suspect that this young man and your new acquaintance are one. If so, I warn you, by your soul, beware of him, this stranger to you. And why beware of me? Said a calm and quiet voice at the shoulder of the astrologer. As though a shell had burst in the center of that quiet room, he started, he trembled, and arose to his feet. Binewood, the young merchant, calm and silent, stood beside him. I warn ye, he shrieked in a tone of wild excitement, with his grey eyes dilating and flashing beneath the woven eyebrows, I warn ye both, beware of each other. Let this meeting at my house be your last on earth, and ye are saved. Meet again, or pursue any adventure together, and ye are lost and lost forever. I tell ye, scornful men that ye are, that ask my science to aid you, and then mock its lessons, I tell ye, by the living God who writes his will, in letters of fire on the wide scroll of the firmament, that in the hand of the dim future is a goblet steeped in the bitterness of death, and that goblet one or the other must drink, within 3 little days. And striding wildly along the room, while Binewood stood awed, and even the cheek of Lorimer grew pale, he gave free impulse to one of those wild deliriums of excitement peculiar to his long habits of abstraction and thought. The full truth, the terrible truth, seemed crowding on his brain, arrayed in various images of horror, and he shrieked forth his interpretation of the future, in wild and broken sentences. Young man, 3 days ago you sought to know the future. You had never spoken to the man who sits in yonder chair. I cast your horoscope, I found your destiny like the destiny of this man who affects to sneer at my science. My art availed me no further. I could not identify you with the man who first met Lorimer this night, amid revelry and wine. Now I can supply the broken chain. You and his new-formed acquaintance are one. And now the light of the stars breaks more plainly on me. Within 3 days, one of you will die by the other's hand. Lorimer slowly arose to his feet, as though the effort gave him pain. His cheek was pale, and beaded drops of sweat stood on his brow. His parted lips, his upraised hands and flashing eyes attested his interest in the astrologer's words. Meanwhile, starting suddenly aside, Binewood veiled his face in his hands, as his breasts swelled and quivered with sudden emotion. Stern and erect, in his plain white overcoat, untricked with gold or gems, stood the astrologer, his tangled brown hair flung back from his brow, while, with his outstretched hand and flashing eye, he spoke forth the fierce images of his brain. 3 days from this, as the sun goes down, on Christmas Eve, one of you will die by the other's hand. As sure as there is a God in heaven, his stars have spoken, and it will be so. What will be the manner of the death? Exclaimed Lorimer, in a low-toned voice, as he endeavored to subdue the sudden agitation inspired by the astrologer's words, while Binewood raised his head and awaited the answer with evident interest. There is the cloud and the mystery, exclaimed the astrologer, fixing his eye on vacancy, while his outstretched hand trembled like a leaf in the wind. The death will overtake the doomed man on a river, and yet it will not be by water. It will kill him by means of fire, and yet he will not perish in the midst of flames. There was a dead pause for a single instant. There stood the astrologer, his features working as with a convulsive spasm, the light falling boldly over his slight figure and homely attire, and there at his side, gazing in his face, stood Binewood, the young merchant, silent as if a spell had fallen on him, while on the other side, Gustavus Lorimer, half recoiling, his brow woven in a frown, and his dark eyes flashing with a strange glance, seemed making a fearful effort to command his emotion, and dispel the gloom which the weird prophecy had flung over his soul. Pah! What fools we are! To stand here listening to the ravings of a madman or on knave, cried Binewood, with a forced laugh, as he shook off the spell that seemed to bind him the future, more than we? Eh? Lorimer? Perhaps, sir, since you are so familiar with fate, destiny and all that, you can tell us the nature of the adventure on which Lorimer is bound tonight? The astrologer turned and looked upon him. There was something so calmly scornful in his glance, that Binewood averted his eyes. The adventure is connected with the honor of an innocent woman, said the astrologer. More than this I know not, save that a foul outrage will be done this very night. And, hark ye sir, either the heavens are false, or your future destiny hangs upon this adventure. Give up the adventure at once, go back in your course, part from one another, part this moment never to meet again, and you will be saved. Advance and you are lost. Lorimer stood silent, thoughtful and pale as death. It becomes me not to look beyond the veil that hangs between the visible and the invisible, but it may be, that in the silent pause of thought which the libertine's face manifested, his soul received some indications of the future from the very throne of God. Men call these sudden shadows, presentiments. To the eyes of angels they may be, but messages of warning spoken to the soul, in the spirit tongues of those awful beings whose habitation is beyond the threshold of time. What did Lorimer behold that he stood so silent, so pale, so thoughtful? Did Christmas Eve, and the river, and the death, come terrible and shadow-like to his soul? Sure. Lorimer, you are not what does he know of frightened by the preachings of this fortune-teller? Cried Binewood with a laugh and a sneer, you will not give up the girl. Ha! Ha! Scared by an owl. Ha! Ha! What would Petrican say? Imagine the rich laugh of Muchins. Ha! Ha! Gus Lorimer scared by an owl. Give up the girl. Cried Lorimer, with a blasphemous oath, that profaned the name of the Saviour. Give up the girl. Never. She shall repose in my arms before daylight. Heaven nor hell shall scare me back. There's your money, Mr. Fortune-teller, your croaking deserves the silver, the DL knows. Come on, Binewood, let us away. Wait till I pay the gentleman for our coffins, laughed Binewood, flinging some silver on the table. See that they're ready by Saturday night, old boy. D'ye mind? You are hand in glove with some respectable undertaker, no doubt, and can give him our measure. Goodbye, old fellow, goodbye. Now, Lorimer, away to Monk Hall. And in a moment they had disappeared down the stairway, and were passing through the lower room toward the street. On Christmas Eve, at the hour of sunset, shrieked the astrologer, his features convulsed with anger, and his voice wild and piercing in its tones, one of you will die by the other's hand. The winding sheet is woven, and the coffin made. You are rushing madly on your doom. Book the First. Chapter 5. Dora Livingston. It was a nice cozy place, that old counting-house room, with its smoky walls, its cheerful coal fire burning in the rusty grate, and its stained and blackened floor. A snug little room, illuminated by a gaslight, subdued to a shadowy and sleepy brilliancy, with the Merchant's Almanac and 4 or 5 old pictures scattered along the walls, an old oaken desk with immense legs, all carved and curled into 1,000 shapes, standing in one corner, and a massive door, whose glass window opened a mysterious view into the regions of the warehouse, where casks of old cognac lay, side by side, in lengthened rows, like jolly old fellows at a party, as they whisper quietly to one another on the leading questions of the day. Seated in front of the coal fire, his legs elevated above his head, resting on the mantelpiece, a gentleman, of some 25 years, with his arms crossed and a pipe in his mouth, seemed engaged in an earnest endeavor to wrap himself up in a cloak of tobacco smoke, in order to prepare for a journey into the land of Nod, while the tumbler of punch standing on the small table at his elbow, showed that he was by no means opposed to that orthodox principle which recognizes the triple marriage of brandy, lemon and sugar, as a highly necessary addition to the creature comforts of the human being, in no way to be despised or neglected by thinking men. You would not have called this gentleman well proportioned, and yet his figure was long and slender. You could not have styled his dress eminently fashionable, and yet his frock coat was shaped of the finest black cloth. You would not have looked upon his face as the most handsome in the world, and yet it was a finely marked countenance, with a decided, if not highly intellectual, expression. If the truth must be told, his coat, though fashioned of the finest cloth, was made a little too full in one place, a little too scant in another, and buttoned up somewhat too high in the throat, for a gentleman whose ambition it was to flourish on the southern side of Chestnut Street, amid the animated cloths and silks of a fashionable promenade. And then the large black stock, encircling his neck, with the crumpled, though snow-white, shirt collar, gave a harsh relief to his countenance, while the carelessly back over the upturned cuffs of his coat, designed the man who went in for comfort, and flung fashion to the haberdashers and dry goods clerks. As for his face, whenever the curtain of tobacco smoke rolled aside, you beheld, as I have said, a finely marked countenance, with rather lank cheeks, a sharp aquiline nose, thin lips, biting and sarcastic in expression, a full square chin, and eyes of the peculiar class, intensely dark and piercing in their glance, that remind you of a flame without heat, cold, glittering and snake-like. His forehead was high and bold, with long and lanky black hair falling back from its outlines, and resting, without love-lock or curl, in straight masses behind each ear. Queer world this, began our comfortable friend, falling into one of those broken soliloquies, generated by the pipe and the bowl, in which the stops are supplied by puffs of smoke, and the paragraph terminated by a sip of the punch. Don't know much about other worlds, but it strikes me that if a prize were offered somewhere by somebody, for the queerest world a-going, this world of ours might be rigged up nice, and sent in like a bit of show beef, as the premium queer world. No man smokes a cigar that ever tried a pipe, but an ass. I was a small boy once, ragged little devil that Luke Harvey, who used to run about old Livingston's importing warehouse. Indelicate little fellow, wore his ruffles out behind. Kicked and cuffed because he was poor, served him right, damn him. Old Liff died, young Albert took the store, capital, cool 100,000. Luke Harvey rose to a clerkship. Began to be a fine fellow, well-dressed, and of course virtuous. Queer fellow, Luke. Last year taken into partnership along with a young fellow whose daddy's worth at least 100,000. Firm now, Livingston, Harvey, and Company. Clever punch, that. Little too much lemon, it. The sugar's out. Queer thing, that. Some weeks ago respectable old gentleman in white cravat and hump back, came to counting house. Old fellow hailed from Charleston. Had rather a Jewish twang on his tongue. Presented Livingston a letter of credit drawn by a Charleston house on our firm. Letter from Grayson, Balliner, and Co., for a cool 100,000. Old white cravat got it. That rat in the partition. Why can't he eat his victuals in quiet? 2 weeks since, news came that G.B. and Company never gave such letter. A forgery, a complete swindle. Comfortable, that. Hot coals on one's bare skull, quite pleasant in comparison. Livingston in New York, been trying for a week to track up the villain. Must get new pipe tomorrow. Get one with Judas Iscariot painted on the bowl on a stroke, that. Went and hanged himself after he sold his master. Wonder how full the town would be if all who have sold their God for gold would hang themselves? Hooks in market house would rise. Bear queer fruit, eh? Good tobacco. By the by, must go home. Another sip of the punch and I'm off. Ha, ha. Good idea that of the handsome colonel. Great buck, man of fashion and long-haired Apollo. Called here this evening to see me, smelt like a civet cat. Must flourish his pocketbook before my eyes by way of a genteel brag. Dropped a letter from a bundle of notes. Valuable letter that. Wouldn't part with it for a cool 1,000, rather think it will raise the devil. Let me see. And laying down his pipe, Mr. Luke Harvey drew a neatly folded billet doux from an inside pocket of his coat, and holding it in the glare of the light perused its direction, which was written in a fair and delicate woman's hand. Colonel Fitzcowles, United States Hotel, he murmured. Good idea, Colonel, to drop such a letter out of your pocketbook. Won't trouble you none? S'pose not. Ha, 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 good idea. The idea appeared to tickle him immensely, for he chuckled in a deep, self-satisfied tone as he drew on his bearskin overcoat, and even while he extinguished the gaslight, and covered up the fire, his chuckle grew into a laugh, which deepened into a hearty guffaw, as striding through the dark warehouse, he gained the front door, and looked out into the deserted street. Ha ha ha, to drop such a dear creature's letter. He laughed, locking the door of the warehouse. Wonder if it won't raise H.L.? I loved a woman once. Luke, you were a d.d. fool that time. Jilted, yes, jilted. That's the word, I believe. Maybe I won't have my revenge? Perhaps not, very likely not, with this momentous letter, so carelessly dropped by the insinuating millionaire, Colonel Fitzcowles, resting on his mind, and stirring his features with frequent spasmodic attacks of laughter. Our friend, Mr. Harvey, pursued his way along Front Street, and turning up Chestnut Street, arrived at the corner of 3rd, where he halted for a few moments in order to ascertain the difference in time between his gold repeater and the State House clock, which had just struck 1. While thus engaged, intently perusing the face of his watch by the light of the moon, a stout middle-aged gentleman, wrapped up in a thick overcoat, with a carpet bag in his hand, came striding rapidly across the street, and for a moment stood silent and unperceived at his shoulder. Well, Luke, is the repeater right and the State House wrong? Said a hearty, cheerful voice, and the middle-aged gentleman laid his hand on Mr. Harvey's shoulder. Aha! Mr. Livingston. Is that you? Cried Luke, suddenly wheeling round, and gazing into the frank and manly countenance of the newcomer. When did you get back from New York? Just this moment arrived. I did not expect to return within a week from this time, and therefore come upon you by a little surprise. I wrote to Mrs. L. yesterday, telling her I would not be in town until the Christmas holidays were over. She'll be rather surprised to see me, I suppose? Rather, echoed Luke, dryly. Come, Luke, take my arm, and let's walk up toward my house. I have much to say to you. In the first place, have you anything new? While Mr. Harvey is imparting his budget of news to the senior partner of the firm of Livingston, Harvey and Co., as they stroll slowly along Chestnut Street, we will make some few notes of his present appearance. Stout, muscular, and large-boned, with a figure slightly inclining towards corpulence, Mr. Livingston strode along the pavement with a firm and measured step that attested all the matured strength and vigor peculiar to robust middle age. He was 6 feet high, with broad shoulders and muscular chest. His face was full, bold, and massive, rather bronzed in hue, and bearing some slight traces of the ravages of smallpox. Once or twice as he walked along, he lifted his hat from his face, and his forehead, rendered more conspicuous by some slight baldness, was exposed to view. It was high, and wide, and massive, bulging outward prominently in the region of the reflective organs, and faintly relieved by his short brown hair. His eyes, bold and large, of a calm clear blue, were rendered strangely expressive by the contrast of the jet-black eyebrows. His nose was firm and Roman in contour, his mouth marked by full and determined lips, his chin square and prominent, while the lengthened outline of the lower jaw, from the chin to the ear, gave his countenance an expression of inflexible resolution. In short, it was the face of a man, whose mind, great in resources, had only found room for the display of its tamest powers, in enlarged mercantile operations, while its dark and desperate elements, from the want of adversity, revenge or hate to rouse them into action, had lain still and dormant for some 20 long years of active life. He never dreamed himself that he carried a hidden hell within his soul. Had this man been born poor, it is probable that in his attempt to rise, the grim hand of want would have dragged from their lurking places these dark and fearful elements of his being, but wealth had lapped him at his birth, smiled on him in his youth, walked by him through life, and the moment for the trial of all his powers had never happened. He was a fine man, a noble merchant, and a good citizen. We but repeat the stereotyped phrases of the town, and yet, quiet and close, near the heart of this cheerful-faced man, lay a sleeping devil, who had been dozing away there all his life, and only waiting the call of destiny to spring into terrible action, and rend that manly bosom with his fangs. "Have you heard any news of the forger?" asked Luke Harvey, when he had delivered his budget of news. "Any intelligence of the respectable gentleman in the white cravat and humpback? He played the same game in New York that he played in our city. Wherever I went, I heard nothing but Mr. Ellis Mortimer, of Charleston, bought goods to a large amount here, on the strength of a letter of credit, drawn on your house by Grayson, Balliner, and Co., or that Mr. Mortimer bought goods to a large amount in such and such a store, backed by the same letter of credit. No less than 12 wholesale houses gave him credit to an almost unlimited extent. In all cases the goods were dispatched to the various auctions and sold at half cost, while Mr. Ellis Mortimer pocketed the cash. And you have no traces of this prince of swindlers?" "None. All the police in New York have been raising heaven and earth to catch him for this week past, but without success. At last I have come to the conclusion that he is lurking about this city, with a respectable sum of $200,000 in his possession. I am half inclined to believe that he is not alone in this business. There may be a combination of scoundrels concerned in the affair. Tomorrow the police shall ransack every hiding hole and cranny in the city. My friend, Colonel Fitzcowles, gave me some valuable suggestions before I left for New York. I will ask his advice in regard to the matter the first thing in the morning." "Very fine man, that Colonel Fitzcowles," observed Luke, as they turned down 4th Street. "Splendid fellow. Dresses well, gives capital terrapin suppers at the United States, inoculates all the bucks about town with his style of hat. Capital fellow, son of an English earl, ain't he, Mr. Livingston?" "So I have understood," replied Mr. Livingston, not exactly liking the quiet sneer which lurked under the innocent manner of his partner. "At least so it is rumored. Got lots of money, a millionaire, no end to his wealth. By the by, where the D-I did he come from? Isn't he a southern planet with acres of niggers and prairies of cotton?" "Luke, that's a very strange question to ask me. You just now asked me whether he was the son of an English earl, didn't you?" "Believe I did. To tell the truth, I've heard both stories about him, and some dozen more. An heir apparent to an English earldom, a rich planter from the South, the son of a Boston magnifique, the only child of a rich Mexican. These things, you will see, don't mix well. Who the devil is our long-haired friend, anyhow?" "Tut tut, Luke, this is all folly. You know that Colonel Fitzcowles is received in the best society, mingles with the ton of the Quaker city, is squired about by our judges and lawyers, and can always find scores of friends to help him spend his fortune. Fine man, that Colonel Fitzcowles." "Very," said the other in his dry and biting tone. "Do you know, Luke, that I think the married men the happiest in the world?" said Livingston, drawing the arm of his partner closely within his own. "Now look at my case for instance. A year ago I was a miserable bachelor. The loss of $100,000 then would have driven me frantic. Now I have a sweet young wife to cheer me, her smile welcomes me home, the first tone of her voice, and my loss is forgotten." The merchant paused. His eye glistened with a tear, and he felt his heart grow warm in his bosom, as the vision of his sweet young wife, now so calmly sleeping on her solitary bed, rose before him. He imagined her smile of welcome as she beheld him suddenly appear by her bedside. He felt her arms so full and round, twining fondly round his neck, and he tried to fancy, but the attempt was vain, the luxury of a kiss from her red-ripe lips. "You may think me uxorious, Luke," he resumed in his deep manly voice, "but I do think that God never made a nobler woman than my Dora. Look at the sacrifice she made for my sake. Young, blooming, and but 20 summers old, she forgot the disparity of my years, and consented to share my bachelor's home. She is a noble woman," observed Luke, and then he looked at the moon and whistled an air from the very select operatic spectacle of Bone Squash. "Noble in heart and soul," exclaimed Livingstone. "Confess, Luke, that we married men live more in an hour than you dull bachelors in a year." "Oh, yes, certainly. You may well talk when you have such a handsome wife. Egad, if I wasn't afraid it would make you jealous, I would say that Mrs. Livingstone has the most splendid form I ever beheld." There was a slight contortion of Mr. Harvey's upper lip as he spoke, which looked very much like a sneer. "And then her heart, Luke, her heart. So noble, so good, so affectionate. I wish you could have seen her, where first I beheld her, in a small and meanly furnished apartment, at the bedside of a dying mother. They were in reduced circumstances, for her father had died insolvent. He had been my father's friend, and I thought it my duty to visit the widowed mother and the orphan daughter. By the by, Luke, I now remember that I saw you at their house in Wood Street once. Did you know the family?" "Miss Dora's father had been kind to me," said Luke in a quiet tone. There was a strange light in his dark eye as he spoke, and a remarkable tremor on his lip. "Well, well, Luke, here's my house," exclaimed Mr. Livingstone, "storied mansion, situated in the aristocratic square, as it is called, along South 4th Street. It is lucky I have my dead latch key. I can enter without disturbing the servants. Come upstairs, into the front parlor with me, Luke. I want to have a few more words with you about the forgery." They entered the door of the mansion, passed along a wide and roomy entry, ascended a richly carpeted staircase, and, traversing the entry in the second story, in a moment stood in the center of the spacious parlor, fronting the street on the second floor. In another moment, Mr. Livingstone, by the aid of some lucifer matches which he found on the mantel, lighted a small bed lamp, standing amid the glittering volumes that were piled on the center table. The dim light of the lamp flickering around the room, revealed the various characteristics of an apartment furnished in a style of lavish magnificence. Above the mantel flashed an enormous mirror. On one side of the parlor was an inviting sofa, on the other a piano. 2 splendid ottomans stood in front of the fireless hearth, and curtains of splendid silk hung drooping heavily along the 3 lofty windows that looked into the street. In fine, the parlor was all that the upholsterer and cabinet maker combined could make it, a depository of luxurious appointments and costly furniture. "Draw your seat near the center table, Luke," cried Mr. Livingstone, as he flung himself into a comfortable rocking chair, and gazed around the room with an expression of quiet satisfaction. "Don't speak too loud, Luke, for Dora is sleeping in the next room. You know I want to take her by a little surprise, Luke? She doesn't expect me from New York for a week yet. I am the last person in the world she thinks to see tonight. Clearly so. Ha, ha." And the merchant chuckled gaily, rubbed his hands together, glanced at the folding doors that opened into the bedchamber, where slept his blooming wife, and then turning round, looked in the face of Luke Harvey with a smile that seemed to say, "I can't help it if you bachelors are miserable. Pity you, but can't help it." "It would be a pity to awaken Mrs. Livingstone," said Luke, fixing his brilliant dark eye on the face of the senior partner, with a look so meaning and yet mysterious, that Mr. Livingstone involuntarily averted his gaze. "A very great pity. By the by, with regard to the forgery, let me recapitulate the facts. Some weeks ago we received a letter from the respectable house of Grayson, Ballina, and Co., Charleston, stating that they had made a large purchase in cotton from a rich planter, Mr. Ellis Mortimer, who, in a week or so, would visit Philadelphia, with a letter of credit on our house for $100,000. They gave us this intimation in order that we might be prepared to cash the letter of credit at sight. Well, in a week a gentleman of respectable exterior appeared, stated that he was Mr. Ellis Mortimer, presented his letter of credit, it was cashed, and we wrote to Grayson, Ballina, and Co., announcing the fact. They returned the agreeable answer that Mr. Ellis Mortimer had not yet left Charleston for Philadelphia, but had altered his intention and was about to sail for London. That the gentleman in the white cravat and humpback was an impostor, and the letter of credit a forgery. There was considerable mystery in the affair. For instance, how did the impostor gain all the necessary information with regard to Mr. Mortimer's visit? How did he acquire a knowledge of the signature of the Charleston house? Listen and I will tell you. Last week, in New York, I received a letter from the Charleston house announcing these additional facts. It appears that in the beginning of fall they received a letter from a Mr. Albert Hazelton Monroe, representing himself as a rich planter in Wayne Bridge, South Carolina. He had a large amount of cotton to sell, and would like to procure advances on it from the Charleston house. They wrote him an answer to his letter, asking the quality of the cotton, and so forth, and soliciting an interview with Mr. Monroe when he visited Charleston. In the beginning of November Mr. Monroe, a dark-complexioned man, dressed like a careless country squire, entered their store for the first time, and commenced a series of negotiations about his cotton, which had resulted in nothing, when another planter, Mr. Ellis Mortimer, appeared in the scene, sold his cotton, and requested the letter of credit on our house. Mr. Monroe was in the store every day, was a jolly unpretending fellow, familiar with all the clerks, and on intimate terms with Messrs. Grayson, Ballina, and Company. The letter written to our house, intimating the intended visit of Mr. Mortimer to this city, had been very carelessly left open for a few moments on the counting-house desk, and Mr. Monroe was observed glancing over its contents by one of the clerks. The day after that letter had been dispatched to Philadelphia, Mr. Albert H. Monroe suddenly disappeared, and had not been heard of since. The Charleston house suspect him of the whole forgery in all its details, very likely. He saw the letter on the counter, forged the letter of credit, and dispatched his accomplice to Philadelphia without delay. Now for the consequences of this forgery. On Monday morning next we have an engagement of $100,000 to meet, which, under present circumstances, may plunge our house into the vortex of bankruptcy. Unless this impostor is discovered, unless his connection with this Monroe is clearly ascertained before next Monday, I must look forward to that day as one of the greatest danger to our house. You see our position, Luke? Yes, yes, answered Luke, as he arose, and, advancing, gazed fixedly into the face of Mr. Livingston. I see our position, and I see your position in more respects than one. Confound the thing, man, how you stare in my face. Do you see anything peculiar about my countenance, that you peruse it so attentively? Ha ha, cried Luke, with a hysterical laugh, ha, ha. Nothing but horns. Horns, sir, I say, horns. A fine branching pair. Ha ha, way damn it, Livingston, you won't it? Able to enter the church door, next Sunday, without stooping. Those horns are so large. Livingston looked at him with a face of blank wonder. He evidently supposed that Luke had been seized with sudden madness. To see a man who is your familiar friend and partner, abruptly break off a conversation on matters of the most importance, and stare vacantly in your face as he compliments you on some fancied resemblance which you bear to a full-grown stag, is, it must be confessed, a spectacle somewhat unfrequent in this world of ours, and rather adapted to excite a feeling of astonishment whenever it happens. Mr. Harvey, are you mad? asked Livingston, in a calm deliberate tone. Harvey slowly leaned forward and brought his face so near Livingston's that the latter could feel his breath on his cheek. He applied his mouth to the ear of the senior partner, and whispered a single word. When a soldier, in battle, receives a bullet directly in the heart, he springs in the air with one convulsive spasm, flings his arms aloft and utters a groan that thrills the man who hears it with a horror never to be forgotten. With that same convulsive movement, with that same deep groan of horror and anguish, Livingston, the merchant, sprang to his feet, and confronted the utterer of that single word. "Harvey," he said, in a low tone, and with white and trembling lips, while his calm blue eye flashed with that deep glance of excitement, most terrible when visible in a calm blue eye. "Harvey, you had better never been born, than utter that word again. To trifle with a thing of this kind is worse than death. Harvey, I advise you to leave me. I am losing all command of myself. There is a voice within me tempting me to murder you. For God's sake, quit my sight." Harvey looked in his face, fearless and undaunted, though his snake-like eye blazed like a coal of fire, and his thin lips quivered as with the death spasm. "Cuckold!" he shrieked in a hissing voice, with a wild hysterical laugh. Livingston started back aghast. The purple veins stood out like cords on his bronzed forehead, and his right hand trembled like a leaf as it was thrust within the breast of his coat. His blue eye, great God! How glassy it had grown, was fixed upon the form of Luke Harvey as if meditating where to strike. "To the bedchamber," shrieked Luke. "If she is there, I am a liar and a dog, and deserve to die. Cuckold, I say, and will prove it." "To the bedchamber?" And to the bedchamber with an even stride, though his massive form quivered like an oak shaken by the hurricane, strode the merchant. The folding door slid back. He had disappeared into the bedchamber. There was silence for a single instant, like the silence in the graveyard, between the last word of the prayer, and the first rattling sound of the clods upon the coffin. In a moment Livingston again strode into the parlor. His face was the hue of ashes. You could see that the struggle at work within his heart was like the agony of the strong man wrestling with death. This struggle was tenfold more terrible than death. Death in its vilest form. It forced the big beaded drops of sweat out from the corded veins on his brow. It drove the blood from his face, leaving a black and discolored streak beneath each eye. "She is not there," he said, taking Luke by the hand, which he wrung with an iron grasp, and murmured again, "She is not there, false to her husband's bed and honor," exclaimed Luke, the agitation which had convulsed his face, subsiding into a look of heart-wrung compassion, as he looked upon the terrible results of his disclosure, false as hell, and vile as false. An object on the center table, half concealed by the bed lamp, arrested the husband's attention. He thrust aside the lamp and beheld a note, addressed to himself, in Mrs. Livingston's hand. With the trembling hand the merchant tore the note open, and while Luke stood fixedly regarding him, perused its contents. And as he read, the blood came back to his cheeks, the glance to his eyes, and his brow reddened over with one burning flush of indignation. "Liar and dog!" he shouted, in tones hoarse with rage, as he grasped Luke Harvey by the throat with sudden movement. "Your lie was well coined, but look here. Ha! Ha!" And he shook Luke to and fro like a broken reed. "Here is my wife's letter. Here, sir, look at it, and I'll force you to eat your own foul words. Here, expecting that I might suddenly return from New York, my wife has written down that she would be absent from home tonight. A sick friend, a school-day companion, now reduced to widowhood and penury, solicited her company by her dying bed, and my wife could not refuse. Read, sir, oh read. Take your hand from my throat or I'll do you a mischief," murmured Luke, in a choking voice as he grew black in the face. "I will, by God, read, sir, oh read," shouted Livingston, as he forced Luke into a chair and thrust the letter into his hands. "Read, sir, and then crawl from this room like a vile dog as you are. Tomorrow I will settle with you. Luke sank in the chair, took the letter, and with a pale face, varied by a crimson spot on each cheek, he began to read, while Livingstone, towering and erect, stood regarding him with a look of incarnate scorn. It was observable that while Luke perused the letter, his head dropped slowly down as though in the endeavor to see more clearly, and his unoccupied hand was suddenly thrust within the breast of his overcoat. "That is a very good letter. Well written, and she minds her stops," exclaimed Luke calmly, as he handed the letter back to Mr. Livingstone. "Quite an effort of composition. I didn't think Dora had so much tact." The merchant was thunderstruck with the composure exhibited by the slanderer and the liar. He glanced over Luke's features with a quick nervous glance, and then looked at the letter which he held in his hand. "Ha! This is not the same letter," he shouted, in tones of mingled rage and wonder. "This letter is addressed to Colonel Fitzcowles." "It was dropped in the counting-house by the Colonel this evening," said Luke, with the air of a man who was prepared for any hazard. "The Colonel is a very fine man. A favourite with the fair sex. Read it, oh read." With a look of wonder Mr. Livingstone opened the letter. There was a quivering start in his whole frame, when he first observed the handwriting. But as he went on, drinking in word after word, his countenance, so full of meaning and expression, was like a mirror, in which different faces are seen, one after another, by sudden transition. At first his face grew crimson, then it was pale as death in an instant. Then his lips dropped apart, and his eyes were covered with a glassy film. Then a deep wrinkle shot upward between his brows, and then, black and ghastly, the circles of discolored flesh were visible beneath each eye. The quivering nostrils, the trembling hands, the heaving chest. Did man ever die with a struggle terrible as this? He sank heavily into a chair, and crushing the letter between his fingers, buried his face in his hands. "Oh my God," he groaned, "oh my God, and I loved her so." And then between the very fingers convulsively clutching the fatal letter, there fell large and scalding tears, drop by drop, pouring heavily, like the first tokens of a coming thunderbolt, on a summer day. Luke Harvey arose, and strode hurriedly along the floor. The sight was too much for him to bear. And yet as he turned away he heard the groans of the strong man in his agony, and the heart-wrung words came, like the voice of the dying, to his ear, "Oh my God, and I loved her so." When Luke again turned and gazed upon the betrayed husband, he beheld a sight that filled him with unutterable horror. There, as he sat, his face buried in his hands, his head bowed on his breast, his brow was partly exposed to the glare of the lamp beams, and all around that brow, amid the locks of his dark brown hair, were streaks of hoary white. The hair of the merchant had withered at the root. The blow was so sudden, so blighting, and so terrible, that even his strong mind reeled, his brain tottered, and in the effort to command his reason, his hair grew white with agony. "Would to God I had not told him," murmured Luke. "I knew not that he loved her so, I knew not, and yet, ha, I loved her once." "Luke, my friend," said Livingstone in a tremulous voice as he raised his face, "know you anything of the place named in the letter?" "I do, and will lead you there," answered Luke, his face resuming its original expression of agitation. "Come," he cried, in a husky voice, as olden-time memories seemed striving at his heart, "come. Can you gain me access to the house, to the room? Did I not track them thither last night? Come." The merchant slowly rose and took a pair of pistols from his carpet-bag. They were small and convenient travelling pistols, mounted in silver, with those noiseless patent triggers that emit no clicking sound by way of warning. He inspected the percussion caps, and sounded each pistol barrel. "Silent and sure," muttered Luke. "They are each loaded with a single ball. Which way do you lead? To the southern part of the city?" "To Southwark," answered Luke, leading the way from the parlour, to the rookery, to the den, to the pest house. In a moment they stood upon the doorstep of the merchant's princely mansion. the vivid light of the December moon, imparting a ghastly hue to Livingstone's face, with the glassy eyes, rendered more fearful by the discolored circles of flesh beneath, the furrowed brow, and the white lips, all fixed in an expression stern and resolute as death. Luke flung his hand to the south, and his dark impenetrable eyes shone with meaning. The merchant placed his partner's arm within his own, and they hurried down 4th Street with a single word from Luke, to Monk Hall, Book the First. Chapter 6. Monk Hall. Strange traditions have come down to our time, in relation to a massive edifice, which, long before the Revolution, stood in the center of an extensive garden, surrounded by a brick wall, and encircled by a deep grove of horse-chestnut and beechen trees. This edifice was located on the outskirts of the southern part of the city, and the garden overspread some acres, occupying a space full as large as a modern square. This mansion, but rarely seen by intrusive eyes, had been originally erected by a wealthy foreigner, sometime previous to the Revolution. Who this foreigner was, his name or his history, has not been recorded by tradition, but his mansion, in its general construction and details, indicated a mind rendered whimsical and capricious by excessive wealth. The front of the mansion, one plain mass of black and red brick, disposed like the alternate colors of a chessboard, looked towards the south. A massive hall door, defended by heavy pillars, and surmounted by an intricate cornice, all carved and sculptured into hideous satyr faces, 3 ranges of deep square windows, with cumbrous sash frames and small panes of glass, a deep and sloping roof, elaborate with ornaments of painted wood along the eaves, and rising into a gabled peak directly over the hall door, while its outlines were varied by rows of substantial chimneys, fashioned into strange and uncouth shapes. All combined, produced a general impression of ease and grandeur that was highly effective in winning the spirits of any of the simple citizens who might obtain a casual glance of the house through the long avenue of trees extending from the garden gate. This impression of awe was somewhat deepened by various rumors that obtained through the southern part of the Quaker city. It was said that the wealthy proprietor, not satisfied with building a fine house with 3 stories above ground, had also constructed 3 stories of spacious chambers below the level of the earth. This was calculated to stir the curiosity and perhaps the scandal of the town, and as a matter of course strange rumors began to prevail about midnight orgies held by the godless proprietor in his subterranean apartments, where wine was drunken without stint, and beauty ruined without remorse. Veiled figures had been seen passing through the garden gate after night, and men were not wanting to swear that these figures, in dark robes and sweeping veils, were pretty damsels with neat ankles and soft eyes. As time passed on, the rumors grew and the mystery deepened. The neatly constructed stable at the end of the garden was said to be connected with the house, some 100 yards distant, by a subterranean passage. The 2 wings, branching out at either extremity of the rear of the mansion, looked down upon a courtyard, separated by a light wicket fence from the garden walks. The courtyard, overarched by an awning in summer time, was said to be the scene of splendid festivals to which the grandees of the city were invited. From the western wing of the mansion rose a square lantern-like structure, which the gossips called a tower, and hinted sagely of witchcraft and devildom whenever it was named. They called the proprietor, a libertine, a gourmand, an astrologer and a wizard. He feasted in the day and he consulted his friend, the devil, at night. He drank wine at all times, and betrayed innocence on every occasion. In short, the seclusion of the mansion, its singular structure, its wall of brick and its grove of impenetrable trees, gave rise to all sorts of stories, and the proprietor has come down to our time with a decidedly bad character, although it is more than likely that he was nothing but a wealthy Englishman, whimsical and eccentric, the boon companion and friend of Governor Evans, the rollicking chief magistrate of the province. Although tradition has not preserved the name of the mysterious individual, yet the title of his singular mansion is still on record. It was called Monk Hall. There are conflicting traditions which assert that this title owed its origin to other sources. A Catholic priest occupied the mansion after the original proprietor went home to his native land, or slid into his grave. It was occupied as a nunnery, as a monastery, or as a resort for the Sisters of Charity. The Mass had been said within its walls, its subterranean chambers converted into cells, its tower transformed into an oratory of prayer. Such are the dim legends which were rife some 40 years ago, concerning Monk Hall, long after the city, in its southern march, had cut down the trees, overturned the wall, leveled the garden into building lots and divided it by streets and alleys into a dozen triangles and squares. Some of these legends, so vague and so conflicting, are still preserved in the memories of aged men and white-haired matrons, who will sit by the hour and describe the gradual change which time and improvement, those twin desolators of the beautiful, had accomplished with Monk Hall. Soon after the Revolution, fine brick buildings began to spring up along the streets which surrounded the garden, while the alleys traversing its area grew lively with long lines of frame houses, variously fashioned and painted, whose denizens awoke the echoes of the place with the sound of the hammer and the grating of the saw. Time passed on, and the distinctive features of the old mansion and garden were utterly changed. Could the old proprietor have risen from his grave, and desired to pay another visit to his friend, the devil, in the subterranean chambers of his former home, he would have had, to say the least of it, a devil of a time in finding the way. Where the old brick wall had stood he would have found long rows of dwelling houses, some 4-storied, some 3 or 1, some brick, some frame, a few pebble-dashed, and all alive with inhabitants. In his attempt to find the hall, he would have had to wind up a narrow alley, turn down a court, strike up an avenue, which it would take some knowledge of municipal geography to navigate. At last, emerging into a narrow street where 4 alleys crossed, he would behold his magnificent mansion of Monk Hall with a printing office on one side and a stereotype foundry on the other, while on the opposite side of the way, a mass of miserable frame houses seemed about to commit suicide and fling themselves madly into the gutter, and in the distance a long line of dwellings, offices, and factories, looming in broken perspective, looked as if they wanted to shake hands across the narrow street. The southern front of the house, alas, how changed, alone is visible. The shutters on one side of the hall door are nailed up and hermetically closed, while, on the other, shutters within the glasses bar out the light of day. The semicircular window in the center of the gabled peak has been built up with brick, yet our good friend would find the tower on the western wing in tolerable good preservation. The stable 100 yards distant from Monk Hall, what has become of it? Perhaps it is pulled down, or it may be that a splendid dwelling towers in its place. It is still in existence, standing amid the edifices of a busy street, its walls old and tottering, its ancient stable floor turned into a bulk window, surmounted by the golden balls of a pawnbroker, while within its precincts, rooms furnished for household use supply the place of the stalls of the olden time. Does the subterranean passage still exist? Future pages of our story may possibly answer the question. Could our ancient and ghostly proprietor glide into the tenements adjoining Monk Hall, and ask the mechanic or his wife, the printer or the factory man to tell him the story of the strange old building? He would find that the most remarkable ignorance prevailed in regard to the structure, its origin and history. One man might tell him that it had been a factory, or a convent, or the Lord knows what. Another might intimate that it had been a church, a third, and he belonged to the most numerous class, would reply in a surly tone that he knew nothing about the old brick nuisance, while in the breasts of 1 or 2 aged men and matrons, yet living in Southwark, would be discovered the only chronicles of the ancient structure now extant, the only records of its history or name. Did our spirit friend glide over the threshold and enter the chambers of his home, his eye would, perhaps, behold scenes that rivaled, in vice and magnificence, anything that legend chronicled of the olden time of Monk Hall, although its exterior was so desolate, and its outside door of green blinds varied by a big brass plate. bore the respectable and saintly name of Abijah K. Jones, in immense letters, half indistinct with dirt and rust. Who this Abijah K. Jones was, no one knew, although the owner of the house, a good Christian, who had a pew in church, where he took the sacrament at least once a month, might have been able to tell with very little research. Yet what of that? Abijah K. Jones might have nightly entertained the infernal regions in his house, and not a word been said about it, because, as the pious landlord would observe, when cramming Abijah's rent money into the same pocket-book that contains some tract society receipts, good tenant that ! Pays his rent with the regularity of clock work. Book the First. Chapter 7th. The Monks of Monk Hall. The moon was shining brightly over the face of the old mansion, while the opposite side of the alley lay in dim and heavy shadow. The light brown hue of the closed shutters afforded a vivid contrast to the surface of the front, which had the strikingly gloomy effect always produced by the intermixture of black and red brick, disposed like the colors of a chessboard, in the structure of a mansion. The massive cornice above the hall door, the heavy eaves of the roof, the gabled peak rising in the center, and the cumbrous frames of the many windows, all stood out boldly in the moonlight, from the dismal relief of the building's front. The numerous chimneys with their fantastic shapes rose grimly in the moonlight, like a strange band of goblin sentinels, perched of the roof to watch the mansion. The general effect was that of an ancient structure falling to decay, deserted by all inhabitants save the rats that gnawed the wainscot along the thick old walls. The doorplate that glittered on the faded door, half covered as it was with rust and verdigris, with its saintly name afforded the only signs of the actual occupation of Monk Hall by human beings. In all other respects it looked so desolate, so time-worn, so like a mausoleum for old furniture, and crumbling tapestry, for high-backed mahogany chairs, gigantic bedsteads, and strange-looking mirrors, veiled in the thick folds of the spider's web. Dim and indistinct, like the booming of a distant cannon, the sound of the State House bell thrilled along the intricate maze of streets and alleys. It struck the hour of 2. The murmur of the last stroke of the bell, so dim and indistinct, was mingled with the echo of approaching footsteps, and in a moment 2 figures turned the corner of an alley that wound among the tangled labyrinth of avenues, and came hastening on toward the lonely mansion, lonely even amid tenements and houses, gathered as thickly together as the cells in a beehive. "I say, Gus, what a devil of a way you've led me!" cried one of the strangers, with a thick cloak wrapped round his limbs. "Up one alley and down another, around one street and through another, backwards and forwards, round this way and round that, damn if I can tell which is north or south except by the moon." "Hist! My fellow, don't mention names. Cardinal doctrine that on an affair of this kind," answered the tall figure, whose towering form was enveloped in a frogged overcoat. "Remember, you pass in as my friend. Wait a moment, we'll see whether old Devil Bug is awake." Ascending the granite steps of the mansion, he gave 3 distinct traps with his gold-headed cane, on the surface of the brass plate. In a moment the rattling of a heavy chain, and the sound of a bolt, slowly withdrawn, was heard within, and the door of the mansion, beyond the outside door of green blinds, receded about the width of an inch. "Who's there, a disturbing honest folks this hour of the night?" said a voice, that came grumbling through the blinds of the green door, like the sound of a grindstone that hasn't been oiled for some years. "What the devil you want? Go about your business, or I'll call the watch. I say, Devil Bug, what hour at night is it?" exclaimed Lorimer in a whispered tone. "Dinner time," replied the grindstone voice slightly oiled. "Come in, sir. Didn't know 'twas you." "How the devil should I?" "Come in." As the voice grunted this invitation, Lorimer seized Binewood by the arm, and glided through the opened door. Binewood looked around in wonder, as he discovered that the front door opened into a small closet or room, some 10 feet square, the floor bare and uncarpeted, the ceiling darkened by smoke, while a large coal fire, burning in a rusty grate, afforded both light and heat to the apartment. The heat was close and stifling, while the light, but dim and flickering, disclosed the form of the doorkeeper of Monk Hall, as he stood directly in front of the grate, surrounded by the details of his den. "This is my friend," said Lorimer in a meaning tone. "You understand, Devilbug?" "Yes," grunted the grindstone voice, "I understand. O' course. But my name is J.K. Jones, if you please, my particular friend. I never knowed sich a individual as Devilbug. It requires no great stretch of fancy to imagine that His Satanic Majesty, once on a time, in a merry mood, created a huge insect, in order to test his inventive powers. Certainly that insect, which it was quite natural to designate by the name of Devilbug, stood in the full light of the grate, gazing steadfastly in Binewood's face. It was a strange thick-set specimen of flesh and blood, with a short body, marked by immensely broad shoulders, long arms and thin distorted legs. The head of the creature was ludicrously large in proportion to the body. Long masses of stiff black hair fell tangled and matted over a forehead, protuberant to deformity. A flat nose with wide nostrils shooting out into each cheek like the smaller wings of an insect. An immense mouth whose heavy lips disclosed 2 long rows of bristling teeth, a pointed chin, blackened by a heavy beard, and massive eyebrows meeting over the nose, all furnished the details of a countenance, not exactly calculated to inspire the most pleasant feelings in the world. One eye, small black and shapen like a bead, stared steadily in Binewood's face, while the other socket was empty, shriveled and orbless. The eyelids of the vacant socket were joined together like the opposing edges of a curtain, while the other eye gained additional brilliancy and effect from the loss of its fellow member. The shoulders of the Devilbug, protruding in unsightly knobs, the wide chest, and the long arms with talon-like fingers, so vividly contrasted with the thin and distorted legs, all attested that the remarkable strength of the man was located in the upper part of his body. "Well, Abijah, are you satisfied?" asked Lorimer, as he perceived Binewood shrink back with disgust from the doorkeeper's gaze. "This gentleman, I say, is my friend?" "So I suppose," grunted Abijah. "Here, Mosquito, mark this man. Here, Glowworm, mark him, I say. This is Monk Gusty's friend. Can't you move quicker, you ugly devils?" From either side of the fireplace, as he spoke, emerged a tall Herculean Negro, with a form of strength and sinews of iron. Moving slowly along the floor, from the darkness which had enshrouded their massive outlines, they stood silent and motionless, gazing with look of stolid indifference upon the face of the newcomer. Binewood had started aside in disgust from the Devilbug, as he was styled in the slang of Monk Hall, but certainly these additional insects, nestling in the d of the other, were rather singular specimens of the glowworm and mosquito. Their attire was plain and simple. Each negro was dressed in coarse corduroy trousers, and a flaring red flannel shirt. The face of Glowworm was marked by a hideous flat nose, a receding forehead, and a wide mouth with immense lips that buried all traces of a chin and disclosed 2 rows of teeth protruding like the tusks of a wild boar. Mosquito had the same flat nose, the same receding forehead, but his thick lips, tightly compressed, were drawn down on either side towards his jaw, presenting an outline something like the 2 sides of a triangle, while his sharp and pointed chin was in direct contrast to the long chinless jaw of the other. Their eyes, large, rolling and vacant, stared from bulging eyelids, that protruded beyond the outline of the brows. Altogether, each negro presented as hideous a picture of mere brute strength, linked with a form scarcely human, as the imagination of man might well conceive. "This is Monk Gusty's friend," muttered Abijah, or Devilbug, as the reader likes. "Mark him, Mosquito, mark him, Glowworm, I say. Mind ye now, this man don't leave the house except with Gusty. D'ye hear, ye black devils?" Each negro growled assent. "Queer specimens of a mosquito and a glowworm, I say," laughed Binewood in the effort to smother his disgust. "Eh? Lorimer? This way, my fellow, answered the magnificent Gus, gently leading his friend through a small door, which led from the doorkeeper's closet. This way. Now for the club, and then for the wager. Looking around in wonder, Burnwood discovered that they had passed into the hall of an old-time mansion, with the beams of the moon, falling from a skylight in the roof far above, down over the windings of a massive staircase. "This is rather a strange place, eh, Gus?" whispered Burnwood, as he gazed around the hall, and marked the ancient look of the place. "Why the d*l don't they have a light, those insects, ha ha, whom we have just left?" "Secrecy, my fellow, secrecy. Those are the police of Monk Hall, certain to be at hand in case of a row. You see, the entire arrangements of this place may be explained in one word. It is easy enough for a stranger, that's you, my boy, to find his way in, but it would puzzle him like the devil to find his way out. That is, without assistance. Take my arm, Burnwood. We must descend to the club room. Descend? Yes, my fellow. Descend, for we hold our meetings 1 story underground. It's likely all the fellows, or monks, to speak in the slang of the club, are now most royally drunk, so I can slide you in among them, without much notice. You can remain there while I go and prepare the bride. Ha, ha, ha. The bride for your visit." Meanwhile, grasping Burnwood by the arm, he had led the way along the hall, beyond the staircase, into the thick darkness, which rested upon this part of the place, unillumined by a ray of light. "Hold my arm, as tight as you can," he whispered. "There is a staircase somewhere here." "Softly, softly, now I have it. Tread with care, Burnwood. In a moment we will be in the midst of the monks of Monk Hall." And as they descended the subterranean stairway, surrounded by the darkness of midnight, Burnwood found it difficult to subdue a feeling of awe which began to spread like a shadow over his soul. This feeling it was not easy to analyze. It may have been a combination of feelings: the consideration of the darkness and loneliness of the place, his almost entire ignorance of the handsome libertine who was now leading him, he knew not where, or perhaps the earnest words of the astrologer, fraught with doom and death, came home to his soul like a vivid presentiment, in that moment of uncertainty and gloom. "Don't you hear their shouts, my boy?" whispered Lorimer. "Faith, they must be drunk as judges, every man of them. Why, Burnwood, you're as still as death. To tell you the truth, Lorimer, this place looks like the den of some old wizard. It's so gloomy. Here we are at the door. Now mark me, Burnwood, you must walk in the clubroom, or monk's room as they call it, directly at my back. While I salute the monks of Monk Hall, you will slide into a vacant seat at the table, and mingle in the revelry of the place until I return, stooping through a narrow door, whose receding panels flung a blaze of light along the darkness of the passage. Lorimer, with Burnwood at his back, descended 3 wooden steps, that led from the door-sill to the floor, and in a moment, stood amid the revellers of Monk Hall. In a long, narrow room, lighted by the blaze of a large chandelier, with a low ceiling and a wide floor, covered with a double range of carpets, around a table spread with the relics of their feast, were grouped the monks of Monk Hall. They hailed Lorimer with a shout, and as they rose to greet him, Burnwood glided into a vacant armchair near the head of the table, and in a moment his companion had disappeared. "I'll be with you in a moment, monks of Monk Hall," he shouted as he glided through the narrow door. "A little affair to settle upstairs. You know me, nice little girl." "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha," echoed the band of revellers, raising their glasses merrily on high. Burnwood glanced hurriedly around. The room, long and spacious as it was, the floor covered with the most gorgeous carpeting, and the low ceiling, embellished with a faded painting in fresco, still wore an antiquated, not to say, dark and gloomy appearance. The walls were concealed by huge panels of wainscot, intricate with uncouth sculpturings of fauns and satyrs, and other hideous creations of classic mythology. At one end of the room, reaching from floor to ceiling, glared an immense mirror, framed in massive walnut, its glittering surface, reflecting the long festal board, with its encircling hand of revelers. Inserted in the corresponding panels of the wainscot, on either side of the small door, at the opposite end of the room, two large pictures, evidently the work of master hand, indicated the mingled worship of the devotees of Monk Hall. In the picture on the right of the door, Bacchus, the jolly god of mirth and wine, was represented rising from a festal board, his brow wreathed in clustering grapes, while his hand swung aloft, a goblet filled with the purple blood of the grape. In the other painting, along a couch as dark as night, with a softened radiance falling over her uncovered form, lay a sleeping Venus, her full arms twining above her head, while her lips were dropped apart, as though she murmured in her slumber. Straight and erect, behind the chair of the president or abbot of the board, arose the effigy of Monk, whose long black robes fell drooping to the floor, while his cowl hung heavily over his brow, and his right hand raised on high a goblet of gold. From beneath the shadow of the falling cowl, glared a fleshless skeleton head, with the orbulous eye sockets, the cavity of the nose, and the long rows of grinning teeth, turned to a faint and ghastly crimson by the lamp beams. The hand that held the goblet on high, was a grisly skeleton hand, the long and thin fingers of bone, twining firmly around the glittering bowl. And over this scene, over the paintings and the mirror, over the gloomy wainscot along the walls, and over the faces of the revelers with the skeleton monk, grinning derision at their scene of bestial enjoyment, shone the red beams of the massive chandelier, the body and limbs of which were fashioned into the form of a grim satyr, with a light flaring from his skull, a flame emerging from each eye, while his extended hands flung streams of fire on either side, and his knees were huddled up against his breast. The design was like a nightmare dream, so grotesque and terrible, and it completed the strange and ghostly appearance of the room. Around the long and narrow board, strewn with the relics of the feast, which had evidently been some hours in progress, sate the monks of Monk Hall, some 30 in number, flinging their glasses on high, while the room echoed with their oaths and drunken shouts. Some lay with their heads thrown helplessly on the table, others were gazing round in sleepy drunkenness, others had fallen to the floor in a state of unconscious intoxication, while a few there were who still kept up the spirit of the feast, although their incoherent words and heavy eyes proclaimed that they too were fast advancing to that state of brutal inebriety, when strange-looking stars shine in the place of the lamps, when the bottles dance and even tables perform the crack of yen, while all sorts of beehives create a buzzing murmur in the air. And the monks of Monk Hall, who are they? Grim-faced personages in long black robes and drooping cowls. Stern old men with beads around their necks and crucifix in hand? Bloodthirsty characters, perhaps, or black-browed ruffians, or one-faced outcasts of society? Ah no. From the eloquent, the learned, and, don't you laugh, from the pious of the Quaker city, the old skeleton monk had selected the members of his band. Here were lawyers from the court, doctors from the school, and judges from the bench. Here too, ruddy and round-faced, sate a demure parson, whose white hands and soft words had made him the idol of his wealthy congregation. Here was a puffy-faced editor side by side with a magazine proprietor. Here were sleek-visaged tradesmen with round faces and gouty hands, whose voices, now shouting the drinking song, had re-echoed the prayer and the psalm in the aristocratic church, not longer than a Sunday ago. Here were solemn-faced merchants, whose names were wont to figure largely in the records of Bible societies, tract societies and send flannel to the South Sea Islanders societies. Here were reputable married men, with grown-up children at college, and trustful wives sleeping quietly in their dreamless beds at home. Here were hopeful sons, clerks in wholesale stores, who raised the wine-glass on high with hands which, not 3 hours since, had been busy with the cash book of the employer. Here in fine were men of all classes, poets, authors, lawyers, judges, doctors, merchants, gamblers, and, this is no libel I hope, one parson, a fine red-faced parson, whose glowing face would have warmed a poor man on a cold day. Moderately drunks or deeply drunk, or vilely drunk, all the members of the horde who still maintain their armchairs, kept up a running fire of oaths, disjointed remarks, mingled with small talk very much broken, and snatches of bacchanalian songs, slightly improved by a peculiar chorus of hiccups. While Binewood, with a sleeping man on either side of him, gazed around in sober wonder. This was the fashion of the conversation among the monks of Monk Hall. "Judge, I say, Judge, that last charge of yours was capital," hiccuped a round-faced lawyer, leaning over the table, touched on the vices of the day. "Ha! Ha! Dens of iniquity and holes of wickedness, its very words. Exist in city, which want the strong arm of the law to uproot and in the hard words, exterminate them." "Good, my very words," replied the judge, who sat gazing around with a smile of imbecile fatuity. "Yet, Bellamy, not quite so good as your words, when your wife, how this room swims, found out your liaison with the actress." "Ha ha, gents, too good that, ha, ha, ha," laughed some dozen of the company. Let's hear it. "Why, you see," replied the judge, "Bellamy is so fat, just keep them bottles from dancing about the table. So very fat, that the idea of his writing a love letter is rather improbable. Nevertheless, he did, to a pretty actress, Madame de Flum, and left it on his office table. His wife found it, oh Lord, what a scene! Ranted, raved, tore her hair. 'My dear said our fat friend, do be calm. This is the copy of a letter in a breach of promise case, on which I am about to bring suit for a lady client. The mistake of the names is the fault of my clerk. Do be calm.' His wife swallowed the story. Clever story for a fat man, very. 'Friends and brethren, what shall ye do to be saved?' shouted the beefy-faced parson, in the long-drawn nasal tones peculiar to his pulpit or lecture-room. 'When we consider the wickedness of the age, when we reflect that there are thousands daily and who are going down to perdition, should we not cry from the depths of our souls, like Jonah from the depths of the sea, I say, give us the brandy, muchins?' 'Gentlemen, allow me to read you a poem,' muttered a personage, whose cheeks blushed from habitual kisses of the bottle, as he staggered from his chair, and endeavored to stand erect. 'It's a poem on what an unsteady floor this is. Hold it, Petrican, I say, on the 10 Commandments. I've dedicated it to our reverend friend yonder. There's a touch in it, gentlemen, if I may use the expression, above ordinary buttermilk. A sweetness, a pathos, a mildness, a vein, gentlemen, of the strictest morality. I will read Sonnet 1, Thou shalt not take the co-eternal name, Damn it. This is a bill. I've left the sonnet at home. Curse it, how I'll cut this fellow up in my next blackmail," murmured the puffy-faced editor, in a tone which he deemed inaudible to the poet. "Unless he comes down handsome, I'll give him a stinger, a real scorcher, will you, though?" shouted the poet, turning round with a drunken stare, and aiming a blow at the half-stupid face of the editor. "Take that, you fungus, you abortion, you gleaner of a common sewer, you gentleman, I consider myself grossly insulted," muttered the editor, as the poet's blow took effect on his wig and sent it spinning to the other end of the table. "Is the daily blackmail come to this?" Here he made a lunge at the author of the 10 Commandments, a series of sonnets, and, joined in a fond embrace, they fell insensible to the floor. "Take that wig out of my plate," shouted a deep voice from the head of the table. "Wigs, as a general thing, are not very nice with oysters, but that fellow's wig, uck." 4. Attracted by the sound of the voice, Binewood glanced towards the head of the table. There, straight and erect, sate the abbot of the night, a gentleman elected by the fraternity to preside over their feasts. He was a man of some 30-odd years, dressed in a suit of glossy black, with a form remarkable for its combination of strength with symmetry. His face, long and dusky, lighted by the gleam of a dark eye, indicating the man whose whole life had been one series of plot, scheme, and intrigue, was relieved by heavy masses of long black hair, resembling, in its texture, the mane of a horse, which fell in curling locks to his shoulders. It needed not a second glance to inform Binewood that he beheld a hero of Chestnut Street, the distinguished millionaire, Colonel Fitzcowles. The elegant cut of his dark vest, which gathered over his prominent chest and around his slender waist, with the nicety of a glove, the plain black scarf, fastened by a breastpin of solid gold, the glossy black of his dress coat, shapen of the best French cloth, all disclosed the idol of the tailors, the dream of the fashionable belles, the envy of the dry goods clerks, Algernon Fitzcowles. He seemed, by far, the most sober man in the company. Every now and then Binewood beheld him glance anxiously toward the door as though he wished to escape from the room. And after every glance, as he beheld one monk after another kissing the carpet, bottle in hand, the interesting colonel would join heartily in the drunken bout, raising his voice with the loudest, and emptying his glass with the most drunken. Yet, to the eye of Binewood, this looked more like a mere counterfeit of a drunkard's manner than the thing itself. It was evident that the handsome millionaire emptied his glass under the table. The revel now grew wild and furious. As bottle after bottle was consumed, so the actors in the scene began to appear, more and more, in their true characters. At last all disguise seemed thrown aside, and each voice, joining in the chorus of disjointed remarks, indicated that its owner imagined himself amid the scenes of his daily life. "Gentlemen, allow me to read you a tale from the German on transcendental essences," cried Petrican, rising, for he too was there, forgetful, like Muchins, of his promise to Lorimer. "This, gents, is a tale for my next Western hem." Here his oyster-like eyes rolled ghastly. "The Ladies' Western Hem, 48 pages, monthly, offers following inducements, $2. At this point of his handbill the gentleman staggered woefully. "Office No. 209 Raymond's Alley, hurrah Muchins, what's your idea of soft crabs?" Here the literary gentleman fell heavily to the floor, mingled in the same heap that contained the poet and the wigless editor. In a moment he rose heavily to his feet, and staggered slowly to Muchins' side. "Gentlemen of the jury, I charge you," began the judge. "Your Honor, I beg leave to open this case," interrupted the lawyer. "My friends and brethren," cried the parson, "what shall ye do to be saved?" "Oh, hand us the brandy," shouted Muchins. "Muchy, I say," hiccuped Petrican, remember the gown and the prayer book, silly." "We must take a wash off," cried Muchins, starting suddenly from his seat. "The thing had slipped my memory. This way, my parson. Ha, ha, ha," and taking Silly by the arm, he staggered from the room in company with the tow-haired gentleman. "Lord, look down upon these thy children," and, continued the parson, who, like the others, appeared unconscious of the retreat of Petrican and his comrade. "Hand the oysters this way," remarked a mercantile gentleman, with a nose decorated by yellowish streaks from a mustard bottle. "Boys, I tell you the fire's up this alley," cried another merchant, an amateur in fires when sober. "Here's the plug." "Now then, gentlemen of the grand jury, I beg leave to tell you that the amount of sin committed in this place, in your very eyesight, cannot be tolerated by the court any longer. Dens of iniquity must be uprooted. Who the H.L.O. flung that celery stalk in my eye? Who soaked my cigar in champagne? Somebody's lit another chandelier. Hand us the brandy. Did you say I didn't put down my name for 100 to the Tract Society? No, I didn't, but I do now. Say it again, and I'll tie you up in a meal bag." "My friends," said the reverend gentleman, staggering to his feet, "what is this I see? Confusion and drunkenness. Is this a scene for the house of God?" He glanced around with a look of sober reproof, and then suddenly exclaimed, "No daps but show your bottoms, ha ha ha." There was another person who regarded this scene of bestial mirth with the same cool glance as Binewood. He was a young man with a massive face, and a deep piercing brown eye. His figure was somewhat stout, his attire careless, and his entire appearance disclosed the young Philadelphia lawyer. Changing his seat to Burnwood's vicinity, he entered into conversation with the young merchant, and after making some pointed remarks in regard to the various members of the company, he stated that he had been lured thither by Muchins, who had fancied he might cheat him out of a snug sum at their roulette table, or the faro bank in the course of the night. "Roulette table, faro bank?" muttered Binewood, incredulously. "Why, my friend," cried the young lawyer, who gave his name as Boyd Merivale, "don't you know that this is one of the vilest rookeries in the world? It unites in all its details the house of ill fame, the clubhouse, and the gambling hell. Egad! I well remember the first time I set my foot within its stores. What I beheld then, I can never forget. You have been here before, then?" "Yes, have I. As I perceive you are unacquainted with the place, I will tell you my experience of a night in Monk Hall. 6 years ago, in 1836, on a foggy night in spring, at the hour of 1 o'clock, I found myself reposing in one of the chambers of this mansion, on an old-fashioned bed, side by side with a girl, who, before her seduction, had resided in my native village. It was 1 o'clock when I was aroused by a hushed sound, like the noise of a distant struggle. I awoke, started up in bed, and looked round. The room was entirely without light, save from the fireplace, where a few pieces of half-burned wood emitted a dim and uncertain flame. Now it flashed up brightly, giving a strange lustre to the old furniture of the room, the high-backed mahogany chairs, the antiquated bureau, and the low ceiling, with heavy cornices around the walls. Again the flame died away and all was darkness. I listened intently. I could hear no sound, save the breathing of the girl who slept by my side. And as I listened, a sudden awe came over me. True, I heard no noise, but that my sleep had been broken by a most appalling sound, I could not doubt. And the stories I had heard of Monk Hall came over me. Years before, in my native village, a wild rollicking fellow, Paul Weston, cashier of the county bank, had indulged my fancy with strange stories of a brothel, situated in the outskirts of Philadelphia. Paul was a wild fellow, rather good-looking, and went often to the city on business. He spoke of Monk Hall as a place hard to find, abounding in mysteries, and darkened by hideous crimes committed within its walls. It had 3 stories of chambers beneath the earth, as well as above. Each of these chambers was supplied with trapdoors, through the which the unsuspecting man might be flung by his murderer, without a moment's warning. There was but one range or rooms above the ground, where these trapdoors existed. From the garret to the first story, all in the same line, like the hatchways in a storehouse, sank this range of trapdoors, all carefully concealed by the manner in which the carpets were fixed. A secret spring in the wall of any one of these chambers communicated with the spring hidden beneath the carpet. The spring in the wall might be so arranged that a single footstep pressed on the spring, under the carpet, would open the trapdoor, and plunge the victim headlong through the aperture. In such cases no man could stride across the floor without peril of his life. Beneath the ground another range of trapdoors were placed in the same manner, in the floors of 3 stories of the subterranean chambers. They plunged the victim, God knows where. With such arrangements for murder above and beneath the earth, might there not exist hideous pits or deep wells, far below the 3rd story underground, where the body of the victim would rot in darkness forever? As I remembered these details, the connection between Paul Weston, the cheerful bachelor, and Emily Walraven, the woman who was sleeping at my side, flashed over my mind. The child of one of the first men of become educated without regard to expense by the doting father, with a mind singularly masculine, and a tall queenly form, a face distinguished for its beauty and a manner remarkable for its ladylike elegance. Poor Emily had been seduced, some 3 years before, and soon after disappeared from the town. Her seducer no one knew, though from some hints dropped casually by my friend Paul, I judged that he at least could tell. Rumors came to the place, from time to time in relation to the beautiful but fallen girl. One rumor stated that she was now living as the mistress of a wealthy planter, who made his residence at times in Philadelphia. Another declared that she had become a common creature of the town, and this, great God, how terrible! Killed her poor father. The rumor flew round the village today. Next Sunday old Walraven was dead and buried. They say that in his dying hour he charged Paul Weston with his daughter's shame, and shrieked a father's curse upon his head. He left no property, for his troubles had preyed on his mind until he neglected his affairs, and he died insolvent. Well, 2 years passed on, and no one heard a word more of poor Emily. Suddenly in the spring of 1838, when this town as well as the whole Union was convulsed with the fever of speculation, Paul Weston, after a visit to Philadelphia, with some funds of the bank, amounting to near $30,000, in his possession, suddenly disappeared. No one knew whither. My father was largely interested in the bank. He dispatched me to town, in order that I might make a desperate effort to track up the footsteps of Weston. Some items in the papers stated that the cashier had fled to Texas, others that he had been drowned by accident, others that he had been spirited away. I alone possessed a clue to the place of his concealment. Thus ran my thoughts at all events, and that clue was locked in the bosom of Emily Walraven, the betrayed and deeply injured girl. Some time before his disappearance, and after the death of old Walraven, Paul disclosed to me, under a solemn pledge of secrecy, the fact that Emily was living in Philadelphia, under his protection, supported by his money. He stated that he had furnished rooms at the brothel called Monk Hall. With this fact resting on my mind, I had hurried to Philadelphia. For days my search for Emily Walraven was in vain. One night, when about giving up the chase as helpless, I strolled to the Chestnut Street Theatre. Forrest was playing Richelieu. There was a row in the third tier. A bully had offered violence to one of the ladies of the town. Attracted by the noise, I joined the throng rushing upstairs, and beheld the girl who had been stricken, standing pale and erect, a small poignard in her upraised hand, while her eyes flashed with rage as she dared the drunken buffer to strike her again. I stood thunderstruck as I recognized Emily Walraven in the degraded yet beautiful woman who stood before me. Springing forward, with one blow I felled the bully to the floor, and in another moment, seizing Emily by the arm, I hurried downstairs, evaded the constables, who were about to arrest her, and gained the street. It was yet early in the evening, there were no cabs in the street, so I had to walk home with her. All this I remembered well, as I sat listening in the lonely room. I remembered the big tears that started from her eyes when she recognized me, her wild exclamations when I spoke of her course of life. "Don't talk to me," she had almost shrieked as we hurried along the street. "It's too late for me to change now. For God's sake let me be happy in my degradation." I remembered the warm flush of indignation that reddened over her face, as pointing carelessly to a figure which I observed through the fog, some distance ahead, I exclaimed, "Is not that Paul Weston yonder?" Her voice was very deep and not at all natural in its tone as she replied, with assumed unconcern, "I know nothing about the man." At last, after threading a labyrinth of streets, compared to which the puzzling garden was a mere frolic, we had gained Monk Hall, the place celebrated by the wonderful stories of my friend Weston. Egad! As we neared the door I could have sworn that I beheld Weston himself disappear in the door, but this doubtless, I reasoned, had been a mere fancy. Silence still prevailed in the room, still I heard but the sound of Emily breathing in her sleep, and yet my mind grew more and more heavy, with some unknown feeling of awe. I remembered with painful distinctness the hangdog aspect of the doorkeeper who had let us in, and the cutthroat visages of his two attendants seemed staring me visibly in the face. I grew quite nervous. Dark ideas of murder and the devil knows what began to chill my very soul. I bitterly remembered that I had no arms. The only thing I carried with me was a slight cane, which had been lent me by the landlord of the hotel. It was a mere switch of a thing. As these things came stealing over me, the strange connection between the fate of Weston and that of the beautiful woman who lay beside me, the sudden disappearance of the former, the mysterious character of Monk Hall, the startling sounds which had aroused me, the lonely appearance of the room, fitfully lighted by the glare on the hearth, all combined, deepened the impression of awe, which had gradually gained possession of my faculties. I feared to stir. You may have felt this feeling, this strange and incomprehensible feeling, but if you have not, just imagine a man seized with the nightmare when wide awake. I was sitting upright in bed, chilled to the very heart, afraid to move an inch, almost afraid to breathe, when, far, far down through the chambers of the old mansion, I heard a faint hushed sound, like a man endeavoring to cry out when attacked by nightmare, and then, great God, how distinct! I heard the cry of murder, murder, murder. Far, far, far below me. The cry aroused Emily from her sleep. She started up in the bed and whispered, in a voice without tremor, "What is the matter, Boyd?" "Listen," I cried with chattering teeth, and again, up from the depths of the mansion welled that awful sound, murder, 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 growing louder every time. Then far, far, far down I could hear a gurgling sound. It grew fainter every moment. Fainter, fainter, fainter. All was still as death. "What does this mean?" I whispered almost fiercely, turning to Emily by my side. "What does this mean?" And a dark suspicion flashed over my mind. The flame shot upward in the fireplace, and revealed every line of her intellectual countenance. Her dark eyes looked firmly in my face as she answered, "In God's name I know not." The manner of the answer satisfied me as to her firmness, if it did not convince me of her innocence. I sat silent and sullen, conjuring over the incidents of the night. "Come, Boyd," she cried, as she arose from the bed. "You must leave the house. I never entertain visitors after this hour. It is my custom. I thank you for your protection at the theater, but you must go home." Her manner was calm and self-possessed. I turned to her in perfect amazement. "I will not leave the house," I said, as a dim vision of being attacked by assassins on the stairway arose to my mind. "There is Devilbug and his cutthroat negroes," thought I. "Nothing so easy as to give me a cliff with a knife from some dark corner, nothing so secret as my burial place in some dark hole in the cellar. I won't go home," said I, aloud. Emily looked at me in perfect wonder. It may have been affected, and it may have been real. "Well then, I must go downstairs to get something to eat," she said. "In the most natural manner in the world, I usually eat something about this hour. You may eat old Devilbug and his niggers, if you like," I replied laughing. "But out of this house my father's son don't stir till broad daylight." With a careless laugh, she wound her nightgown round her, opened the door, and disappeared in the dark. Down, 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 I could hear her go, her footsteps echoing along the stairway of the old mansion, down, down, down. In a few moments Sale was still. Here I was, in a pretty fix. In a lonely room at midnight, ignorant of the passages of the wizard's den, without arms, and with the pleasant prospect of the young lady coming back with Devilbug and his niggers to dispatch me. I had heard the cry of murder, so ran my reasoning. They, that is the murderers, would suspect that I was a witness to their guilt, and, of course, would send me down some trapdoor on an especial message to the devil. This was decidedly a bad case. I began to look around the room for some chance of escape, some arms to defend myself, or, perhaps from a motive of audible curiosity, to know something more about the place where my death was to happen. One moment, regular as the ticking of a clock, The room would be illuminated by a flash of red light from the fireplace, the next it would be dark as a grave. Seizing the opportunity afforded by the flash, I observed some of the details of the room. On the right side of the fireplace there was a closet, the door fastened to the post by a very singular button, shaped like a diamond, about as long as your little finger and twice as thick. On the other side of the fireplace, near the ceiling, was a small oblong window, about as large as 2 half-sheets of writing paper, pasted together at the ends. Here let me explain the use of this window. The back part of Monk Hall is utterly destitute of windows. Light, faint and dim you may be sure, is admitted from the front by small windows, placed in the wall of each room. How many rooms there are on a floor, I know not, but, be they 5 or 10, or 20, they are all lighted in this way. Well, as I looked at this window, I perceived one corner of the curtain on the other side was turned up. This gave me very unpleasant ideas. I almost fancied I beheld a human face pressed against the glass, looking at me. Then the flash on the hearth died away, and all was dark. I heard a faint creaking noise, the light from the hearth again lighted the place. Could I believe my eyes? The button eye on the closet door turned slowly round. Slowly, slowly, slowly it turned, making a slight grating noise. This circumstance, slight as it may appear to you, filled me with horror. What could turn the button, but a human hand? Slowly, slowly it turned, and the door sprung open with a whizzing sound. All was dark again. The cold sweat stood out on my forehead. Was my armed murderer waiting to spring at my throat? I passed a moment of intense horror. At last, springing hastily forward, I swung the door shut, and fastened the button. I can swear that I fastened it as tight as ever button was fastened. Regaining the bed I silently awaited the result. Another flash of light. Great God, I could swear there was a face pressed against the oblong window. Another moment and it is darkness. Creak, creak, creak. Is that the sound of the button again? It was light again, and there, before my very eyes, the button moved slowly round. Slowly, slowly, slowly. The door flew open again. I sat still as a statue. I felt it difficult to breathe. Was my enemy playing with me, like the cat ere she destroys her game? I absently extended my hand. It touched the small black stick given me by the landlord of the hotel in the beginning of the evening. I drew it to me, like a friend. Grasping it with both hands, I calculated the amount of service it might do me. And as I grasped it, the top seemed parting from the lower portion of the cane. Great God! It was a sword cane. Ha ha! I could at least strike one blow. My murderers should not dispatch me without an effort of resistance. You see, my arm is none of the puniest in the world. I may say that there are worse men than Boyd Merivale for a fight. Clutching the sword cane, I rushed forward, and standing on the threshold of the opened door, I made a lunge with all my strength through the darkness of the recess. Though I extended my arm to its full length, and the sword was not less than 18 inches long, yet to my utter astonishment, I struck but the empty air. Another lunge and the same result. Things began to grow rather queer. I was decidedly beat out, as they say. I shut the closet door again, retreated to the bed, sword in hand, and awaited the result. I heard a sound, but it was the footstep of poor Emily, who that moment returned with a bed lamp in one hand, and a small waiter, supplied with a boiled chicken and a bottle of wine in the other. There was nothing remarkable in her look. Her face was calm, and her boiled chicken and bottle of wine decidedly commonplace. Great God, she cried as she gazed in my countenance, what is the matter with you? Your face is quite livid, and your eyes are fairly starting from their sockets. Good reason, said I, as I felt my lips were clammy and white, that D button has been going round ever since you left, and that D door has been springing open every time it was shut. Ha ha ha, she laughed. Would it have sprung open if you had not shut it? This was a very clear question and easy to answer. But, mark you, my lady, said I, here am I in a lonely house, under peculiar circumstances. I am waked up by the cry of murder, a door springs open without a hand being visible, a face peers at me through a window. As a matter of course, suspect there has been foul work done here tonight. And through every room of this house, Emily, you must lead the way, while I follow, this good sword in hand. If the light goes out, or if you blow it out, you are to be pitied, for in either case, I swear by living God, I will run you through with this sword. Ha ha ha, she fairly screamed with laughter as she sprung to the closet door. Behold the mystery, and with her fair fingers she pointed to the socket of the button, and to the center of the door. The door had been sprung, as it is termed, by the weather. That is, the center bulged inward, leaving the edge toward the doorpost to press the contrary direction. The socket of the button, by continual wear, had been increased to twice its original size. Whenever the door was first buttoned, the head of the screw pressed against one of the edges of the socket. In a moment the pressure of the edge of the door, which you will remember was directed outward, dislodged the head of the screw and it sank, well nigh half an inch into the worn socket of the button. Then the button, removed farther from the door than at first, would slowly turn, and the door spring open. All this was plain enough, and I smiled at my recent fright. Very good, Emily, I laughed, but the mystery of this sword, what of that? I made a lunge in the closet and it touched nothing. You are suspicious, Boyd, she answered with a laugh. But the fact is, the closet is rather a deep one. Rather, said I, and so are you, my dear. There may have been something very meaning in my manner, but certainly, although her full black eyes looked fixedly on me, yet I thought her face grew a shade paler as I spoke. And my dear, I continued, what do you make of the face peeping through the window? All fancy, she replied, but as she spoke I saw her eye glance hurriedly toward the very window. Did she too fear that she might behold the face? We will search the closet, I remarked, throwing open the door. What have we here? Nothing but an old cloak hanging to a hook. Let's try it. With my sword. Again I made a lunge with my sword. Again I thrust at the empty air. Emily, there is a room beyond this cloak. You will enter first if you please. Remember my warning about the light if you please. Oh, now that I remember, this closet does open into the next room, she said gaily, although her cheek, so it struck me, grew a little paler and her lip trembled slightly. I had quite forgotten the circumstance. Enter, Emily, and don't forget the light. She flung the door aside and passed on with the light in her hand. I followed her. We stood in a small room, lighted like the other by an oblong window. There was no other window, no door, no outlet of any sort. Even a chimney place was wanting. In one corner stood a massive bed, the quilt was unruffled. 2 or 3 old-fashioned chairs were scattered round the room, and from the spot where I stood looking over the foot of the bed, I could see the fop of another chair, and nothing more, between the bed and the wall. A trifling fact in Emily's behavior may be remarked. The moment the light of the lamp which she held in her hand flashed round the room, she turned to me with a smile, and leading the way round the corner of the foot of the bed, asked me in a pleasant voice, did I see anything remarkable there? She shaded her eyes from the lamp as she spoke, and toyed me playfully under the chin. You will bear in mind that at this moment, I had turned my face toward the closet by which we had entered. My back was therefore toward the part of the room most remote from the closet. It was a trifling fact, but I may as well tell you, that the manner in which Emily held the light, through that portion of the room, between the foot of the bed and the wall in complete shadow, while the rest of the chamber was bright as day. Smilingly Emily toyed me under the chin, and at that moment I thought she looked extremely beautiful. By Jove! I wish you could have seen her eyes shine, and her cheek. Lord bless you, a full-blown rose wasn't a circumstance to it. She looked so beautiful, in fact, as she came sidling up to me, that I stepped backward in order to have a full view of her before I pressed a kiss on her pouting lips. I did step back, and did kiss her. It wasn't singular, perhaps, but her lips were hot as a coal. Again she advanced to me, again chucked me under the chin. Again I stepped back to look at her. Again I wished to taste her lips, so pouting, but rather warm, when to tell you the truth, stranger, even at this late day the remembrance makes my blood run cold. When I heard a sound like the sweeping of a tree limb against a closed shutter, it was so faint and distant, and a stream of cold air came rushing up my back. I turned around carelessly to ascertain the cause. I took but a single glance, and then, by G.D. I sprung at least 10 feet from the place. There, at my very back, between the bed and the wall, opposite its foot, I beheld a carpet its space some 3 feet square, sinking slowly down, and separating itself from the floor. I had stepped my foot upon the spring, made ready for me, to be sure, and the trapdoor sank below me. You may suppose my feelings were somewhat excited. In truth, my heart, for a moment, felt as though it was turning to a ball of ice. First I looked at the trapdoor and then at Emily. Her face was pale as ashes, and she leaned, trembling, against the bedpost. Advancing, sword in hand, I gazed down the trapdoor. Great God! How dark and gloomy the pit looked! From room to room, from floor to floor, a succession of traps had fallen. Far below, it looked like a mile, although that was but an exaggeration natural to a highly excited mind. Far, far below gleamed a light, and a buzzing murmur came up this hatchway of death. Stooping slowly down, sword in hand, my eye on the alert for Miss Emily, I disengaged a piece of linen, from a nail, near the edge of the trapdoor. Where the linen, it was a shirt wristband, had been fastened, the carpet was slightly torn, as though a man in falling had grasped it with his finger ends. The wristband was, in more correct language, a ruffle for the wrist. It came to my mind, in this moment, that I had often ridiculed Paul Weston for his queer old bachelor ways. Among other odd notions, he had worn ruffles at his wrist. As I gathered this little piece of linen in my grasp, the trapdoor slowly rose. I turned to look for Miss Emily. She had changed her position, and stood pressing her hand against the opposite wall. "Now, Miss Emily, my dear," I cried, advancing toward her, "give me a plain answer to a plain question, and tell me, what in the devil do you think of yourself?" Perfectly white in the face, she glided across the room and stood at the foot of the bed, in her former position leaning against the post for support. You will observe that her form concealed the chair, whose top I had only seen across the bed. "Step aside, Miss Emily, my dear," I said, in as quiet a tone as I could command, "or you see, my lady, I'll have to use a little necessary force." Instead of stepping aside, as a peaceable woman would have done, she sits right down in the chair, fixing those full black eyes of hers on my face, with a glance that looked very much like madness. Extending my hand, I raised her from the seat. She rested like a dead weight in my arms. She had fainted. Wrapped in her nightgown, I laid her on the bed, and then examined the chair in the corner. Something about this chair attracted my attention. A coat hung over the round, a blue coat with metal buttons. A buff vest hung under this coat, and a high stock, with a shirt collar. I knew these things at once. They belonged to my friend, Paul Weston. "And so, my lady," I cried, forgetting that she had fainted, "Mr. Weston came home, from the theatre, to his rooms, arrived just before us, took off his coat and vest, and stock and collar, maybe was just about to take off his boots, when he stepped on the spring and in a moment was in H.L.L. Taking the light in one hand, I dragged or carried her into the other room and laid her on the bed. After half an hour or so, she came to her senses. You see," were her first words uttered, with her eyes flashing like live coals, and her lips white as marble. "You see, I could not help it, for my father's curse was upon him." She laughed wildly, and lay in my arms a maniac. Stranger, I'll make a short story of the thing now. How I watched her all night till broad day, how I escaped from the house, for Mr. Devilbug, it seems, didn't suspect I knew anything, how I returned home without any news of Paul Weston, are matters as easy to conceive as tell. Why didn't I institute a search? Fiddle faddle. Blazon my name to the world as a visitor to a bagnio? Sensible thing, that. And then, although I was sure in my own soul, that the clothes which I had discovered belonged to Paul Weston, it would have been most difficult to establish this fact in court. One word more and I have done. Never since that night has Paul Weston been heard of by living man. Never since that night has Emily Warraven been seen in this breathing world. You start. Let me whisper a word in your ear. Suppose Emily joined in Weston's murder from motives of revenge, what then were Devilbug's? He of course was the real murderer. Why the money to be sure? Why be troubled with Emily as a witness of his guilt, or a sharer of his money? This is rather a dark house, and it's my opinion, stranger, that he murdered her too. Ha ha, why here's all the room to ourselves. All the club have either disappeared, or lie drunk on the floor. I saw Fitzcowles, I know him, sneak off a few moments since. I could tell by his eye that he is after some devil's trick. The parson has gone, and the judge has gone, the lawyer has fallen among the slain, and so, wishing you good night, stranger, I'll vanish. Beware of the monks of Monkhall. Byrnewood was alone. His head was depressed, his arms were folded, and his eye, gazing vacantly on the table, shone and glistened with the internal agitation of his brain. He sate there, silent, motionless, awed to the very soul. The story of the stranger had thrilled him to the heart, had aroused a strange train of thought, and now rested like an oppressive weight upon his brain. Byrnewood gazed around. With a sudden effort he shook off the spell of absence which, mingled with an incomprehensible feeling of awe, had enchained his faculties. He looked around the room. He was, indeed, alone. Above him, the hideous satyr chandelier still flared its red light over the table, over the mirror, and along the gloomy wainscot of the walls. Around the table, grouped in various attitudes of unconscious drunkenness, lay the members of the drinking party, the merry monks of Monkhall. There lay the poet, with his sanguine face shining redly in the light, while his hand rested on the bare scalp of the wigless editor. There snored some dozen merchants, all doubled up together, like the slain in battle, and there, a solitary doctor, who had fallen asleep on his knees, was dozing away with one eye wide open, while his right hand brushed away a solitary fly from his pimpled nose. The scene was not calculated to produce the most serious feelings in the world. There was inebriety, as the refined phrase it, in every shape, inebriety on its face, inebriety with its mouth wide open, inebriety on its knees brushing a fly from its nose, inebriety groaning, grunting, or snoring, inebriety doubled up, mingled in a mass of limbs, heads and bodies, woven together, or flat inebriety simply straightened out on its back with its nose performing a select overture of snores. To be brief, there, scattered over the floor, lay drunkenness, as the vulgar will style it, in every shape, modelled after various patterns, and taken by that ingenious artist, the bottle, fresh from real life. Raising his eyes from the prostrate members of the club, Byrnewood started with involuntary surprise as he beheld, standing at the table's head, the black-robed figure of the skeleton monk, with his hand of bone flinging aloft the goblet, while his fleshless brow glared in the light, from the shadow of the falling cowl. As the light flickered to and fro, it gave the grinning teeth of the skeleton the appearance of life and animation for a single moment. Byrnewood thought he beheld the teeth move in a ghastly smile. He even fancied that the orbulous sockets, gleaming beneath the white brow, flashed with the glance of life, and gazed sneeringly in his face. He started with involuntary horror, and then sat silent as before. And as you can feel cold or heat steal over you by slow degrees, so he felt that same strange feeling of awe, which he had known that night for the first time in his life, come slowly over him, moving like a shadow over his soul, and stealing like a paralysis through his every limb. He sate like a man suddenly frozen. "My God," he murmured, and the sound of his voice frightened him. "How strange I feel! Can this be the first attack of some terrible disease, or is it but the effect of the horrible story related by the stranger? I have read in books that a feeling like this steals over a man, just before some terrible calamity breaks over his head. This is fearful as death itself." He was silent again, and then the exclamation broke from his lips, "Lorimer, why does he not return? He has been absent full an hour. What does it mean? Can the words of that fortune teller have any truth in them? How can Lorimer injure me? How can I injure him? 3 days hence, Christmas. Ha! Ha! I believe I'm going mad." There's cold sweat on my forehead. As he spoke he raised his left hand to his brow, and in the action, the gleam of a plain ring on his finger met his eye. He kissed it suddenly, and kissed it again and again. Was it the gift of his lady love? God bless her! God bless her! Woe to the man who shall do her wrong, and yet poor Annie. He rose suddenly from his seat and strode towards the door. I know not why it is, but I feel as though an invisible hand was urging me onward through the rooms of this house. And onward I will go, until I discover Lorimer or solve the mystery of this den. God knows, I feel sure. I'm only nervous, as though I was walking to my death. Passing through the narrow doorway, he cautiously ascended the dark staircase, and in a moment stood on the first floor. The moon was still shining through the distant skylight, down over the windings of the massive stairway. All was silent as death within the mansion. Not a sound, not even the murmur of a voice or the hushed tread of a footstep could be heard. Winding his cloak tightly around his limbs, Vinewood rushed up the staircase, traversing 2 steps at a time, and treading softly, for fear of discovery. He reached the 2nd floor. Still the place was silent and dismal, still the column of moonlight pouring through the skylight, over the windings of the staircase only rendered the surrounding darkness more gloomy and indistinct. Up the winding staircase he again resumed his way, and in a moment stood upon the landing or hall of the 3rd floor. This was an oblong space, with the doors of many rooms fashioned in its walls. Another stairway led upward from the floor, but the attention of Vinewood was arrested by a single ray of light, that for a moment flickered along the thick darkness of the southern end of the hall. Stepping forward hastily, Vinewood found all progress arrested by the opposing front of a solid wall. He gazed toward his left. It was so dark, that he could not see his hand before his eyes. Turning his glance to the right, as his vision became more accustomed to the darkness, he beheld the dim walls of a long corridor, at whose entrance he stood, and whose farther extreme was illumined by a light, that to all appearance, flashed from an open door. Without a moment's thought he strode along the thickly carpeted passage of the corridor. He stood in the full glow of the light flashing from the open door. Looking through the doorway, he beheld a large chamber furnished in a style of lavish magnificence, and lighted by a splendid chandelier. It was silent and deserted. From the ceiling to the floor, along the wall opposite the doorway, hung a curtain of damask silk, trailing in heavy folds, along the gorgeous carpet. Impelled by the strange impulse that had urged him thus far, Vinewood entered the chamber, and without pausing to admire its gorgeous appointments, strode forward to the damask curtain. He swung one of its hangings aside, expecting to behold the extreme wall of the chamber. To his entire wonder, another chamber, as spacious as the one in which he stood, lay open to his gaze. The walls were all one gorgeous picture, evidently painted by a master hand. Blue skies, deep green forests, dashing waterfalls and a cool calm lake, in which fair women were laving their limbs, broke on the eyes of the intruder, as he turned his gaze from wall to wall. A curtain of azure, sprinkled with a border of golden leaves, hung along the farther extremity of the room. In one corner stood a massive bed, whose snow-white counterpane, fell smoothly and unruffled to the very floor, mingling with the long curtains, which pure and stainless as the counterpane, hung around the couch in graceful festoons, like the wings of a bird guarding its resting place. "The bridal bed," murmured Binewood, as he flung the curtains of gold and azure hurriedly aside. A murmur of surprise, mingled with admiration, escaped from his lips, as he beheld the small closet, for it could scarcely be called a room, which the undrawn curtaining threw open to his gaze. It was indeed a small and elegant room, lined along its four sides with drooping curtains of faint-hued crimson silk. The ceiling itself was but a continuation of these curtains, or hangings, for they were gathered in the center, by a single star of gold. The carpet on the floor was of the same faint crimson color, and their large sofa, placed along one side of the apartment, was covered with velvet, that harmonized in hue, with both carpet and hangings. On the snow-white cloth, of a small table placed in the center of the room, stood a large wax candle, burning in a candlestick of silver, and flinging a subdued and mellow light around the plate. There was a neat little couch, standing in the corner, with a toilette at its foot. The quilt on the couch was ruffled, as though someone had lately risen from it, and the equipage of the toilette looked as though it had been recently used, the faint light falling over the hangings, whose hue resembled the first flush of day. The luxurious sofa, the neat though diminutive couch, the small table in the center, the carpet whose colors were in elegant harmony with the hue of the curtains, all combined, gave the place an air of splendid comfort, if we may join these incongruous words, that indicated the sleeping chamber of a lovely woman. "This has been the resting place of the bride," murmured Binewood, gazing in admiration around the room. "It looks elegant, it is true, but if she is the innocent thing Lorimer would have me believe, then better for her to have slept in the foulest gutter of the streets, than to have lain for an instant in this woman-trap." There was a woman's dress, a frock of plain black silk, flung over one of the rounds of the sofa. Anxious to gather some idea of the form of the bride, oh foul prostitution of the name, from the shape of the dress, Binewood raised the frock and examined its details. As he did this, the sound of voices came hushed and murmuring to his ear from a room, opposite the chamber which he had but a moment left. Half occupied in listening to these voices, Binewood glanced at Th. Book the First. Chapter 8. Mother Nancy and Long-Haired Bess. "So ye have lured the pretty dove into the cage, at last," said the old lady, with a pleasant smile, as she poised a nice morsel of buttered toast between her fingers. "This tea is most too weak, a little more out of the caddy, Bessie, dear. Lord! Who'd a thought you'd a caught the baby face so easy? Does the kettle boil, my dear? I put it on the fire before you left, and you've been away near an hour, so it ought to be hissing hot by this time. Caught her at last? Hannah, hey? Bessie? You're a regular keen one, I must say." And with these mild words the old lady arranged the tea things on the small table, covered with a neat white cloth, and pouring out a cup of gunpowder, chuckled pleasantly to herself, as though she and the buttered toast had a quiet little joke together. "Spankin' cold night, I tell ye, Mother Nancy," exclaimed the young lady in black, as she flung herself in a chair, and tossed her bonnet on the old sofa. "Precious time I've had with that little chit of a thing. Up one street and down another, I've been racing for this blessed hour. And the regular white and black uns I've been forced to tell. Oh cricky, don't mention 'em, I beg. Sit down, Bess, sit down, Bessie, that's a dove," said the delighted old lady, crunching the toast between her toothless gums, "and tell us all about it from the first. These things are quite refreshing to us old stagers." "What a perfect old D.L., muttered Bessie, as she drew her seat near the supper table. "These oyster are quite delightful, stewed to a turn, I do declare," she continued, aloud. "Got a little drop of the lively, hey, mother?" "Yes, Dovey. Here's the key of the closet. Get the bottle, my dear, a leetle, just a leetle, don't go ugly with one's tea, while the tall and queenly Bessie is engaged in securing a drop of the lively, we will take a passing glance at Mother Perkins, the respectable Lady Abbess of Monkhall. As she sate in that formal armchair, straight and erect, her portly form clad in sombre black, with a plain white collar around her neck and a bunch of keys at her girdle, Mother Nancy looked, for all the world, like a quiet old body, whose only delight was to scatter blessings around her, give large alms to the poor, and bestow unlimited amounts of tracts among the vicious. A good, dear, old body, was Mother Nancy, although her face was not decidedly prepossessing. A low forehead, surmounted by a perfect Tower of Babel of a cap, a little sharp nose looking out from two cheeks disposed in immense collops of yellowish flesh, two small grey eyes encircled by a wilderness of wrinkles, a deep indentation where a mouth should have been, and a sharp chin, ornamented with a slight imperial of stiff grey beard. Such were the details of a countenance, on which 70 years had showered their sins, and cares, and crimes, without making the dear old lady, for a moment, pause in her career. And such a career! God of heaven! Did womanhood, which in its dawn, or bloom, or full maturity, is so beautiful, which even in its decline is lovely, which in trembling old age is venerable, did womanhood ever sink so low as this? How many of the graves in 100 churchyards, graves of the fair and beautiful, had been dug by the gouty hands of the vile old hag, who sate chuckling in her quiet armchair? How many of the betrayed maidens, found rotting on the river's waves, dangling from the garret rafter, starving in the streets, or resting, vile and loathsome, in the greenhouse, how many of these will, at the last day when the accounts of this lovely earth will be closed forever, rise up and curse the old hag with their ruin, with their shame, with their unwept death? The details of the old lady's room by no means indicated her disposition, or the course of her life. It was a fine old room with walls neatly papered, all full of nooks and corners, and warmed by a cheerful wood fire blazing on the spacious hearth. One whole side of the room seemed to have been attacked with some strange eruptive disease, and broken out into an erysipelas of cupboards and closets. An old desk that might have told a world of wonders of Noah's Ark from its own personal experience, could it have spoken, stood in one corner, and a large sideboard, on whose top a fat fellow of a decanter seemed drilling some raw recruits of bottles and glasses into military order, occupied one entire side of the room, or cell, of the Lady Abbess. There are few persons in the world who have not a favourite of some kind, either a baby, or a parrot, or a canary, or a cat, or, in desperate cases, a pig. Mother Nancy had her favourite as well as less reputable people. A huge bulldog, with sore eyes and a ragged tail that seemed to have been purchased at a second-hand store during the hard times, lay nestling at the old lady's feet, looking very much like the candidate whom all the old and surly dogs would choose for alderman, in case the canine race had the privilege of electing an officer of that honourable class, among themselves. This dog, so old bachelor-like and aldermanic in appearance, the old lady was wont to call by the name of Dolph, being the short for dolphin, of which remarkable fish the animal was supposed to be a decided copy. "Here's the lively, Mother Nancy," observed Miss Bessie, as she resumed her seat at the supper table. "It's the real hot stuff and no mistake. The oysters, if you please, a little of that pepper. Any mustard there? Now then, Mother, let's be comfortable." "But," observed the old lady, pouring a glass of the lively from a decanter labelled brandy, "but Bessie my love, I may wait and to hear all about this little dove whom you trapped tonight." It may be as well to remark that Bessie was a tall queenly girl of some 25, with a form that had once been beautiful beyond description, and even now in its ruins, was lovely to look upon, while her faded face, marked by a high brow and raven black hair, was still enlivened by the glance of two large dark eyes, that was susceptible of any expression, love or hate, revenge or jealousy, anything but fear. Her complexion was a very faint brown with a deep rose tint on each cheek. She was still beautiful, although a long career of dissipation had given a faded look to the outlines of her face. indenting a slight wrinkle between her arching brows, and slightly discoloring the flesh beneath each eye. "This here lively is first rate, after that ramp I've had," said Bessie as her eyes grew brighter with the lively effects of the bottle. "You know, Mother Nancy, it's 3 weeks since Gus mentioned the thing to me." "What thing, my dear?" "Why, that he'd like to have a little dove for himself, something above the common run. Something from the aristocracy of the Quaker city, you know." "Yes, my dear." "Here, Dolph. Here, Dolphy. Here's a nice bit for Dolph. Gus agreed to give me something handsome if I could manage it for him, so I undertook the thing." "The bread, if you please, Mother. You know I'm rather expert in such matters. There ain't you beat, my dear." "Be quiet, Dolph. That's a nice Dolphy. For a week all my efforts were in vain. I couldn't discover anything that was likely to suit the taste of Gus. At last he put me on the right track himself." "He did he? Ah, dearie me, but Gus is a regular lark. You can't but use physical." One day strolling up 3rd Street, Gus was attracted by the sight of a pretty girl, sitting at the window of a wealthy merchant, who has just retired from business. "You've heard of old Arlington? Try the lively Mother." Gus made some inquiries, found that the young lady had just returned from the Moravian boarding school at Bethlehem. She was innocent, inexperienced, and all that suited Lorimer's taste. He swore he'd have her. "So you undertook to catch her, did ye?" "Butter, my dear. That did I. The way I managed it was a caution. Dressing myself in solemn black, I strolled along 3rd Street, one mild winter evening, some 2 weeks since. Mary, that's her name, was standing at the front door, gazing carelessly down the street. I tripped up the steps and asked in my most winning tone, "You can act the lady when you like, Bess. That's a fact. Whether Mr. Elmwood lived there?" Of course she answered no, but in making an apology for my intrusion, I managed to state that Mr. Elmwood was my uncle, that I had just come to the city on a visit, and had left my aunt's in Spruce Street, but a few moments ago, thinking to pay a nice little call on my dear old relative, just like you, Bessie. "So you scraped acquaintance with her? Fresh from boarding school, as ignorant of the world as the babe unborn. The girl was interested in me, I suppose, and swallowed the white uns I told her, without a single suspicion. The next day about noon, I met her as she was hurrying to see an old aunt, who lived 2 or 3 squares below her father's house. She was all in a glow, for she had been hurrying along rather fast, anxious to reach her aunt's house, as soon as possible. I spoke to her, proposed a walk. She assented with a smile of pleasure. I told her a long story of my sorrows, how I had been engaged to be married, how my lover had died of consumption but a month ago, that he was such a nice young man, with curly hair, and hazel eyes, and that I was in black for his death. I put peach fur over her eyes, by whole hands full I tell you. The girl was interested, and like all young girls, she was delighted to become the confidant of an amiable young lady, who had a little love romance of real life, to disclose. Oysters, Mother Nancy, the long and short of it was, that you wormed yourself into her confidence? That it, my dear? Keep still, Dolph, or Dolph's mommy would drop little bit of hot tea on Dolph's head. We walked out together for 3 days, just toward dark in the evening. You can fancy, Mother, how I wound myself into the heart of this young girl. Closer and closer every day. Tightened the cords that bound us, and on the 3rd evening I believe she would have died for me. Well, child, when did Gusty first speak to her? A little more of the gunpowder, my dear. One evening I persuaded her to take a stroll along Chestnut Street with me. Gus was at our heels, you may be sure. He passed on a little ahead, determining to speak to her, at all hazards. She saved him the trouble. Lord love you, Mother Nancy, she spoke to him first. Be still, Dolph, be still, Dolphy. Now Bessie, that's a little too strong. Not the tea, but the story. She's so innocent and baby-like. Speak first to a strange man. Ask me to believe in tea made out of turnip tops, will ye? She mistook him for a Mr. Belmont whom she had seen at Bethlehem. He did not undeceive her, until she was completely in his power. He walked by her side that evening up and down Chestnut Street, for nearly an hour. I saw at once, that her girlish fancy was caught by his smooth tongue, and handsome form. The next night he met us again, and the next, and the next. Lord pity her, the poor child was now entirely at his mercy. Ha! Ha! Gusty is such a devil. Put the kettle on the fire, my dear. Let's try a little of the lively. And how did she, this baby-faced doll, keep these walks secret from the eyes of her folks? Eh? Bessie? Easy as that, replied Bessie gracefully snapping her fingers. Every time she went out, she told father and mother that she went to see her old aunt. I hinted at first, that our friendship would be more romantic, if concealed from all intrusive eyes. The girl took the hint. Lorimer with his smooth tongue, told her a long story about his eccentric uncle who had sworn he should not marry, for years to come, and therefore he was obliged to keep his attentions to her, hidden from both of their families. Gusty was dependent on this old uncle, you know. Once married, the old uncle would relent as he beheld the beauty and innocence of the young wife. So Gusty made her believe. You can imagine the whole trap. We had her in our power. Last night she consented to leave her home for Lorimer's family mansion. He was to marry her. The approval of his uncle, that imaginary old gentleman, was to be obtained, and on Christmas Eve, Mr. and Mistress Lorimer, were to rush into old Middleton's house, fall on their knees, invoke the old man's blessing, be forgiven and be happy. Hand us the toast, Mother Nancy, and tonight the girl did leave the old folks' house. Entered the door of Monk Hall, thinking it was Lorimer's family mansion, and tomorrow morning at 3 o'clock will be married, eh? Bess? Married, sure. Over the left. Lorimer said he would get that fellow Petrican to personate the parson. Muchins the gambler, acts the old uncle. You, Mother Nancy, must dress up for the kind and amiable grandma, suit you to a T. Lorimer pays high for his rooms, you know. S'pose it must be done. It's now after 10 o'clock. You left the baby face sleeping, eh? At 2:30 you'll have to rouse her to dress. Be quiet, doll, or I'll scald its head, that's a dear. Now Bessie, tell me the truth, did you never regret that you had undertaken the job? The girl you say is so innocent. Regret? Cried Bess with a flashing eye. Why should I regret? Have I not as good a right to the comforts of a home, to the smile of a father, the love of a mother, as she? Have I not been robbed of all these? Of all that is most sacred to woman? Is this innocent Mary a whit better than I was when the devil in human shape first dragged me from my home? I feel happy, when I can drag another woman into the same foul pit, where I am doomed to lie and rot. Yet this thing was so innocent, cried the good old lady, patting Dolph on the head. I confess I laugh at all qualms, all petty scruples, but you were so different when first I knew you. You Emily, shrieked the other as she sprung suddenly to her feet. You hag of the devil, call me by that name again, and as God will judge at the last day, I'll throttle you. She shook her clenched hand across the table, and her eyes were bloodshot with sudden rage. Emily, your mother called you by that name when a little child, she cried with a burst of feeling, most fearful to behold in one so fallen. Your father blessed you by that name, the night before you fled from his roof. Emily. He, the foul betrayer, whispered that name with a smile as he entered the chamber, from which he never came forth again. You remember it, old hellcat, do ye? Not so loud, good G.D., not so loud, cried the astonished Mother Nancy. Abuse me, Bessie dear, but not so loud. Down, Dolph, don't mind the girl, she's mad. Not so loud, I say. I can see him now, cried the fallen girl, as with her tall form raised to its full height, she fixed her flashing eye on vacancy. He enters the room, that room with the trapdoor, you know. "Good night, Emily," he said, and smiled. Emily, and my father had cursed him. I laid me down and rested by another man's side. He thought I slept. Slept. Ha, ha. When, with my entire soul, I listened to the footsteps in the next room. Ha, ha. When I heard the creaking sound of the falling trap. When I drank in the cry of agony. When I heard that name Emily, oh Emily, come shrieking up the pit of death. My father had cursed him, and he died. Emily, oh my God, and she wrung her hands in very agony. Roll back the years of my life. Blot out the foul record of my sins. Let me, oh God, you are all-powerful and can do it, let me be a child again, a little child, and though I crawl through life in the rags of a beggar, I will never cease to bless, oh God, to bless your name. She fell heavily to her seat, and, covering her face with her hands, wept the scalding tears of guilt and shame. "Gal's been a talking opium," said the old lady, calmly, "and the fits come on her. Sarves her right. Told her never to mix her brandy with opium. Did regret having undertaken the ruin of the girl," said Bess, in a whisper, that made even the old lady start with surprise. "Regret? I tell ye, old hell dame as you are, that my very heartstrings seemed breaking within me tonight, as I led her from her home. What the hell did you do it for, then? Here's a nice Dolph, eat a piece of buttered toast, that's a good Dolphy. When the seducer first assailed me," continued Bess, in an absent tone, "he assailed a woman, with a mind stored with knowledge of the world's ways, a soul full as crafty as his own, a wit sharp and keen as ever dropped poison or sweetness from a woman's tongue. But this girl, so childlike, so unsuspecting, so innocent. My God! How it wrung my heart, when I first discovered that she loved Lorimer, loved him without one shade of gross feeling, loved him without a doubt, warmly, devotedly, with all the trustfulness of an angel soul, fresh from the hands of God. Never a bird fell more helplessly into the yawning jaws of the snake, that had charmed it to ruin, than poor Mary fell into the accursed wiles of Lorimer. And yet I aided him. So you did. The more shame for you to harm such a dove. Go upstairs, my dear, and let her loose. We'll consent, won't we? Ha ha. Why Bess, I thought you had more sense than to go on this way. What will become of you? I suppose that I will die in the same ditch where the souls of so many of my vile sisterhood have crept forth from their leprous bodies? Eh, Mother Nance? Die in a ditch? Emily die in a ditch? And then in the next world, ha, 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 I see a big lake of fire, on which souls are dancing like moths in a candle, ha, ha, ha. Really, gal, you must leave off that opium. Gus promised you some 500 or 600 if you caught this gal, and you can't go back now. Yes, yes, I know it. I know it. Forward's the word if the next step plunges me in hell. And the girl buried her face in her hands, and was silent again. Let not the reader wonder at the mass of contradictions, heaped together in the character of this miserable wreck of a woman. One moment conversing in the slang of a brothel, like a thing lapped from her birth in pollution, the next, whispering forth her ravings in language indicative of the educated woman of her purer days, one instant glorying in her shame, the next recoiling in horror as she viewed the dark path which she had trodden, the darker path which she was yet to read. These paradoxes are things of everyday occurrence, only to be explained, when the mass of good and evil, found in every human heart, is divided into distinct parts, no more to mingle in one, no more to occasion an eternal contest in the self-warring heart of man. Well, well, Bessie, go to bed and sleep a little, that's a dear, said the old lady, with a pleasing smile. Opium isn't good for you, and you know it. A little nap'll do you good. Sleep a bit, and then you'll be right fresh for the wedding. 3 o'clock you know. Come along, Dolph. Mommy must go tend to some little things about the house. Come along, Dolphy, sleep a little. Bessie, That's a dear. Book the First. Chapter 9th. The Bride. A chapter in which every woman may find some leaves of her own heart, read with the eyes of a high and holy love. Mary. O sweetest name of woman! Name by which some of us may hail a wife, or a sister in heaven, name so soft, and rippling, and musical, name of the mother of Jesus, made holy by poetry and religion. How foully were you profaned by the lips that whispered your sound of gentleness in the sleeper's ear. Mary. The fair girl stirred in her sleep, and her lips dropped gently apart as she whispered a single word, Lorraine. The assumed name of Lorimer, exclaimed the woman, who stood by the bedside. Gus has some taste, even in his vilest loves. But, with this girl, this child, good heavens how refined! He shrunk at the very idea of her voice whispering the name which had been shouted by his devil mates at a drinking bout. So he told the girl to call him, not Gusty, no, but something musical, Lorraine. And, stooping over the couch, the queenly woman, with her proud form arrayed in a dress of snow-white silk, and her raven-black hair gathered in thick tresses along her neck, so full and round, applied her lips to the ear of the sleeper and whispered in a softened tone, Mary. Awake, it is your wedding night. The room was still as death. Not a sound save the faint breathing of the sleeper, all hushed and still. The light of the wax candle standing on the table in the center of the rose chamber, as it was called, fell mild and softened over the hangings of faint crimson, with the effect of evening twilight. The maiden, pure and without stain, lay sleeping on the small couch that occupied one corner of the closet. Her fair limbs were enshrouded in the light folds of a nightrobe, and she lay in an attitude of perfect repose, one glowing cheek resting upon her uncovered arm, while over the other, waved the loosened curls of her glossy hair. The parting lips disclosed her teeth, white as ivory, while her youthful bosom came heaving up from the folds of her nightrobe, like a billow that trembles for a moment in the moonlight, and then is suddenly lost to view. She lay there in all the ripening beauty of maidenhood, the light falling gently over her young limbs, their outlines marked by the easy folds of her robe, resembling in their roundness and richness of proportion, the swelling fullness of the rosebud that needs but another beam of light, to open it into its perfect bloom. The arching eyebrows, the closed lids, with the long lashes resting on the cheek, the parted lips, and the round chin, with its smiling dimple, all these were beautiful, but oh how fair and beautiful the maiden's dreams! Rosier than her cheek, sweeter than her breath, lovelier than her kiss. Lovely as her own stainless soul, on whose leaves was written but one motto of simple meaning, love in life, in death, and forever, and in all her dreams she beheld but one form, heard the whisper of but one voice, shared the sympathies of but one heart. He was her dream, her life, her God. Him had she trusted with her all, in earth or heaven. Him did she love with the uncalculating abandonment of self, that marks the first passion of an innocent woman. And was there aught of earth in this love? Did the fever of sensual passion throb in the pulses of her virgin blood? Did she love Lorimer because his eye was bright, his form magnificent, his countenance full of healthy manliness? No, no, no. Shame on the fools of either sex, who read the first love of a stainless woman, with the eyes of sense. She loved Lorimer for a something which he did not possess, which vile worldlings of his class never will possess. For the magic with which her fancy had enshrouded his face and form, she loved him, for the weird fascination which her own soul had flung around his very existence, for a dream of which he was the idol, for a waking trance in which he walked as a good angel, for imagination, for fancy, for anything but sense, she loved aim. It was her first love. She knew not that this fluttering fascination, which bound her to his slightest look or tone, like the charmed bird to the lulling music which the snake is said to murmur, as he ensnares his prey, she knew not that this fluttering fascination, was but the blind admiration of the moth, as it floats in the light of the flame, which will at last consume it. She knew not that in her own organization, were hidden the sympathies of an animal as well as of an intellectual nature, that the blood in her veins only waited an opportunity to betray her, that in the very atmosphere of the holiest love of woman, crouched a sleeping fiend, who at the first whisperings of her wronger, would rise with hot breath and bloodshot eyes, to wreak eternal ruin on her, woman's honor. For this is the doctrine we deem it right to hold in regard to woman. Like man, she is a combination of an animal, with an intellectual nature. Unlike man, her animal nature is a passive thing, that must be roused ere it will develop itself in action. Let the intellectual nature of woman be the only object of man's influence, and woman will love him most holily. But let him play with her animal nature as you would toy with the machinery of a watch. Let him rouse the treacherous blood. Let him fan the pulse into quick, feverish throbbings. Let him warm the heart with convulsive beatings, and the woman becomes, like himself, but a mere animal. Sense rises like a vapor, and utterly darkens soul. And shall we heap shame on woman, because man, neglecting her holiest nature, may devote all the energies which God has given him, to rouse her gross and earthly powers into action? On whose head is the shame, or whose the wrong? Oh, would man but learn the solemn truth, that no angel around God's throne is purer than woman when her intellectual nature alone is stirred into development, that no devil crouching in the flames of hell is fouler than woman, when her animal nature alone is roused into action. Would man but learn and revere this fearful truth, would woman but treasure it in her inmost soul, then would never a shriek arise to heaven, heaping curses on the betrayer's head, then would never a wrong done to maiden virtue give the suicide's grave its victim, then in truth, would woman walk the earth, the spirit of light that the holiest lover ever deemed her. And the maiden lay dreaming of her lover, while the form of the tall and stately woman stood by the bedside, like her evil angel, as with a mingled smile and sneer, she bade the girl arise, for it was her wedding night. Her wedding night. Mary, awake, it is your wedding night. Mary murmured in her sleep, and then opened her large blue eyes, and arose in the couch. Has he come? Were the first words she murmured in her musical tones, that came low and softened to the listener's ear. Has he come? Not yet, my dear, said long-haired Bess, assisting the young maiden to rise from the couch, with all imaginable tenderness of manner. You see, Mary love, it's 2:30 and over, and of course, high time for you to dress. Throw back your nightgown, my love, and let me arrange your hair. How soft and silky, it needs but little aid from my hands, to render each dress a perfect charm. Is it not very strange, Bessie, said Mary, opening her large blue eyes with a bewildered glance as she spoke. What is strange? I see nothing strange except the remarkable beauty of these curls, that I should first meet him, in such a singular manner, that he should love me, that for his sake I should fly to his uncle's mansion, and that you, Bessie, my dear good friend, should consent from mere friendship to leave your home and bear me company. All this is very strange, how like the stories we read in a book. And his stern old uncle, you say, has relented? Perfectly resigned to the match, my dear. That's the way with all these relations, is not that curl perfect? When they've made all the mischief they can, and find it amounts to nothing, at the last moment they roll up their eyes, and declare with a sigh, that they're resigned to the match. And his dear old grandma, she lives here, you know. There, that is right, your curls should fall in a shower over your snow-white neck. The dear old lady is in a perfect fever to see you. She helped me to get everything ready for the wedding. Oh, Bessie, is it not most sad? Said Mary as her blue eyes shone with a glance of deep feeling, to think that Albert and you should love one another so fondly, and after all, that he should die, leaving you alone in this cheerless world. How terrible! If Lorraine should die. A deep shade of feeling passed over Mary's face, and her lip trembled. Bessie held her head down, for a moment, as her fair fingers ran twining among the tresses of the bride. Was it to conceal a tear, or a smile? Alas! He is in his grave. Yet it is the memory of his love that makes me take such a warm interest in your union with Lorraine. This plain fillet of silver, with its diamond star, how well it becomes your brow. You never yet found a woman, who knew what it was to love, that would not fight for two true-hearted lovers, against the world. Do you think, Mary dear, that I could have sanctioned your flight to this house, if my very soul had not been interested in your happiness? Not I, not I. Now slip off your nightgown, my dear. Have you seen the wedding dress? It seems to me, said Mary, whose thoughts dwelt solely on her love for Lorimer, that there is something deeply touching in a wedding that is held at this hour of the night. Everything is calm and tranquil. The earth lies sleeping, while heaven itself watches over the union of two hearts that are all in all to each other. The words look plain and simple, yet the tone in which she spoke was one of the deepest feeling. Her very soul was in her words. Her blue eyes dilated with a sudden enthusiasm, and the color went and came along her glowing cheek, until it resembled a fair flower, one moment resting in the shade, the next bathing in the sunlight. Let me assist you to put on this wedding dress. Is it not beautiful? That bodice of white silk was Lorimer's taste. To be sure, I gave the dressmaker a few hints. Is it not perfect? How gently the folds of the skirt rest on your figure. It is a perfect fit, I do declare. Why, Mary, you are too beautiful. Well, well, handsome as he is, Lorimer ought to be half crazy with vanity, when such a bride is hanging on his arm. A few moments sufficed to array the maiden for the bridal. Mary stood erect on the floor, blush after blush coursing over her cheek, as she surveyed the folds of her gorgeous wedding dress. It was in truth a dress most worthy of her face and form. From the shoulders to the waist her figure was enveloped in a bodice of snow-white satin, that gathered over her swelling bosom, with such gracefulness of shape that every beauty of her form, the width of the shoulders, and the gradual falling off, of the outline of the waist, was clearly perceptible. Fitting closely around the bust, it gave to view her fair round neck, half concealed by the drooping curls of glossy hair, and a glimpse of each shoulder, so delicate and white, swelling away into the fullness of the virgin bosom, that rose heaving above the border of lace. From the waist downward, in many a fold, but with perfect adaptation to her form, the gorgeous skirt of satin, fell sweeping to the floor, leaving one small and tiny foot, enclosed in a neat slipper, that clung to it as though it had grown there, exposed to the eye. The soft and light falling over the rose-hued hangings of the room, threw the figure of the maiden out from the dim background, in gentle and effective prominence. Her brown tresses showering down over each cheek, and falling along her neck and shoulders, waved gently to and fro, and caught a glossy richness from the light. Her fair shoulders, her full bosom, her long but not too slender waist, the downward proportions of her figure, swelling with the full outlines of ripening maidenhood, all arrayed in the graceful dress of snow-white satin, stood out in the dim light, relieved most effectively by the rose-hued hangings, in the background. As yet her arms, unhidden by sleeve or robe, gave their clear, transparent skin, their fullness of outline, their perfect loveliness of shape, all freely to the light. "Is it not a gorgeous dress?" said long-haired Bess, as she gazed with unfeigned admiration upon the face and form of the beautiful maiden. "As gorgeous, dear Mary, as you are beautiful. Oh, it will be such a happy time!" cried Mary, in a tone that scarcely rose above a whisper, while her blue eyes flashed with a glance of deep emotion. "There will sit my father and there my mother, in the cheerful parlor on Christmas Eve. My father's grey hairs and my mother's kindly face will be lighted up by the same glow of light. And their eyes will be heavy with tears, with weeping for me, Bessie, their lost child, as they will call me. When behold the door opens, Lorraine enters with me, his wife, yes, his wife by his side. We fling ourselves at the feet of our father and mother, for they will be ours, then. We crave their forgiveness. Lorraine calls me his wife. We beg their forgiveness and their blessing in the same breath. Oh, it will be such a happy time. And my brother, he will be the too. He will like Lorraine, for he has a noble heart. Don't you see the picture, Bessie? I see it as plainly as though it was this moment before me, and, my father, oh how he will weep when again he clasps his daughter in his arms. There she stood, her fair hands clasped trembling together, her eyes flashing in ecstasy, while her heart, throbbing and throbbing like some wild bird, endeavoring to burst the bars of its cage, sent her bosom heaving into view. Bessie made no reply. True, she attempted some commonplace phrase, but the words died in her throat. She turned her head away, and, thank God, she was not yet fallen to the lowest deep of woman's degradation. A tear, big and scalding, came rolling down her cheek. And while Mary stood with her eyes gazing on the vacant air, with the manner of one entranced, while Bess, poor and fallen woman, turned away her face to hide the falling tear, the curtains that concealed the entrance to the painted chamber were suddenly thrust aside, and the figure of a man came stealing along with a noiseless footstep. Gus Lorimer, silent and unperceived, in all the splendor of his manly beauty, stood gazing upon the form of his victim, with a glance of deep and soul-felt admiration. His tall form was shown to the utmost advantage, by a plain suit of black cloth, a dress coat of the most exquisite shape, black pantaloons that fitted neatly around his well-formed limbs, a vest of plain white Marseille, gathering easily across the outlines of his massive chest, a snow-white shirt front, and a falling collar, confined by a simple black cravat. Such were the brief details of his neat but effective costume. His manly face was all in a glow with health and excitement. Clustering curls of dark brown hair fell carelessly along his open brow. His clear, dark hazel eye gave forth a flashing glance that failed to reveal anything but the frank and manly qualities of a generous heart. You did not read the villain in his glance. The aquiline nose, the rounded chin, the curving lip, darkened by a graceful moustache, the arching eyebrows, which gave additional effect to the dark eyes, all formed the details of a countenance that ever struck the beholder with its beaming expression of health, soul, and manliness, combined. And as Gus Lorimer stood gazing in silent admiration upon his victim, few of his boon companions would have recognized, in his thoughtful countenance, the careless though handsome face of the reveller, who gave life and spirit to their drinking scenes. The truth is, there were two Lorimers in one. There was a careless, dashing, handsome fellow who could kill a basket of champagne with anybody, drive the neatest turnout in the way of horseflesh that the town ever saw, carry a frolic so far that the watchman would feel bound to take it up and carry it a little farther. This was the magnificent Gus Lorimer. And then there was a tall, handsome man, with a thoughtful countenance, and a deep, dark hazel eye, who would sit down by the side of an innocent woman, and whisper in her ear, in a low-toned voice for hours together, with an earnestness of manner and an intensity of gaze, that failed in its effect, not once in 100 times. Without any remarkable knowledge derived from education, this man knew every leaf of woman's many-leaved heart, and knew how to apply the revealings, which the fair book opened to his gaze. His gaze, in some cases, in itself was fascination. His latent voice, in too many instances, whispered its sentences of passion to ears that heard it to their eternal sorrow. This man threw his whole soul, in his every passion. He pleaded with the woman, like a man under sentence of death pleading for his life. Is it a wonder that he was but rarely unsuccessful? This man, so deeply read in woman's heart, was the inner man of the handsome fellow, with the dashing exterior. Assuming a name, never spoke into his ear, save in the soft whispers of one of his many victims, he styled himself Lorraine Lorimer. "Oh, Bessie, is not this love, a strange mystery?" exclaimed Mary, as though communing with her own heart. "Before I loved, my soul was calm and quiet. I had no thought beyond my school books, no deeper mystery than my embroidery frame. Now, the very air is changed. The atmosphere in which I breathe is no longer the same. Wherever I move his face is before me. Whatever may be my thoughts, the thought of him is never absent for a moment. In my dreams I see him smile. When awake, His eyes, so deep, so burning in their gaze, even when he is absent, seem forever looking into mine. Oh, Bessie, tell me, is it given to man to adore his God? Is it not also given to woman to adore the one she loves? Woman's religion is her love, and as the beautiful enthusiast, whose mind had been developed in utter seclusion from the world, gave forth these revelations of her heart, in broken and abrupt sentences, Lorimer drew a step nearer, and gazed upon her with a look in which passion rose predominant, even above admiration. Oh, Bessie, can it be that his love will ever grow cold? Will his voice ever lose its tones of gentleness? Will his gaze ever cease to bind me to him, as it enchains me now? Mary, whispered a strange voice in a low and softened murmur. She turned hastily round, she beheld the arms outspread to receive her, she saw the manly face of him she loved all aglow with rapture. Her fair blue eyes returned his gaze. "Lorraine," she murmured, in a faint whisper, and then her head rested upon his bosom, while her form trembled in his embrace. "Oh, Lorraine," she again murmured, as, with one fair hand resting upon each arm of her lover, she gazed upward in his face, while her blue eyes shone with all the feeling of her inmost soul. "Oh, Lorraine, will you love me ever?" "Mary," he answered, gazing down upon her blushing face, as he uttered her name in a prolonged whisper, that gave all its melody of sound to her ear. "Mary, can you doubt me?" And as there he stood gazing upon that youthful face, now flushed over with an expression of outrusting love, as he drank in the glance of her large blue eyes, and felt her trembling form resting gently in his arms, the foul purpose of his heart was, for a moment, forgotten. For a moment his heart rose swelling within him, and the thought flashed over his soul, that for the fair creature, who hung fascinated on his every look, his life he could willingly lay down. "Ha ha," muttered Bess, who stood regarding the pair with a glance of doubtful meaning, "I really believe that Lorimer is quite as much in love as the poor child. Good idea, that. A man, whose heart has been the highway of 1,000 loves, a man like this, to fall in love with a mere baby face. Mary, dear," she continued aloud, too happy to break the reverie which enchained the seducer and his victim, "Mary, dear, hadn't I better help you to put on your wedding robe?" Lorimer turned and looked at her with a sudden scowl of anger. In a moment his face resumed its smile. "Mary," he cried, laughingly, "let me be your costumer, for once. My hands must help you on with the wedding robe. Nay, nay, you must not deny me. Hand me the dress, Bessie." It was a splendid robe of the same satin as the other part of her dress. Gathering tightly around her form, it was designed to remain open in front, while the skirt fell trailing along the floor. Falling aside from the bust, where outlines were so gracefully developed by the tight-fitting bodice of white satin, its opposite sides were connected by interlacing threads of silver cord, crossed and recrossed over the heaving bosom. Long and drooping sleeves, edged with silver lace, were designed to give bewitching glimpses of the maiden's full and rounded arms. In fine, the whole dress was in the style of some 60 years since, such as our grand dames designated by the euphonious name of a gown and curricle. "How well the dress becomes you, Mary!" exclaimed Lorimer with a smile as he flung the rose over her shoulders. "How elegant the fall of that sleeve! Ha, ha, Mary, you must allow me to lace these silver cords in front. I'm afraid I would make but an awkward lady's maid. What say you, Bessie? Mary, your arms seem to love the light embrace of these drooping sleeves. You must forgive me, Mary, but I thought the style of the dress would please you, so I asked our good friend Bessie here to have it made. By my soul, you give additional beauty to the wedding dress. Is she not beautiful, Bessie?" "Most beautiful," exclaimed Bess, as for the moment, her gaze of unfeigned admiration was fixed upon the bride, arrayed in the full splendor of her wedding robes. "Most beautiful. Mary, your hand," whispered Lorimer to the fair girl, who stood blushing at his side. With a heaving bosom, and a flashing eye, Mary slowly reached forth her fair and delicate right hand. Lorimer grasped the trembling fingers within his own, and winding his unoccupied arm around her waist, he suffered her head, with all its shower of glossy tresses, to fall gently on his shoulders. A blush, warm and sudden, came over her face. He impressed one long and lingering kiss upon her lips. They returned the pressure, and clung to his lips as though they had grown there. "Mary, my own sweet love," he murmured in a low tone, that thrilled to her very heart, "now I kiss you as the dearest thing to me in the wide world. Another moment, and from those same lips will I snatch the first kiss of my lovely bride. To the wedding room, my love." Fair and blushing as the dawn, stainless as the new-fallen snow, loving as one of God's own cherubim, he led her gently from the place, motioning onward with his hand as again and again he whispered, "To the wedding room, my love, to the wedding room." "To the wedding room," echoed Bess, who followed in her bridesmaid robes. "To the wedding room, ha, 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 say rather to H.L.L." There was something most solemn, not to say thoughtful and melancholy, in the appearance of that lonely room. It was wide and spacious, and warmed by invisible means, with heated air. Huge panels of wainscoting covered the lofty walls, and even the ceiling was concealed by massive slabs of dark walnut. The floor was all one polished surface of mahogany, destitute of carpet or covering of any kind. A few high-backed mahogany chairs, standing along the walls, were the only furniture of the place. The entrance to the rose chamber was concealed by a dark curtain, and in the western and northern walls were fashioned two massive doors, formed like the wainscoting, of dark and gloomy walnut. In the center of the glittering mahogany floor arose a small table or altar, covered with a drooping cloth, white and stainless as the driven snow. Two massive wax candles, placed in candlesticks of silver, stood on the white cloth of the altar, imparting a dim and dusky light to the room. In that dim light the somber paneling of the walls and the ceiling, the burnished floor of mahogany as dark as the walnut wood that concealed the ceiling and the walls, looked heavy and gloomy, as though the place was a vault of death, instead of a cheerful wedding room. As yet the place was silent and solitary. The light flickered dimly along the walls, and over the mahogany floor, which shone like a rippling lake in the moonlight. As you gazed upon the desolate appearance of that place, with the solitary wax lights burning like two watching souls, in the center, you would have given the world to have seen the room tenanted by living beings. In its present stillness and solitude, it looked so much like one of those chambers in olden story, where the ghosts of a departed family were wont to assemble once a year, in order to revive the memories of their lives on earth. It might have been 3 o'clock, or even half an hour later, when the western door swung slowly open, and the clergyman, who was to solemnize this marriage, came striding somewhat unsteadily along the floor. Clad in robes of flowing white, he had borrowed them from the theatre, with a prayer book in his hand. Petrichan, as he glanced uneasily around the room, did not look at all unlike a minister of a particular class. His long, square, lugubrious face, slightly varied by red streaks around each eye, was tortured into an expression of the deepest solemnity. He took his position in silence, near the altar. Then came the relenting uncle, striding heavily at the parson's heels. He was clad in a light blue coat with metal buttons, a buff vest, striped trousers, and an enormous scarf, whose mingled colors of blue and gold gathered closely around his short fat neck. His full moon face, looking very much like the face of a relenting uncle, who is willing to bestow mercy upon a wild young dog of a nephew, to almost any extent, afforded a pleasing relief to his pear-shaped nose, which stood out in the light, like a piece of carved work from a crimson wall. Silently the relenting uncle took his position beside the venerable clergyman. Then, dressed in solemn black, the respected grandma of the bridegroom, who was in succor fever to see the bride, came stepping mincingly along the floor, glancing from side to side with an amiable look that ruffled the yellowish flesh of her colored cheeks. The imperial on her chin had been softened down, and with the aid of a glossy dress of black silk, and a Tower of Babel cap, she looked quite venerable. Had it not been for a certain twinkle in her eyes, you could have fallen in her arms and kissed her. She looked so much like one of those dear old souls, who make mischief in families and distribute tracts and cold victuals to the poor. The grandma took her position on the left of the clergyman. And in this position, gathered around the altar, they stood for some 5 minutes silently awaiting the appearance of the bridegroom and the bride. Book the First. Chapter 10. The Bridal. "I say Muchie, my boy," said Petrican, in a tone that indicated some lingering effects of his late debauch. "How do I do it? Clever, hey? D'ye like this face? Good, is it? If my magazine fails, I think I'll enter the ministry for good. Why not start a church of my own? When a man's fit for nothing else, he can always find fools enough to build him a church, and glorify him into a saint. Do you think I do the uncle well?" whispered Muchins, drawing his shirt collar up from the depths of his scarf, into which it had fallen. "Devilish lucky you gave me the hint in time. Bin the d—l to pay if we day," disappointed Gus. "What am I to say, silly? Is she not beautiful?" in a sort of an aside tone, and then fall on her neck and kiss her. "Eh, silly? That'll be coming it a little too strong," said Petrican, smoothing back his tow-colored hair. "You're merely to take her by the fingertips, and start as if her beauty overcame you, then exclaim 'God bless you, my love, God bless you,' as though your feelings were too strong for utterance. 'God bless you, my love', echoed Muchins. "God bless you, that will do, hey, silly? I feel quite an interest in her already. Now auntie, my dear and kind-hearted old relative, what in the d—l are you to do?" "Maybe I'll get up a convulsion or two," said the dear old lady, as her colored cheeks waggled heavily with a smile. Her enemies would have called it a hideous grin. "Maybe I'll do a hysteric or so. Maybe I won't. Dear me, I'm in such a fever to see my little pet of a granddaughter. Ain't I?" "Hist!" whispered Petrican, "though they are in the next room. I think I heard a kiss. Hush! Here they come, d—n it, I can't find the marriage ceremony." No sooner had the words passed his lips, than Lorimer appeared in the small doorway opening into the rose chamber, and stepped softly along the floor of the walnut room. Mary in all her beauty hung on his arm. Her robe of satin wound round her limbs, and trailed along the floor as she walked. At her side came long-haired Bess, glancing in the faces of the wedding guests with a meaning smile. "Nephew, I forgive you. God bless you, my dear. I approve my nephew's choice. God bless you, my dear." And, as though his feelings overcame him, Muchins veiled his face in a large red handkerchief, beneath whose capacious shelter he covertly supplied his mouth with a fresh morsel of tobacco. "And is this my grandchild? Is this the dear pet? How I shall love her! Shan't I, grandson? Oh my precious, how do you do?" The clergyman saluted the bride with a low bow. A deep blush came mantling over Mary's face as she received these words of affection and tokens of kindness from the minister and the relatives of her husband, while a slight, yet meaning, expression of disgust flashed over Lorimer's features, as he observed the manner in which his minions and pandas performed their parts. With a glance of fire, Lorimer motioned the clergyman to proceed with the ceremony. This was the manner of the marriage. Hand joined in hand, Lorimer and Mary stood before the altar. The bridesmaid stood near the trembling bride, whispering slight sentences of consolation in her ear. On the right hand of the clergyman, stood Muchins, his red round face, subdued into an expression of the deepest solemnity. On the other side, the vile hag of Monkhall, with folded arms, and grinning lips, calmly surveyed the face of the fair young bride. In a deep-toned voice, Petrican began the sublime marriage ceremony of the Protestant Episcopal Church. There was no hope for the bride now. Trapped, decoyed, betrayed, she was about to be offered up, a terrible sacrifice, on that unhallowed altar. Her trembling tones, joined with the deep voice of Lorimer in every response, and the marriage ceremony, drew near its completion. "There is no hope for her now," muttered Bess, as her face shone with a glance of momentary compassion. "She is sold into the arms of shame." And at that moment, as the bride stood in all her beauty before the altar, her eyes downcast, her long hair showering down over her shoulders, her face warming with blush after blush, while her voice and low tones murmured each trembling response of the fatal ceremony, at the very moment when Lorimer, gazing upon her face with a look of the deepest satisfaction, fancied the fulfillment of the maiden's dishonor, there shrieked from the next chamber, a yell of such superhuman agony and horror, that the wedding guests were frozen with sudden awe, and transfixed like figures of marble to the floor. The book fell from Petrichan's trembling hands, Muchins turned pale, and the old hag started backward with sudden horror, while Bess stood as though stricken with the touch of death. Mary, poor Mary, grew white as the grave cloth, in the face. Her hand dropped stiffly to her side, and she felt her heart grow icy within her bosom. Lorimer alone, fearless and undaunted, turned in the direction from whence that fearful yell had shrieked, and as he turned he started back with evident surprise, mingled with some feelings of horror and alarm. There, striding along the floor, came the figure of a young man, whose footsteps trembled as he walked, whose face was livid as the face of a corpse, whose long black hair waved wild and tangled, back from his pale forehead. His eye, great God, it shone as with a gleam from the flames of hell. He moved his trembling lips, as he came striding on, for a moment the word he essayed to speak, stuck in his throat. At last, with a wild movement of his arms, he shouted in a voice whose tones of horror, mingled with heart-rending pathos, no man would like to hear twice in a lifetime. He shouted a single word, "Mary." The bride turned slowly round. Her face was pale as death, and her blue eyes grew glassy as she turned. She beheld the form of the intruder. One glance was enough. "My brother!" she shrieked, and started forward as though about to spring in the stranger's arms, but suddenly recoiling she fell heavily upon the breast of Lorimer. There was a moment of silence. All was hushed as the grave. The stranger stood silent and motionless, regarding the awe-stricken bridal party, with one settled and burning gaze. One and all, they shrank back as if blasted by his look. Even Lorimer turned his head aside and held his breath, for very awe. The stranger advanced another step, and stood gazing in Lorimer's face. "My sister!" he cried in a husky voice, and then as if all further words died in his throat, his face was convulsed by a spasmodic movement, and he shook his clenched hand madly in the seducer's face. "Your name," cried Lorimer, as he laid the fainting form of the bride in the arms of long-haired Bess, "your name is Binewood. This lady is named Mary Arlington. There is some mistake here. The lady is no sister of yours." "My name," said the other, with a ghastly smile. "Ask this pale-faced craven what is my name. He introduced me to you, this night, by my full name. You at once forgot all but my first name. My name, sir, is Burnwood Arlington. A name, sir, you will have cause to remember in this world and, devil that you are, in the next if you harm the slightest hair on the head of this innocent girl." Lorimer started back aghast. The full horror of his mistake crushed upon him. And in that moment, while the fainting girl lay insensible in Bessie's arms, while Petrichan, and Muchins, and the haggard old abbess of the den, stood stricken dumb with astonishment, quailing beneath the glance of the stranger, a long and bony arm was thrust from behind the back of Binewood Arlington, the grim-faced devil bug shone for a moment in the light, and then a massive hand with talon fingers, fell like a weight upon the wick of each candle, and the room was wrapped in midnight blackness. Then there was a trampling of feet to and fro, a gleam of light flashed for a moment, through the passage, opening into the rose chamber, and then all was dark again. "They are bearing my sister away," was the thought that flashed over the mind of the brother, as he rushed toward the passage of the rose chamber, I will rescue her from their grasp at the peril of my life. He rushed along, in the darkness, toward the curtain that concealed the entrance into the rose chamber. He attempted to pass beyond the curtain, but he was received in the embrace of two muscular arms, that raised him from his feet as though he had been a mere child, and then dashed him to the floor, with the impulse of a giant's strength. "Ha ha ha," laughed a hoarse voice. "You don't pass here, mister. Not while Baja's about. No you don't, my fella. Ha, ha, ha." "Polite devil bug," exclaimed a voice, that sounded from the center of the darkened room. In a moment a light, grasped in the talon fingers of the doorkeeper of Monk Hall, flashed around the place. Silent and alone Gus Lorimer stood in the center of the room, his arms folded across his breast, while a dark frown on his brow was the only outward manifestation of the violence of the struggle that had convulsed his very soul. During that solitary moment of utter darkness, calling all the resources of his mind to his aid, he had resolved upon his course of action. "It is a fearful remedy, but a sure one," he muttered as he again faced Binewood, who had just risen from the floor, where he had been thrown by Mr. Abijah K. Jones. "Begone devil bug," he continued aloud, "but wait without and see that glowworm and mosquito are at hand," he added in a meaning whisper. "Now sir, I have a word to say to you," and as he spoke he confronted the brother of the girl, whose ruin he had contrived with the ingenuity of an accomplished libertine, mingled with all the craft of an incarnate fiend. Aching in every limb from his recent fall, Binewood stood pale and silent, regarding the libertine with a settled gaze. In the effort to command his feelings, he pressed his teeth against his lower lip, until a thin line of blood trickled down to his chin. "You will allow that this is a most peculiar case," he exclaimed with a calm gaze, as he confronted Burnwood, "one in fact, that demands some painful thought. Will you favor me with 10 minutes private conversation?" "You are very polite," exclaimed Binewood with a withering sneer. "Here is a man, who commits a wrong for which H.L.L. itself has no name, and then, instead of shrinking from the sight of the man he has injured, beyond the power of words to tell, he coolly demands 10 minutes private conversation." "It is your interest to grant my request," replied Lorimer, with a manner as collected as though he had merely said pass the bottle. "Binewood." "I presume I must submit," replied Binewood, "but after the 10 minutes are past, remember, that there is not a fiend in hell whom I would not sooner hug to my bosom, than grant 1 moment's conversation to a man. Ha, ha, a man like you. My sister's honor may be in your power. But remember, that as surely as you wrong her, so surely you will pay for that wrong, with your life. You then grant me 10 minutes conversation? You give me your word that during this period, you will keep your seat, and listen patiently to all that I may have to say? You nod assent. Follow me, then. A footstep or so this way, will lead us to a pleasant room, the last of this range, where we can talk the matter over. He flung open the western door of the walnut room, and led away along a narrow entry, up a stairway with some 5 steps, and in a moment stood before a small doorway, closing the passage at the head of the stairs. At every footstep of the way, he held the light extended at arm's length, and regarded Binewood with the cautious glance of a man who is not certain at what moment a concealed enemy may strike him in the back. "My library, sir," exclaimed Lorimer as pushing open the door, he entered a small oblong room, some 20 feet in length and about half that extent in width. "A quiet little place where I sometimes amuse myself with a book. There is a chair, sir, please be seated." Seating himself upon a small stool, that stood near the wall of the room, furthest from the door, Binewood with a single glance, took in all the details of the place. It was a small unpretending room, oblong in form, with rows of shelves along its longest walls, facing each other, supplied with books of all classes, and of every description, from the ponderous history to the trashy novel. The other walls at either end were concealed by plain and neat paper, of a modern pattern, which by no means harmonized with the ancient style of the carpet, whose half-faded colors glowed dimly in the light. Along the wall of the chamber opposite Binewood, extended an old-fashioned sofa, wide and roomy as a small sleeping couch, and from the center of the place, arose a massive table, fashioned like a chest, with substantial sides of carved oak, supplying the place of legs. To all appearance it was fixed and jointed into the floor of the room. Altogether the entire room, as its details were dimly revealed by the beams of the flickering lamp, wore a cheerless and desolate look, increased by the absence of windows from the walls, and the ancient and worn-out appearance which characterized the stool, the sofa and the table, the only furniture of the place. There was no visible hearth, and no sign of fire, while the air cold and chilling had a musty and unwholesome taint, as though the room had not been visited or opened for years. Placing the lamp on the solitary table, Lorimer flung himself carelessly on the sofa, and motioned Binewood to draw his seat nearer to the light. As Binewood seated himself beside the chest-like table, with his cheek resting on his hand, the full details of his countenance, so pale, so colorless, so corpse-like, were disclosed to the keen gaze of Lorimer. The face of the brother was perfectly calm, although the large black eyes, dilated with a glance that revealed the soul, turning madly on itself and gnawing its own life, in very madness of thought, while from the lips tightly compressed, there still trickled down, the same thin line of blood, rendered even more crimson and distinct, by the extreme pallor of the countenance. "You will at least admit, that I have won the wager," said Lorimer, in a meaning tone, as he fixed his gaze upon the death-like countenance of Binewood Arlington. Binewood started, raised his hands suddenly, as if about to grasp the libertine by the throat, and then folding his arms tightly over his chest, he exclaimed in a voice marked by unnatural calmness, "For 10 minutes, sir, I have promised to listen to all you may have to say. Go on, sir. But do not, I beseech you, tempt me too far." "Exactly 3:30 by my repeater," coolly replied Lorimer, looking at his watch. "At 20 minutes of 4, our conversation's ends." "Very good. Now, sir, listen to my proposition. Give me your word of honor, and your oath, that when you leave this house, you will preserve the most positive secrecy with regard to everything you may have witnessed within its walls. Promise me this, under your word of honor and your solemn oath, and I will give you my word of honor, my oath, that, in 1 hour from daybreak, your sister shall be taken to her home, pure and stainless, as when first she left her father's threshold. Do you agree to this? Do you see this hand?" answered Binewood, with a nervous tremor of his lips, that imparted an almost savage sneer to his countenance. "Do you see this flame? Sooner than agree to leave these walls, without without Mary, pure and stainless, mark ye, I would hold this good right hand in the blaze of this lamp, until the flesh fell blackened and festering from the very bone. Are you answered?" "Excuse me, sir, I was not speaking of any anatomical experiments, however interesting such little efforts in the surgical line may be to you. I wished to make a compromise." "A compromise?" echoed Binewood. "Yes, a compromise. That melodramatic sneer becomes you well, but it would suit the pantomimist at the Walnut Street Theatre much better. What have I done with the girl, that you, or any other young blood about town, would not do, under similar circumstances? Who was it that entered so heartily into the joke of the sham marriage, when it was named in the oyster-cellar? Who was it called the astrologer a knave, a fortune-teller, a catch-penny cheat, when he, simple man, advised me to give up the girl? I perceive, sir, you are touched. I am glad to observe that you appreciate the graphic truth of my remarks. You will not sneer at the word compromise again, will you?" "Oh, Mary! Oh, Mary!" whispered Binewood, drawing his arms yet more closely over his breast, as though in the effort to command his agitation. "Mary, Was I placing your honor in the dice box, when I made the wager with yonder man? Was it your ruin the astrologer foretold, when he urged this devil to turn back in his career? Was it my voice that cheered him onward in his work of infamy? O Mary, was it for this, that I loved you as brothel never loved sister? Was it for this, that I wound you close to my inmost heart, since first I could think or feel? Was it for this, that in the holiest of all my memories, all my hopes, your name was enshrined? Was it for this, that I pictured, again and again, every hour in the day, every moment of the night, the unclouded prospects of your future life? O Mary, I may be wrong, I may be vile, I may be sunken as low as the man before me, yet my love for you has been without spot, and without limit. And Mo Mary, oh now, he paused. There was a husky sound in his throat, and the blood trickled faster from his tortured lip. Lorimer looked at him silently for a moment, and then, taking a small penknife from his pocket, began to pare his nails, with a quiet and absent air, as though he didn't exactly know what to do with himself. He wore the careless and easy look of a gentleman, who having just dined, is wondering where in the deuce he shall spend the afternoon. I say, Biny my boy, he cried suddenly, with his eyes fixed on the operations of the knife, devilish odd, ain't it? That little affair of yours, Willany? Wonder if she has any brother? Keen cut that, had Mr. Lorimer intended the allusion, about the keenness of the cut, for Binewood instead of his nail-paring knife, the remark would, perhaps, have been equally applicable. Burnwood shivered at the name of Annie, as though an ague fit had passed suddenly over him. The cut was rather keen, and somewhat deep. This careless kind of intellectual surgery sometimes makes ghastly wounds in the soul, which it so pleasantly dissects. May I ask what will be your course, in case you leave this place, without the lady? You are silent. I suppose there will be a suit instituted for abduction and 1,000 legal et ceteras? This place will be ransacked for the girl, and your humble servant will be threatened with the penitentiary? A pleasant prospect, truly. Why do you look so earnestly at that hand? You have your pleasant prospects, I have mine, exclaimed Burnwood with a convulsive smile. You see that right hand, do you? I was just thinking, how long it might be ere that hand would be reddened with your heart's blood. Such talk is d boyish. Do you agree to my proposition? Yes or no? You have had my answer. In case I surrender the girl to you, will you then promise unbroken secrecy, with regard to the events of this night? I will make no terms whatever with a scoundrel and a coward. Hissed Binewood, between his clenched teeth. Sure. It is high time this mask should be cast aside, exclaimed Lorimer, as his eye flashed with an expression of triumph, mingled with anger and scorn. And do you suppose that on any condition, or for any consideration, I would leave this fair prize slip from my grasp? Why, innocent that you are, you might have piled oath on oath, until your very breath grew husky in the effort, and still, despite of all your oaths, the girl would remain mine. Know me as I am. Not the mere man about town, not the wine-drinking companion, not the fashionable addle-head you think me, but the man of pleasure. You will please observe, how much lies concealed in that title. You have talents. These talents have been from childhood, devoted to books, or mercantile pursuits. I have some talent, I flatter myself, and that talent, aided and strengthened in all its efforts, by wealth, from very boyhood, has been devoted to pleasure, which, in plain English, means, woman, the means of securing her affection, of compassing her ruin, of enjoying her beauty, has been my book, my study, my science, nay my profession from boyhood. And am I to be foiled in one of the most intricate of all my adventures, by such a child, a mere boy like you? Are you to frighten me, to scare me back in the path I have chosen, to wrest this flower, to obtain which I have periled so much? Are you to wrest this flower from my grasp? You are so strong, so mighty. You talk of reddening your hand in my heart's blood, and all such silly vaporing, that would be hissed by the pit boys, if they but heard it, spouted forth by a fifth-rate hero of the green room, and yet, with all this, you are my prisoner, your prisoner, echoed Binewood, slowly rising to his feet. Keep cool, sir, cried Lorimer with a glance of scorn. 2 minutes of the 10 yet remain. I have your word of honor, you will remember. Yes, my prisoner. Why do you suppose for a moment, that I would let you go forth from this house, when you have it in your power to raise the whole city on my head? You know that I have placed myself under the ban of the laws by this adventure. You know that the penitentiary would open its doors to enclose me, in case I was to be tried for this affair. You know that popular indignation, poverty and disgrace, stare me in the very eyes, the moment this adventure is published to the world, and yet, ha, you still think me, the egregious ass, to open the doors of Monk Hall to you, and pleasantly bid you go forth, and ruin me forever. Sir, you are my prisoner. Ha! I will be even with you, laughed Binewood. You may murder me, in the act I still have the power to arouse the neighborhood. I can shriek for help. I can yell out the cry of murder, from this foul den, until your doors are flung open by the police, and the secrets of your rookery laid bare to the public gaze. Scream, yell, cry out, until your throat cracks. Who will hear you? Do you know how many feet you are standing above the level of the earth? Do you know the thickness of these walls? Do you know that you stand in the tower room of Monk Hall? Try your voice, by all means. I should like to hear you cry murder or fire, or even horror for some political candidate. If the humor takes you. Binewood sank slowly in his seat, and rested his cheek upon his hand. His face was even paler than before. The consciousness that he was in the power of this libertine, for life or death, or any act of outrage, came stealing round his heart, like the probings of a surgeon's knife. Go on, sir, he muttered, biting his nether lip, until the blood once more came trickling down to his chin. The hour is yours. Mine will come, at my bidding, not a moment sooner, laughed Lorimer, rising his feet. Why, man, death surrounds you in 1,000 forms, and you know it not. You may walk on death, you may breathe it, you may drink it, you may draw it to you with a finger's touch, and yet be as unconscious of its presence, as a blind man is of a shadow in the night. Binewood slowly rose from his seat. He clasped his hands nervously together, and his lips muttered an incoherent sound as he endeavored to speak. Do what you will with me, he cried, in a husky voice, but oh, for the sake of God, do not wrong my sister. She is in my power, whispered Lorimer, with a smile, as he gazed upon the agitated countenance of the brother. She is in my power. Then by the eternal God, you are in mine, shrieked Binewood, as with one wild bound, he sprang at the tall form of Lorimer, and fixed both hands around his throat, with a grasp like that of the tigress when she fights for her young. You are in my power. You cannot unloose my grasp. Ha! You grow black in the face. Struggle, with all your strength you cannot tear my hands from your throat. You shall die like a felon, by the eternal God. Lorimer was taken by complete surprise. The wild bound of Binewood had been so sudden, the grasp of his hands was so much like the terrific clutch with which the drowning man makes a last struggle for life, that for a single moment, the handsome Gus Lorimer reeled to and fro like a drunken man, while his manly features darkened over with a hue of livid blackness, as ghastly as it was instantaneous. The struggle lasted but a single moment. With the convulsive grasp tightening around his throat, Lorimer sank suddenly on one knee, dragging his antagonist with him, and as he sank, extending his arm, with an effort as desperate as that which fixed the clenched fingers around his throat, he struck Binewood a violent blow with his fist, directly behind the ear. Vinewood sank senseless to the floor, his fingers unclosing their grasp of Lorimer's throat, as slowly and stiffly as though they were seized with a sudden cramp. "Pretty devilish and hasty," muttered Lorimer, arranging his cravat and vest, "left the marks of his fingers on my throat, I'll be bound. Hello, Mosquito. Hello, Glowworm, here's work for you." The door of the room swung suddenly open, and the Herculean negroes stood in the doorway, their sable faces, agitated by the same hideous grin, while the sleeves of the red flannel shirts, which formed their common costume, rolled up to the shoulders, disclosed the iron sinews of their jet-black arms. "Mark this man, I say." "Yes, massa, I do s," chuckled Mosquito, as his loathsome lips, inclining suddenly downward toward the jaw, on either side of his face, were convulsed by a brutal grin. "Dis nigger nebber mark a man yet, but dat somefin come ob it. Massa Gusty no want de critter to go out ob dis air door?" exclaimed Glowworm, as the long rows of his teeth, bristling from his thick lips, shone in the light like the fangs of some strange beast. "S'pose he go out ob dat door? S'pose de nigger no mash him head, bad. Ain't Glowworm got fist? Ha ha. Sketto, did you ever see dis chilly child knocks down? Ha ha. You are to watch outside the door all night," exclaimed Lorimer, as he stood upon the threshold. "Let him not leave the room on the peril of your lives. D'ye mark me, fellows?" And as he spoke, motioning the negroes from the room, he closed the door and disappeared. He had not gone a moment when Vinewood, recovering from the stunning effect of the blow which had saved Lorimer's life, slowly staggered to his feet, and gazed around with a bewildered glance. "On Christmas Eve," he murmured wildly, as though repeating words whispered to his ear in a dream, "on Christmas Eve, at the hour of sundown, one of ye will die by the other's hand. The winding sheet is woven and the coffin made." Book the First. Chapter 11th. Devil Bug. It don't scare me, I tell ye. For 6 long years, day and night, it has laid by my side, with its jaw broke and its tongue sticking out, and yet I ain't a bit scared. There it is now on the left side, ye mind, in the light of the fire. Ain't it an ugly corpse? Hey? A real nasty Christian, I tell ye. Just look at the knees, drawed up to the chin. Just look at the eyes, hanging out on the cheeks. Just look at the jaw all smashed and broke. Look at the big, black tongue, sticking from between the teeth. Say it ain't an ugly corpse, will ye? Sometimes I can hear him groan, only sometimes. I've always noticed when anything bad is a-going to come across me, that critter groans and groans. Just as I struck him down, he lays afore me now. Whiz whiz he came down the hatchway, 3 stories, every bit of it. Curse it, why hadn't I the last trapdoor open? He fell on the floor, pretty much mashed up, but he wasn't dead. He riz on his feet. Just as he lays on the floor, in his shirt sleeves, with his jaw broke and his tongue out, he riz on his feet. Didn't he groan? I put him down, I tell ye, I down. Ha! What was a sledgehammer to this fist, in that particular minute? Crack, crack went the spring of the last trapdoor, and the body fell the devil knows where. I put it out o' my sight, and yet it came back to me, and crouched down at my side, the next minute. It's been there ever since. If I sleep, or if I'm wide awake, it's there, always on my left side, where I ain't got no eye to see it, and yet I do see it. What a cussed fool I was arter all. To kill him, and he not got a cent in his pockets. Bah! Whenever I think of it I grow feverish. And there he is now, with his ugly jaw. How he lolls his tongue out, and his eyes. Uck! But I ain't a bit scared. No. Not me. I can bear worse things than that. The light from the blazing coal fire streamed around the doorkeeper's den. Seated close by the grate, in a crouching attitude, his feet drawn together, his big hands grasping each knee with a convulsive clutch, his head lowered on his breast, and his face, warmed to a crimson red by the glare of the flame, moistened with thick drops of perspiration. Devil-bug turned the orbalus eye socket to the floor at his left side, as though it was gifted with full powers of sight, while his solitary eye grew larger and more burning in its fixed gaze, until at last, it seemed to stand out, from his overhanging brow, like a separate flame. The agitation of the man was at once singular and fearful. Oozing from his swarthy brow, the thick drops of sweat fell trickling over his hideous face, moistening his matted hair, until it hung, damp and heavy over his eyebrows. The lips of his wide mouth receding to his flat nose and pointed chin, disclosed the long rows of bristling teeth, fixed as closely together, as though the man had been suddenly seized with lockjaw. His face was all one loathsome grimace, as with his blazing eye, fixed upon the fire, he seemed gazing upon the floor at his left, with the shrunken and eyeless socket of the other side of his face. This creature, who sate crouching in the light of the fire, muttering words of strange meaning to himself, presented a fearful study for the Christian and philanthropist. His soul was like his body, a mass of hideous and distorted energy. Born in a brothel, the offspring of foulest sin and pollution, he had grown from very childhood, in full and continual sight of scenes of vice, wretchedness and squalor. From his very birth, he had breathed an atmosphere of infamy. To him, there was no such thing as good in the world. His world, his place of birth, his home in infancy, childhood and manhood, his only theatre of action, had been the common house of ill fame. No mother had ever spoken words of kindness to him, no father had ever held him in his arms. Sister, brother, friends, he had none of these. He had come into the world without a name, his present one being the standing designation of the successive doorkeepers of Monk Hall, which he in vain endeavored to assume, leaving the slang title bestowed on him in childhood, to die in forgetfulness. Abijah K. Jones he might call himself, but he was Devil-bug still. His loathsome look, his distorted form, and hideous soul, all seemed to crowd on his memory, at the same moment, when the word Devil-bug rang on his ear. That word uttered, and he stood apart from the human race, that word spoken, and he seemed to feel that he was something distinct from the mass of men, a wild beast, a snake, a reptile, or a devil incarnate, anything but a man. The same instinctive pleasure that other men may feel in acts of benevolence, of compassion or love, warmed the breast of Devil-bug, when enjoyed in any deed, marked by a special cruelty. This word will scarcely express the instinctive impulse of his soul. He loved not so much to kill, as to observe the blood of his victim fall drop by drop, as to note the convulsive look of death, as to hear the last throttling rattle in the throat of the dying. For years and years, the instinctive impulse had worked in his own bosom, without vent. The murder which had dyed his hands with human blood for the first time, some 6 years ago, opened wide to his soul the pathway of crime, which it was his doom and his delight to tread. Ever since the night of the murder, his victim, hideous and repulsive, had lain beside him, crushed and mangled, as he fell through the death trap. The corpse was never absent from his fancy, which in this instance had assumed the place of eyesight. Did he sit, it was at his left side. Did he walk, crushed and mangled as it was, it glided with him. Did he sleep, it still was at his side, ever present with him, always staring him in the face, with all its loathsome details of horror and bloodshed. Since the night of the murder, a longing desire had grown up, within this creature, to lay another corpse beside his solitary victim. Were there, he thought, 2 corpses, ever at his side, the terrible details of the mangled form and crushed countenance of the first would lose half their horror, all their distinctness. He longed to surround himself with the phantoms of new victims. In the number of his crimes, he even anticipated pleasure. It was this deplorable moral monstrosity, who knew no God, who feared no devil, whose existence was one instinctive impulse of cruelty and bloodshed. It was this outlaw of heaven and earth and hell, who held the life of Binewood Arlington in his grasp. "It's near about morning and that 'ere boy ought to have something to eat. A little to drink, perhaps. Now suppose I should take him up a biled chicken and a bottle of wine. He sits down by the table a course to eat. I fix his plate on a particular side. As he planks down into the chair, his foot touches a spring. What is the consequence? He gets a fall and hurts hisself. Suppose he drinks the wine? 3 stories down the hatchway, rather an ugly tumble. He gets crazy, and won't know nothing for days. Very peculiar wine, got it from the doctor who used to come here, didn't kill a man, only makes him mad like. The man with Th. Poker isn't nothing to this stuff. Hello? Who's there? Only me, Bijah, cried a woman's voice, and the queenly form of long-haired Bess with a dark shawl thrown over her bridesmaid's dress advanced toward the light. I've just left Lorimer. He's with the girl you know. He sent me down here, to tell you to keep close watch on that young fellow, just as if I couldn't do it myself, grunted Abijah in his grindstone voice, always ordering a fella about. That's his way. S'pose you can't make yourself useful? Can you? Then take some biled chicken, and a bottle of wine up to the young chap. Guess he's most starved. Shall I get the chicken and the wine? Asked Bess, gazing steadily in Abijah's face. What the thunder you look in my face that way fur? No, you shan't get 'em. Get 'em myself. Wait here till I come back. Don't let anyone in without the password. What hour of the night dash and the answer dinner time dash you know. And as Devilbug strode heavily from the den, and was heard going down into the cellars of the mansion, Bess stood silent and erect before the tire, her face shadowed by an expression of painful thought, while her dark eyes shot a wild glance from beneath her arching brows, suddenly compressed in a frown. Some mischief at work, I suppose, she whispered in a hissing voice. I've sold myself to shame, but not to murder. A low knock resounded from the front door. Suddenly undrawing the bolt and flinging the chain aside, Bess gazed through a crevice of the opened door, upon the newcomers, who stood beyond the outside door of green blinds. Who's there? She said in a low voice. Ha! Ha! Laughed one of the strangers. It's Bonnie Bess. What hour of the night is it, my dear? Dinner time, you fool, replied the young lady, opening the outside door. Come in, Luke. Ha! There is a stranger with you. Your friend Luke? Aye, Bessie my love, answered Luke as he entered the den, with the stranger at his side. Did ye hear the Devilbug say, whether there was fire in my room? All right, hey? And cards, you know, Bess, cards? This gentleman and I want to amuse ourselves with a little game. By the by, where's Fitzcowles? I should like him to join us. Seen him tonight, my dear? Upstairs, you know, Luke, answered Bess with a meaning smile. Veiled figure Luke, you know? That's a game above your fancy, I should suppose. And as she said this with an expressive glance of her dark eye, Bess observed that the stranger who accompanied Luke was a very tall, stout man, wrapped up in a thick overcoat, whose upraised collar concealed his face to the very eyes. His eyes were visible for a single moment. However, as half hidden by the shadow of Luke's figure, the stranger strode swiftly across the floor of the den. Bess started, with a feeling of terror, akin to the awe one experiences in the presence of a madman, as those eyes, so calm and yet so burning in their fixed gaze, flashed for a moment in the red light. Luke, I am ready, said the stranger in a smothered voice. To the room, Luke, to the room. Without a word, Luke led the way from the den, and in a moment Bess heard the half-hushed sound of their footsteps, as they ascended the staircase of the mansion. That's a strange eye for a man who's only going to play cards, muttered Bess as she stood by the fireplace. Now it's more like the eye of a man who's been playing all night, and lost his very soul in a game with the D.L. Lord. But that's a wicked eye for a dark night. Here's the biled chicken and the wine, grated the harsh voice of Devil Bug, who approached the fire, with a large waiter in his arms. Take it up to the fella, Bess. He's hungry p'raps. And d'ye mind, gal, set his plate on the side of the table, furthest from the door? Any particular reason for that, Bijah? Cuss it, gal, can't you do it, without axing questions? It's only a whim o' mine. That bottle is worth its weight in red jeweled. Don't taste such Madeira every day, I tell you. Poor fellow, guess he's a'most starved. Well, I'll take him the chicken and the wine, exclaimed Bess pleasantly as she took possession of the waiter with its cold chicken and luscious wine. Hang it though, when I come to think o' it, why couldn't you have taken it up yourself? Bijah, you're growing lazy. Mind, gal, grunted Devil Bug as the girl disappeared through the door, set his plate on the side of the table furthest from the door. D'ye hear? It's a whim o' mine. Furthest from the door, d'ye hear? Furthest from the door, echoed Bess, and in a moment her footsteps resounded with a low pattering noise along the massive staircase. The spring, and the bottle, muttered Devil Bug as he resumed his seat beside the fire. It seems to me, I should like to creep upstairs, and listen at his door to see how them things work. The niggers is there, but no matter. Maybe he'll howl, or groan, or do all sorts of ravings. Gusty did not exactly tell me to do all this, but I guess he'll grin as wide as anybody, when the thing is done. It seems to me I should like to see how them things works. It 'ud be nice to listen a bit at his door. Wonder if that gal suspicions anything? He rubbed his hands earnestly together, as a man is wont to do, under the influence of some pleasing idea, and his solitary eye dilated and sparkled, with a glance of the most remarkable satisfaction. A slight chuckle shook his distorted frame, and his lips performed a succession of vivid spasms which an ignorant observer might have confounded under the general name of laughter. Poor fella, guess he's cold without a fire, said complacent Devil Bug as he rubbed his hand cheerfully together. I might build him a little fire. I might, ha. 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 He arose slowly to his feet, and laughed so loud, that the echoes of his voice resounded from the den, along the hall, and up the staircase of the mansion. I might try that, he cried with a hideous glow of exultation. Wonder how that would work. Opening the door of a closet on one side of the fireplace, he drew from its depths a small furnace of iron, such as housewives use for domestic purposes. He placed the furnace in the full light of the fire, surveyed it closely, rubbed his hands pleasantly together yet once more, while a deep chuckle shook his form, from head to foot. His face wore an expression of extreme good humor. The visage of a drunken loafer, as he flings a penny to a ragged sweep, was nothing in comparison. A little kindling wood, he muttered, drawing to the fire an old sack that had lain concealed in the darkness, add a little charcoal. Makes a rooging hot fire. Fat pine and charcoal. Ha, ha, ha. Rather guess the poor fellow's cold. Now for a light dash, cuss it how the fat pin blazes. He waited but a single moment for the wood and charcoal to ignite. It flared up at first in a smoky blaze, and then subsided into a clear and brilliant flame. Seizing the iron handle of the furnace, Devil Bug suddenly raised it from the floor, and rushed from the den, and up the staircase of the mansion, as though his very life hung on his speed. And as he ascended the stairway, the light of the furnace, gradually increasing to a vivid flame, was thrown upward over his hideous face, turning the beetling brow, the flat nose and the wide mouth with its bristling teeth, to a hue of dusky red. One moment as he swung the furnace from side to side, you beheld his face and form in a glow of blood-red light, and the next it was suddenly lost to view, while the vessel of iron, with its burning coals, seemed gliding up the stairway, impelled by a single swarthy hand, with fingers like talons and sinews starting out from the skin like knotted cords. "Halloo! I didn't know Monk Luke was in his room," he muttered, as he paused for a moment before a massive door, opening into the hall, which extended along the mansion, above the first stairway. There's a streak of light from the keyhole of his door. And voices inside the room, but no matter. The charcoal's a burnin', and, wonder how that it'll work. And up the staircase of the mansion he pursued his way, flinging the blazing furnace from side to side, while his face grew like the visage of a very devil, as again the words rose to his lips. The charcoal's a burnin', wonder how that it'll work. The light still flickered through the keyhole cf the massive door. Within the somber panels, it shone over the rich furniture of an apartment, long and wide, with high ceiling and wainscoted walls. There was a gorgeous carpet on the floor, a thickly curtained bed in one corner, a comfortable fire burning in the grate, and a large table standing near the center of the room, on which a plain lamp, darkened by a heavy shade, was burning. The shade flung the light of the lamp down over the table. It was covered with books, cards, and wine glasses, and around the carpet, for the space of a yard or more, while the other portions of the apartment were enveloped in faint twilight. And in that dim light, near the fire, stood two men, steadfastly regarding each other in the face. The snake-like eye of the tall and slender man was fixed in keen gaze upon the bronzed face of his companion, whose stout and imposing form seemed yet more large and commanding in its proportions, as occasional flashes from the fireplace lighted up the dim twilight. It was a strange thing, to see those large blue eyes, gleaming from the bronzed face, with such a calm and yet burning luster. "Luke, to the room," whispered a voice, husky with suppressed agitation. "He is calm," muttered Luke to himself. "I led him a d—l of a way in order to give him time to command his feelings. He is calm now, and, it's too late to go back." Extending his hand, he reached a small dark lanthorn from the mantelpiece, and walked softly across the floor. Opening the door of the wide closet, he motioned Livingstone to approach. "You see, this is rather a spacious closet," Luke whispered, as silently drawing Livingstone within the recess, he closed the door, leaving them enveloped in thick darkness. "The back wall of the closet is nothing less than a portion of the wainscoting of the next room. Give me your hand, it is firm. By G.D. Do you feel that bolt? It's a little one, but once withdrawn, the paneling swings away from the closet like a door, and egad, the next room lays before you." While Livingstone stood in the thick darkness of the closet, silent as death, Luke slowly drew the bolt. Another touch, and the door would swing open into the next room. Luke could hear the hard breathing of the merchant, and the hand which he touched suddenly became cold as ice. As though by mere accident, in that moment of suspense, when their joined fingers touched the bolt, Harvey allowed the door of the dark lanthorn to spring suddenly open. The face of Livingstone, every line and feature, was disclosed in the light, with appalling distinctness. Luke was prepared for a sight of some interest, but no sooner did the light fall on the merchant's face, than he gave a start of involuntary horror. It was as though the face of a corpse, suddenly recalled to life, had risen before him. White and livid and ghastly, with the discolored circles of flesh deepening beneath each eye, and with the large blue eyes steadily glaring from the dark eyebrows, it was a countenance to strike the very heart with fear and horror. The firm lips wore a bluish hue, as though the man had been dead for days, and corruption was eating its way through his vitals. Around his high and massive brow hung his hair, in slight masses, fearful streaks of white resting like scattered ashes, among the locks of dark brown. "Well, Luke, you see, I am calm," whispered Livingstone, smiling, with his lips still compressed. "I am calm." Luke slowly withdrew the bolt, and closed the door of the lanthorn. The secret door of the wainscoting swung open with a faint noise. "Listen," he whispered to Livingstone, as the dark room lay before them. "Listen." And with his very breath hushed, Livingstone silently listened. A low sound like a woman breathing in her sleep came faintly to his ear. Luke felt the merchant start as though he was reeling beneath a sudden blow. "Give me the dark lanthorn," whispered Livingstone. "The pistols I have," he continued, hissing the words through his clenched teeth. "The room is dark, but I can discern the outlines of the bed." He pressed Luke by the hand with a firm grasp, took the lanthorn, carefully closing its door, and strode with a noiseless footstep into the dark room. Luke remained in the closet, listening with hushed breath. There was a pause for a moment. It seemed an age to the listener. Not a sound, not a footstep, not even the rustling of the bed curtains. All was silent as the grave vault, which has not been disturbed for years. Luke listened. He leaned from his closet and gazed into the dark room. It was indeed dark. Not the outline of a chair, or a sofa, or the slightest piece of furniture could he discern. True, near the center of the place, arose a towering object, whose outlines seemed a shade lighter than the rest of the room. This might be the bed, thought Luke, and again, holding his breath, he listened for the slightest sound. All was dark and still. Presently Luke heard a low gurgling noise, like the sound produced by a drowning man. Then all was silent as before. In a moment the gurgling noise was heard again, and a sudden blaze of light streamed around the room. Book the First. Chapter 12. The Tower Room. My sister is in his power, for any act of wrong, for any deed of outrage. And I cannot strike a blow in her defense. A solitary wall may separate as, in one room the sister pleads with the villain for mercy. In the other, trapped and imprisoned, the brother hears her cry of agony, and cannot raise a finger in her behalf. Ha! The door is fast. I hear the hushed breathing of negroes on the other side. I have read many legends of a place of torment in the other world, but what devil could contrive a hell like this? He flung himself on the sofa, and covered his face with his hands. The lamp burning dimly on the solitary table, flung a faint and dusky light around the walls of the tower room. Vinewood lay in dim shadow, with his limbs thrown carelessly along the sofa, his outspread hands covering his face, while the long curls of his raven black hair fell wild and tangled over his forehead. As he lay there, with his dress disordered and his form resting on the sofa, in an attitude which, careless as it was, resembled the crouching position of one who suffers from the cold chill succeeding fever, you might have taken him for an inanimate effigy, instead of a living and breathing man. No heaving of the chest, no quick and gasping respiration, no convulsive movements of the fingers, indicated the agitation which shook his soul to its center. He lay quiet and motionless, his white hands concealing his livid face, while a single glimpse of his forehead was visible between the tangled locks of his raven hair. The silence of the room was broken by the creaking of the door, as it swung slowly open. Bess silently entered the room, holding the waiter with the cold chicken and bottle of Madeira in her hands. She hurriedly closed the door and advanced to the solitary table. Her face was very pale, and her long dark hair hung in disordered tresses around her full voluptuous neck. The dark shawl which she had thrown over her bridesmaid's dress had fallen from her shoulders and hung loosely from her arms as she walked. Her entire appearance betrayed agitation and hasty sleeps. She murmured, arranging the refreshments, provided by Devil Bug, along the surface of the chest-like table. "Fix his plate on the side of the table furthest from the door." What could the monster mean? Ha! There may be a secret spring on that side of the table, which the foot of the victim is designed to touch. I'll warn him of his danger. And then, the bottle. She said she would warn Burnwood of his danger, and yet she lingered about the small table, her confused and hurried manner betraying her irresolution and changeability of purpose. Burnwood still lay silent and motionless on the sofa. As far from slumber as the victim writhing on the rack, he was still unconscious of the presence of long-haired Bess. His mind was utterly absorbed in the harrowing details of the mental struggle that shook his soul to its foundations. At first, arranging the knife and plate on one side of the table, and then on the other, now placing the bottle in one position and again in another, it was evident that long-haired Bess was absent, confused and deeply agitated. The sidelong glance, which every other instant, she threw over her shoulder at the reclining form of Binewood, was fraught with deep and painful meaning. At last, with a hurried footstep, she approached the sofa, and glancing cautiously at the door, which hung slightly ajar, she laid her hand lightly on Binewood's shoulder. "I come to warn you of your danger," she whispered in his ear. Binewood looked up in wonder, and then an expression of intolerable disgust impressed every line of his countenance. "Your touch is pollution," he said, shaking her hand from his shoulder. "You were one of the minions of the villain. You plotted my sister's dishonor. I come to warn you of your danger," whispered Bess, with a flashing eye. "You behold refreshments spread for you on yonder table. You see the bottle of wine. On peril of your life don't drink anything but real good brandy," grated a harsh voice at her shoulder. "Liquor ood hellfire forever. That's the stuff, my fella." "Ha! Ha! Ha!" With the same start of surprise, Binewood sprang to his feet, and Bess turned hurriedly around, while their eyes were fixed upon the face of the newcomer. Devil-bug, hideous and grinning, with the furnace of burning coals in his hand, stood before them. His solitary eye rested upon the face of long-haired Bess with a meaning look, and his visage passed through the series of spasmodic contortions peculiar to his expressive features, as he stood swinging the furnace from side to side. "You can go, Bessie, my duck," he said, with a pleasant way of speaking, original with himself. "This air party don't want you no more. You see, my fellow citizen," he continued, turning to Binewood, "your humble servant thought you might be hungry, so he sent you suthin to eat. Thought you might be cold, so he brung you some coals to warm yerself. You can retire, Bessie." He gently led her to the door, fixing his eye upon her face, with a look as full of venom as a spider's sting. "You'd ace built it all, would you?" he hissed the whisper in her ear as he pushed her from the room. "Good night, my dear," he continued aloud. "You better go home. Your mammy's a-waitin' tea for you. Now I'll make you a little bit of fire, mister, if you please." "Fire?" echoed Binewood. "I see no fireplace, that's all you know about it," answered Devilbug, swinging their furnace from side to side. "You think them ours books, do you? Look a little closer, next time. The walls are only painted like books and shelves, false bookcases you see. And then there's glass doors, just like real bookcases. They did it in the old times, them queer old chaps as used to keep house here, all alone to themselves. Nice fireplace, ain't it?" He opened two folding leaves of the false bookcase near the center of the wall opposite the door, and a small fireplace neatly whitewashed and free from ashes or the remains of any former fire, became visible. Stooping on his knees, Devilbug proceeded to arrange the furnace in the hearth, while the half-closed folding leaves of the bookcase well-nigh concealed him from view. A false bookcase on either side of the room. Ha! Books of all classes, painted on the panels, within the sashes, with inimitable skill. They deceived me, in the dim light of yonder lamp. What can this mean? By my life, I shrewdly suspect, that these bookcases conceal secret passages, leading from this den. Binewood flung himself on the sofa, and again covered his face with his hands. "Blazes up quite comfortable," muttered Devilbug, as half concealed by the folding doors of the central part of the bookcase, he stooped over the furnace of blazing coal, warming his hands in the flame. "A nice fire, and a nice fireplace. But I'll have to discharge my bricklayer for one thing. Got him to fix up this hearth not long ago. Scoundrel walled up the chimbley. Did ye ever hear of sich rascality? Consequences, this young gentleman will be rather uncomfortable, 'cause the charcoal smoke won't find no vent. If I should happen to shut the door right tight, he might die. He might so. Things just as bad have happened afore now. He might die. Ha, ha, ha." He chuckled as he retired from the fireplace, screening the blazing furnace, with the half-closed doors of the bookcase. "Wonder how that'll work." He approached the side of Binewood, with that same hideous grin distorting his features, but had not advanced 2 steps, when he started backward with a moment of involuntary horror. "Look here, you sir," he whispered, grasping Binewood by the arm, "just look here a minute. You see the floor at my left side, do you? Now tell us the truth, ain't there a dead man layin' there?" His jaw broke and his tongue out. "Not that I'm afeared, but I wants to satisfy my mind. Just take a good look while I hold still." "I see nothing but the carpet," answered Binewood with a look of loathing, as he observed this strange being, standing before him, motionless as a statue, while his left hand pointed at the floor. "I see nothing but the carpet. Don't see a dead man, with his knees drawed up to his breast, and his tongue sticking out? Well, that's queer. I'd take my book oath that the fellow was a-layin' there, nasty as a snake. Howsever, refresh yourself, young man. There's plenty to eat and drink, and," he pointed to the hearth as he spoke, "there's a nice comfortable fire. Good charcoal, and, I wonders how that'll work." Closing the door, he stood in the small recess, at the head of the stairs, leading to the tower room. The huge forms of the negroes, Mosquito and Glowworm, were flung along the floor, while their hard breathing indicated that they slumbered on their watch. Listening intently for a single moment, at the door of the tower room, Devilbug slowly turned the key in the lock, and then withdrawing it from the keyhole placed it in his pocket. He stepped carefully over the forms of the sleeping negroes, and passed his hands slowly along the paneling of the recess, opposite the door. "The spring. Ha! Ha! I've found it," he muttered in the darkness. "The bookcases don't conceal no passage between the walls of this air tower, and the room itself, do they? Oh, course they do not. Quiet little places where a fella can say his prayers and eat ground nuts. Ha! 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 I must see how that'll work." The paneling slid back as he touched the spring, and Devilbug disappeared into the secret recluse or passage, between the false bookcases and the massive walls of the tower, as the solitary chamber, sing from the western wing of Monk Hall, was termed in the legends of the place. Meanwhile, within the tower room, Binewood Arlington paced slowly up and down the floor, his arms folded, and his face, impressed with a fixed expression, that forced his lips tightly together, darkened his brows in a settled frown, and drove the blood from his entire visage, until it wore the livid hues of death. "My sister in his power. Last night she was pure and stainless, tomorrow morning dawns and she will be a thing stained with pollution, dishonored by a hideous crime. No lapse of time, no prayers to heaven, no bitter tears of repentance can ever wash out the foul stains of her dishonor. And I am a prisoner, while she shrieks for help and shrieks in vain." As Binewood spoke, striding rapidly along the floor, a grateful warmth began to steal around the room, dispelling the chill and damp, which seemed to infect the very air, with an unwholesome taint. "And we have been children together. I have held her in these arms, when she was but a babe, a smiling babe, with golden hair and laughing cheeks. And then when she left home for school, how it wrung my soul to part with her. So young, so light-hearted, so innocent. 3 years pass, she returns grown up into a lovely girl, whose pure soul, a very devil would not dare to tarnish. She returned to bless the sight of her father, her mother, with her laughing face, and she is dishonored. I never knew the meaning of the word till now, dishonored by a villain." He flung himself on the sofa, and covered his face with his hands. "And yet I wronged an innocent girl because she was my father's servant. Great God! Can she have a brother to feel for her ruin? My punishment is just. But Mary, oh! Whom did she ever harm, whom could she ever wrong?" He was silent again. And while his brain was tortured by the fierce struggles of thought, while the memories of earlier days came thronging over his soul, the image of his sister, present in every thought, and shining brightest in each old-time memory, he could feel the grateful heat which pervaded the atmosphere of the room, restoring warmth and comfort to his limbs, while his blood flowed more freely in his veins. There was a long pause, in which his very soul was absorbed in a delirium of thought. It may have been the effect of internal agitation, or the result of his half-crazed intellect acting on his physical system, but after the lapse of some few minutes, he was aroused from his reverie, by a painful throbbing around his temples, which for a single moment destroyed all consciousness, and just as suddenly restored him to a keen and terrible sense of his appalling situation. Now his brain seemed to swim in a wild delirium, and in a single instant as the throbbing around his temples grew more violent, his mental vision seemed clearer and more vigorous than ever. "I can scarcely breathe," he muttered, as he fell back on the sofa, after a vain attempt to rise. "There is a hand grasping me by the throat. I feel the fingers clutching the veins, with the grasp of a demon. My heart, it is turning to ice, and now it is fire. My heart is a ball of flame, the blood boils in my veins." He sprung to his feet, with a wild bound, and his hands clutched madly at his throat, as though he would free the veins from the grasp of the invisible fingers, which were pressing through the very skin. He staggered to and fro along the floor, with his arms flung overhead, as if to ward off the attacks of some invisible foe. His face was ghastly pale, one moment, the next it flushed with the hues of a crimson flame. His large black eyes dilated in their glance, and stood out from the lids as though they were about to fall from their sockets. His mouth distended with a convulsive grimace, while his teeth were firmly clenched together. One instant his brain would be perfectly conscious in all its operations, the next his senses would swim in a fearful delirium. My God," he shouted in one of those momentary intervals of consciousness, as he staggered wildly along the floor, "I am dying, I am dying. My breath comes thick and gaspingly, my veins are chilled. Ha! Ha! They are turned to fire again." Even in his delirium he was conscious of a singular circumstance. A portion of the paneling of the false bookcase, along the wall opposite the fire, receded suddenly, within the sash of the central glass door, leaving a space of black and vacant darkness. The aperture was in the top of the bookcase, near the ceiling of the room. Turning toward the hearth, Vinewood endeavored to regain the sofa, but the room seemed swimming around him, and with a wild movement, he again staggered toward the bookcase opposite the fire. He started backward as a new horror met his gaze. A hideous face glared upon him, from the aperture of the bookcase, like some picture of a fiend's visage, suddenly thrust against the glass door of the bookcase. A hideous face, with a single burning eye, with a wide mouth distending in a loathsome grin, with long rows of fang-like teeth, and a protuberant brow, overhung by thick masses of matted hair. This face alone was visible, surrounded by the darkness which marked the square outline of the aperture. It was, indeed, like a hideous picture framed in ebony, although you could see the muscles of the face in motion, while the flat nose was pressed against the glass of the bookcase, and the thick lips were now tightly closed, and again distending in hideous grin. Ho! 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 A laugh like the shout of a devil, came echoing through the glass, faint and subdued, yet wild and terrible to hear. The charcoal, the charcoal. Wonder how that'll work. Vinewood stood silent and erect, while the throbbing of his temples, the gasping of his breath, and the deadening sensation round his heart, subsided for a single moment. The full horror of his situation rushed upon him. He lay dying by the gas escaping from charcoal, in a room, rendered impervious to the air, closed and sealed for the purpose of this horrible death. A brilliant idea flashed across his brain. "I will overturn the furnace," he muttered, rushing toward the hearth. "I will extinguish the flame." With a sudden bound he sprang forward, but in the very action, fell to the floor, like a drunken man. His breath came in thick convulsive gasps, his heart grew like a mass of fire, while his brain was tortured by one intense and agonizing throb of pain, as though some invisible hand had wound a red-hot wire round his forehead. He lay on the floor, with his outspread hands grasping the ale in the effort to rise. "It works, it works. shouted the voice of Devil Bug, as his loathsome countenance was pressed against the glass door of the bookcase. Ha! 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 He is on the floor, he cannot rise, he is in the clutch of death. How the poor fella kicks and scuffles. A wild, wild shriek echoing from a distant room came faintly to Binewood's ear. That sound of a woman's voice, shrieking for help, in an emphasis of despair, aroused the dying man from the spell which began to deaden his senses. "It is my sister's voice," he exclaimed, springing to his feet with a last effort of strength. "She is in the hands of the villain. I will save her, I will save her," the sister outraged. "The brother murdered!" shouted Devil Bug, through the glass door. "I wonder how that it'll work." Binewood rushed towards the door. It was locked and secured. All hope was in vain. He must die. Die, while his sister's shriek for aid rang on his ears, die, with the loathsome face of his murderer pressed against the glass, while his blazing eye feasted on his last convulsive agonies, die, with youth on his brow, with health in his heart. Die, with all-purposed vengeance on his sister's wronger unfulfilled. Die, by no sudden blow, by no dagger thrust, by no pistol shot, but by the most loathsome of all deaths, by suffocation. Ha! Ha! The thought flashed over his brain. The hangman's rope were a priceless luxury to me in this dread hour. Staggering slowly along the floor, with footsteps as heavy as though he had leaden weights attached to his feet, he approached the chest-like table, and with a faint effort to recover his balance, sunk down on the floor, in a crouching position, while his outspread hands clutched faintly at the air. In a moment he rolled slowly from side to side, and lay on his back with his face to the ceiling, and his arms extended on either side. His eyes were suddenly covered with a glassy film, his lower jaw separated from the upper, leaving his mouth wide open, while the room grew warmer, the air more dense and suffocating. "Help, help!" murmured Binewood, in a smothered voice, like the sound produced by a man throttled by nightmare. "Help! Help! By a baby, go to sleep, that's a good fella." The voice of Devil Bug came like a faint echo through the glass. "A drop from the bottle you'd do good, and just reach your right hand a little bit further. There ain't no spring there, I suppose? Ain't there? Ho ho ho." And Binewood could feel a delicious slanger stealing over his frame, as he lay there on the floor, helpless and motionless, while the voice of Devil Bug rang in his ears. The throbbing of his temples had subsided, he no more experienced the quick gasping struggle for breath, his heart no more passed through the quick transitions from cold to heat, from ice to fire, his veins no more felt like streams of molten lead. He was sinking quietly in a soft and pleasing slumber. The film grew more glassy in each eye, his jaws hung further apart, and the heaving of his chest subsided, until a faint and tremulous motion was the only indication that life had not yet fled from his frame. His outspread arms seemed to grow stiffened and dead as he rested on the floor, while the joints of the fingers moved faintly to and fro, with a fluttering motion that afforded a strange contrast to the complete repose of his body and limbs. His feet were pointed upward, like the feet of a corpse, arrayed for burial. The dim light burning on the chest-like table afforded a faint light to the ghastly scene. There were the untouched refreshments, the cold chicken and the bottle of wine, giving the place the air of a quiet supper room. There were the false bookcases, indicating a resort for meditation and study. There was the cheerful furnace, its glowing flame flashing through the half-closed doors, speaking a pleasant tale of fireside joys and comforts. And there, along the carpet, stiffening and ghastly, lay the form of Binewood Arlington, slowly and quietly yielding to the slumber of death, while a hideous face peered through the glass door, all distorted by a sickening grimace, and a solitary eye, that gleamed like a live coal, drank in the tremulous agonies of the dying man. "Reach his hand a little bit further, that's a good fella, won't have no tumble down 3 stories, nor nothin', if his lingers touch the spring? Ho ho. Quiet now, I guess. Just look how his fingers tremble. I hello. He's on his feet again. With the last involuntary struggle of a strong man wrestling for his life, Vinewood Arlington sprang to his feet, and reaching forth his hand with the same mechanical impulse that had raised him from the floor, he seized the bottle of wine. He raised it to his lips, and the wine poured gurgling down his throat. "Hind got no opium in, I suppose?" "Not the least morsel. Cuss it, how he staggers. Believe my soul he's come into life again." Vinewood glanced around with a look of momentary consciousness. The drugged wine, for a single moment, created a violent reaction in his system, and he became fully sensible of the awful death that awaited him. He could feel the hot air warming his cheek. He could see the visage of Devilbug peering at him through the glass door, and the danger which menaced his sister came home like some horrible phantom to his soul. He felt in his very soul that but a single moment more of consciousness would be permitted him, for action. That moment passed, and the death by charcoal would be quietly and surely accomplished. "Keep me, oh heaven!" he whispered as his mind ran over various expedients for escape. "Aid me, in this, my last effort, that I may live to avenge my sister's dishonor." It was his design to make one sudden and desperate spring toward the glass door, through which the hideous visage of Devilbug glared in his face, and as he madly dashed his hands through the glass, the room would be filled with a current of fresh air. This was his resolve, but it came too late. As he turned to make this desperate spring, his heel pressed against an object, rising from the floor, near a corner of the chest-like table. It was but a small object, resembling a nail or spike, which has not been driven to the head, in the planking of the floor, but suffered to remain half exposed and open to the view. And yet the very moment Burnwood's heel pressed against the trifling object, the floor on which he stood gave way beneath him, with a low rustling sound. Half of the chamber was changed into one black and yawning chasm, and the lamp standing on the table suddenly disappeared, leaving the place wrapped in thick darkness. Another moment passed, and while Vinewood reeled in the darkness, on the verge of the sunken trapdoor, a hushed and distant sound echoed far below as from the depths of some deep and dismal well. The lamp had fallen in the chasm, and the faint sound heard far below was the only indication that it had reached the bottom of the gloomy void, sinking down like a well into the cellars of Monk Hall. Vinewood tottered on the verge of the chasm, while a current of cold air came sweeping upward from its depths. The foul atmosphere of the tower room lost half its deadly qualities, a single moment, as the cool air came rushing from the chasm. Vinewood felt the effects of the charcoal rapidly passing from his system, and his mind regained its full consciousness as his hot brow received the freshening blast of winter air, pouring over the parched and heated skin. But the current of pure air came too late for his salvation. Tottering in the darkness on the very verge of the sunken trapdoor, he made one desperate struggle to preserve his balance, but in vain. For a moment his form swung to and fro, and then his feet slid from under him, and then with a maddening shriek, he fell. "God save poor Mary!" How that last cry of the doomed man shrieked around the panelled walls of the tower room. Wonder how that'll work. The hoarse voice of Devilbug shrieked through the darkness, "Down, down, down. Aha! 3 stories, down, down, down. I wonders how that'll work." Separated from the tower room by the glass door, Devilbug pressed his ear against the glass, and listened for the death groans of the doomed man. A low moaning sound, like the groan of a man who trembles under the operations of a surgeon's knife, came faintly to his ear. In a moment, Devilbug thought he heard a sound like a door suddenly opened, and then, the murmur of voices, whispering some quick and hurried words, resounded along the tower room. Then there was a subdued noise, like a man struggling on the brink of the chasm, and then a hushed sound, that might have been taken for the tread or a footstep mingled with the closing of a door, came faintly through the glass of the bookcase. gliding silently from the secret recess, behind the paneling of the tower room. Devilbug stepped over the forms of the slumbering Negroes and descended the stairway leading to the walnut room. The scene of the wedding was wrapped in midnight darkness. Passing softly along the floor, Devilbug reached the entrance to the rose chamber, and flung the hangings aside, with a cautious movement of his talon-like fingers. "I merely wanted a light," exclaimed Devilbug, as he stood gazing into the rose chamber, "but here's a candle, and a pretty sight into the bargain." He disappeared through the doorway, and after the lapse of a few moments, again emerged into the walnut room, holding a lighted candle in his hand. "Amazing circumstance, that," he chuckled, as he strode across the glittering floor. "The brother fell in that room, and the sister fell in that, about the same time. They fell in different ways though. Strange world, this. Let's see what become of the brother, charcoal and opium ho. Ho. Ho." Before another moment had elapsed, he stood before the door of tower room. Mosquito and Glowworm still slumbered on their watch, their huge forms and hideous faces, dimly developed in the beams of the light, which the doorkeeper carried in his hand. Devilbug listened intently for a single moment, but not the slightest sound disturbed the silence of the tower room. He opened the door. He strode along the carpet. He stood on the verge of the chasm, produced by the falling of the death trap. Down, down. 3 stories, and the pit below. Ha! Let me hold the light, a little nearer. Every trapdoor is open, he is safe enough. Think I see something white a fluttering away down there. Hollered pretty loud as he fell, devilish ugly tumble. Guess it'll work quite nice for Lorimer. Stooping on his knees with the light extended in his right hand, he again gazed down the hatchway, his solitary eye flashing with excitement, as he endeavored to pierce the gloom of the dark void beneath. He's gone to see his friends below. Satin shore. No sound, no groan, not even a holler. Arising from his kneeling position, Devilbug approached the recess of the fireplace. On either side, a plain panel of oak concealed the secret nook behind the false bookcase. Placing his hand cautiously along the panel to the right, Devilbug examined the details of the carving in each corner, and along its side, with a careful eye. "Hasn't been opened tonight," he murmured. "Leads to the walnut room, by a roundabout way. Convenient little passage, if that fool had only knowed on it." In an instant he stood outside of the tower room door, holding the key in one hand, and the candlestick in the other. "Get up, you lazy DLs!" he shouted, bestowing a few pointed kicks upon the carcasses of the sleeping Negroes. "Get up and mind your eyes, or else I'll pick 'em out of your head to play marbles with." Glowworm arose slowly from the floor, and Mosquito, opening his eyes with a sleepy yawn, stared vacantly in the doorkeeper's face. "D'ye hear me? Watch this fella and see that he don't escape. He's a-sleepin' now, but there's no knowin'. Watch. I say watch." He shuffled slowly along the narrow passage, looking over his shoulder at the grinning Negroes, as he passed along, while his face wore its usual pleasant smile, as he again muttered in his hoarse tones, "Watch him, ye dogs, I say watch him." Another moment, and he stood before the entrance of the rose chamber, holding the curtaining aside, while his eye blazed up with an expression of malignant joy. He raised the light on high, and stood gazing silently through the doorway, as though his eyes beheld a spectacle of strange and peculiar interest. And while he stood there, chuckling pleasantly to himself, with the full light of the candle flashing over his loathsome face, 2 figures stood crouching in the darkness, along the opposite side of the room, and the eastern door hung slightly ajar, as though they had entered the place but a moment before. Once or twice Devilbug turned, as though the sound of suppressed breathing struck his ear, but every time, the shadow of the candle fell along the opposite side of the room, and the crouching figures were concealed from view. "Quite a picture," chuckled Devilbug as he again gazed through the doorway of the rose chamber. "A nice little gal and a handsome fella. Ha! 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 He disappeared through the curtaining, while his pleasant chuckle came echoing through the doorway, with a sound of continued glee, as though the gentleman was highly amused by the spectacle that broke on his gaze. The silence of the rose chamber was broken by the tread of a footstep, and the figure of a man came stealing through the darkness, with the form of a queenly woman by his side. "Advance, and save your sister's honor," the deep-toned whisper broke thrillingly on the air. The man advanced with a hurried step, flung the curtain hastily aside, and gazed within the rose chamber. The horror of that silent gaze would be ill repaid by an eternity of joy. Book the First. Chapter 13. The Crime Without a Name. My brother consents? Oh joy, Lorraine, he consents. Your brother consents to our wedding, my love. How did he first discover that the wedding was to take place tonight? It seems that for several days, he has noticed you walking out with Bess. You see, Mary, this excited his suspicions. He watched you with all the brother's care, and tonight, tracked Bess and you, to the doors of this mansion. He was not certain, however, that it was you, whom he seen enter my uncle's house, and so he watched all night around the building. Oh Lorraine, he is a noble brother. At last, grown feverish with his suspicions, he rung the bell, aroused the servant, and when the door was opened, rushed madly upstairs, and reached the wedding room. You know the rest. After the matter was explained to him, he consented to keep our marriage secret until Christmas Eve. He has left the house, satisfied that you are in the care of those who love you. Tomorrow, Mary, when you have recovered from the effects of the surprise, which your brother's sudden entrance occasioned, tomorrow we will be married. And on Christmas Eve, hand linked in hand, we will kneel before our Father, and ask his blessing. One kiss, Mary love, one kiss, and I will leave you for the night. And leaning fondly over the fair girl, who was seated on the sofa, her form enveloped in a flowing nightrobe, Lorimer wound his right arm gently around her neck, bending her head slowly backward in the action, and suffering her rich curls to fall showering on her shoulders, while her upturned face, all radiant with affection, lay open to his burning gaze, and her ripe lips, dropped slightly apart, disclosing the ivory teeth, seemed to woo and invite the pressure of his kiss. One kiss, silent and long, and the lover and the fair girl seemed to have grown to each other's lips. The wax light standing on the small table of the rose chamber, fell mild and dimly over this living picture of youth and passion. The tall form of Lorimer, clad in solemn black, contrasting forcibly with the snow-white robes of the maiden, his arm flung gently around her neck, her upturned face half hidden by the falling locks of his dark brown hair, their lips joined and their eyes mingling in the same deep glance of passion, while her bosom rose heaving against his breast, and her arms half upraised seemed about to entwine his form in their embrace. It was a moment of pure and hallowed love on the part of the fair girl, and even the libertine, for an instant forgot the vileness of his purpose, in that long and silent kiss of stainless passion. "Mary!" cried Lorimer, his handsome face flushing over with transport, as silently gliding from his standing position, he assumed his seat at her side. "Oh! Would that you were mine! We would flee together from the heartless world, in some silent and shadowy valley, we would forget all but the love which made us one. We would seek a home, quiet and peaceful, as that which this book describes," whispered Mary, laying her hand on Bulwer's play of Claude Melnotte. "I found the volume on the table, and was reading it, when you came in. Oh, it is all beauty and feeling. You have read it, Lorraine?" "Again and again, and have seen it played 100 times. The home, to which love could fulfill its prayers, this hand would lead thee," he murmured, repeating the first lines of the celebrated description of the Lake of Como. "And yet, Mary, this is mere romance. A creation of the poet's brain. A fiction as beautiful as a ray of light, and as fleeting. I might tell you a story of a real valley and a real lake, which I beheld last summer, where love might dwell forever, and dwell in eternal youth and freshness. Oh tell me," cried Mary, gazing in his face with a look of interest. "Beyond the fair valley of Wyoming, of which so much has been said and sung, there is a high and extensive range of mountains, covered with thick and gloomy forests. One day last September, when the summer was yet in its freshness and bloom, toward the hour of sunset, I found myself wandering through a thick wood that covered the summit of one of the highest of these mountains. I had been engaged in a deer hunt all day, had strayed from my comrades, and now as night was coming on, was wandering along a winding path that led to the top of the mountain." Lorimer paused for a single instant, and gazed intently in Mary's face. Every feature was animated with sudden interest, and a warm flush hung freshly on each cheek. And as Lorimer gazed upon the animated face of the innocent girl, marking its rounded outlines, its hues of youth and loveliness, its large blue eyes beaming so gladly upon his countenance, the settled purpose of his soul came home to him, like a sudden shadow darkening over a landscape, after a single gleam of sunlight. It was the purpose of this libertine to dishonor the stainless girl, before he left her presence. Before daybreak she would be a polluted thing, whose name and virtue and soul would be blasted forever. In that silent gaze, which drank in the beauty of the maiden's face, Lorimer arranged his plan of action. The book which he had left upon the table, the story which he was about to tell, were the first intimations of his atrocious design. While enchaining the mind of their maiden, with a story full of romance, it was his intention to wake her animal nature into full action. And when her veins were all alive with fiery pulsations, when her heart grew animate with sensual life, when her eyes swam in the humid moisture of passion, then she would sink helplessly into his arms, and, like the bird to the snake, flutter to her ruin. Force, violence. These are but the tools of grown-up children, who know nothing of the mystery of woman's heart. The thought flashed over Lorimer's brain, as his lip wore a very slight but meaning smile. "I have deeper means than these. I employ neither force, nor threats, nor fraud, nor violence. My victim is the instrument of her own ruin. Without one rude grasp from my hand, without one threatening word, she swims willingly to my arms." He took the hand of the fair girl within his own, and looking her steadily in the eye, with a deep gaze which every instant grew more vivid and burning, he went on with his story and his design. "Their wood grew very dark. Around me were massive trees with thick branches, and gnarled trunks, bearing witness of the storms of 100 years. My way led over a path covered with soft forest moss, and now and then, red gleams of sunlight shot like arrows of gold, between the overhanging leaves. Darker and darker, the twilight sank down upon the forest. At last, missing the path, I knew not which way to tread. All was dark and indistinct. Now falling over a crumbling limb, which had been thrown down by a storm long before, now entangled by the wild vines that overspread portions of the ground, and now missing my foothold in some hidden crevice of the earth, I wandered wearily on. At last, climbing up a sudden elevation of the mountain, I stood upon a vast rock that hung over the depths below, like an immense platform. On all sides, but one, this rock was encircled by a waving wall of forest leaves. Green shrubs swept circling around, enclosing it like a fairy bower, while the eastern side lay open to the beams of the moon, which now rose grandly in the vast horizon. Far over wood, far over mountain, far over ravine and dell, this platform rock commanded a distant view of the valley of Wyoming. The moon was in the sky, Mary. The sky was one vast sheet of blue, undimmed by a single cloud, and beneath the moonbeams lay a sea of forest leaves, while in the dim distance, like the shore of this leafy ocean, rose the roofs and steeples of a quiet town, with a broad river, rolling along the dark valley, like a banner of silver, flung over a sable pall. How beautiful! And as the murmur escaped Mary's lips, the hand of Lorimer grew closer in its pressure, while his left arm wound gently around her waist. I stood entranced by the sight. A cool breeze came up the mountainside, imparting a grateful freshness to my cheek. The view was indeed beautiful, but I suddenly remembered that I was without resting place or shelter. Ignorant of the mountain paths, afar from any farmhouse or village, I had still a faint of hope of discovering the temporary habitation of some hunter, who had encamped in these forest wilds. I turned from the magnificent prospect, I brushed aside the wall of leaves, I looked to the western sky. I shall never forget the view, which like a dream of fairyland, burst on my sight, as pushing the shrubbery aside, I gazed from the western limits of the platform rock. There, below me, embedded in the very summit of the mountain, lay a calm lake, whose crystal waters gave back the reflection of forest and sky, like an immense mirror. It was but a mile in length, and half that distance in width. On all sides, sudden and steep, arose the encircling wall of forest trees. Like wine in a goblet, that calm sheet of water lay in the embrace of the surrounding wall of foliage. The waters were clear, so tranquil, that I could see, down, far, far beneath, as if another world was hidden in their depths. And then from the heights, the luxuriant foliage, as yet untouched by autumn, sank in waves of verdure to the very brink of the lake, the trembling leaves, dipping in the clear, cold waters, with a gentle motion. It was very beautiful, Mary, and, oh, most beautiful. The left hand of Lorimer, gently stealing round her form, rested with a faint pressure upon the folds of the nightrobe, over her bosom, which now came heaving tremulously into light. I looked upon this lovely lake with a keen delight. I gazed upon the tranquil waters, upon the steeps crowned with forest trees, one side in heavy shadow, the other, gleaming in the advancing moonbeams. I seemed to inhale the quietness, the solitude of the place, as a holy influence, mingling with the very air I breathed, and a wild transport aroused my soul into an outburst of enthusiasm. Here, I cried, is the home for love. Love, pure and stainless, flying from the crowded city, here can repose, beneath the shadow of quiet rocks, beside the gleam of tranquil waters, within the solitudes of endless forests. Yon sky, so clear, so cloudless, has never beheld a sight of human misery or woe. Why on lake, sweeping beneath me, like another sky, has Jane never been crimsoned by human blood? This quiet valley, hidden from the world now, as it has been hidden since the creation, is but another world where two hearts that love, that mingle in one, that throb but for each other's joy, can dwell forever, in the calm silence of unalloyed affection, a home for love such as angels feel closer and more close. The hand of Lorimer pressed against the heaving bosom, with but the slight folds of the nightrobe between. Here, beside this calm lake, whenever the love of a true woman shall be mine, here, afar from the cares and realities of life, will I dwell. Here, with the means which the accident of fortune has bestowed, will I build, not a temple, not a mansion, not a palace, but a cottage, a quiet home, whose roof shall arise, like a dear hope in the wilderness, from amid the green leaves of embowering trees. You spoke thus, Lorraine? Do I not love you as a true woman should love? Is not your love calm and stainless as the waters of the mountain lake? We will dwell there, Lorraine. Oh, how like romance will be the plain reality of our life. Oh, Mary, my own true love, in that moment as I stood gazing upon the world-hidden lake, my heart all throbbing with strange impulses, my very soul steeped in a holy calm, your form seemed to glide between my eyes and the moonlight. The thought rushed like a prophecy over my soul, that one day, amid the barren wilderness of hearts, which crown the world, I should find one heart, whose impulses should be stainless, whose affection should be undying, whose love should be mine. Oh, Mary, in that moment, I felt that my life would, one day, be illumined by your love, and then you knew me not? Oh, Lorraine, is there not a strange mystery in this affection, which makes the heart long for the love, which it shall one day experience, even before the eye has seen the beloved one? Brighter grew the glow on her cheek, closer pressed the hand on her bosom, warmer and higher arose that bosom in the light. And there, Mary, in that quiet mountain valley, we will seek a home, when we are married. As soon as summer comes, when the trees are green, and the flowers burst from among the moss along the wood path, we will hasten to the mountain lake, and dwell within the walls of our quiet home. For a home shall be reared for us, Mary, on a green glade that slopes down to the water's brink, with the tall trees sweeping away on either side. A quiet little cottage, Mary, with a sloping roof and small windows, all fragrant with wild flowers and forest vines. A garden before the door, Mary, where, in the calm summer morning, you can inhale the sweetness of the flowers, as they breath forth in untamed luxuriance. And then, anchored by the shore, Mary, a light sailboat will be ready for us ever, to bear us over the clear lake in the early dawn, when the mist winds up in fleecy columns to the sky, or in the twilight, when the red sun flings his last ray over the waters, or in the silent night, when the moon is up, and the stars look kindly on us from the cloudless sky. Alas, Lorraine! Clouds may come and storms, and winter, what care we for winter, when eternal spring is in our hearts? Let winter come with its chill, and its ice and its snows. Beside our cheerful fire, Mary, with our hands clasping some book, whose theme is the trials of two hearts that loved on through difficulty and danger or death, we will sit silently, our hearts throbbing with one delight, while the long hours of the winter evening glide quietly on. Do you see the fire, Mary? How cheerily its beams light our faces as we sit in its kindly light. My arm is round your waist, Mary, my cheek is laid next to yours, our hands are locked together and your heart, Mary, oh how softly its throbbings fall on my ear. Oh, Lorraine! Why is there any care in the world, when two hearts can make such a heaven on earth, with the holy lessons of an all-trusting love? Or it may be, Mary, and his gaze grew deeper, while his voice sank to a low and thrilling whisper, or it may be, Mary, that while we sit beside our winter fire, a fair babe, do not blush, my wife, a fair babe will rest smiling on your bosom. Oh, Lorraine, she murmured, and hid her face upon his breast, her long brown tresses, covering her neck and shoulders like a veil, while Lorraine wound his arms closely round her form, and looked around with a glance full of meaning. There was triumph in that glance. The libertine felt her heart throbbing against his breast as he held her in his arms. He felt her bosom panting and heaving, and quivering with a quick fluttering pulsation, and as he swept the clustering curls aside from her half-hidden face, he saw that her cheek glowed like a new lighted flame. She is mine, he thought, and a smile of triumph gave a dark aspect to his handsome face. In a moment Mary raised her glowing countenance from his breast. She gazed around, with a timid, frightened look. Her breath came thick and gaspingly. Her cheeks were all aglow, her blue eyes swam in a hazy dimness. She felt as though she was about to fall swooning on the floor. For a moment all consciousness seemed to have failed her, while a delirious languor came stealing over her senses. Lorimer's form seemed to swim in the air before her, and the dim light of the room gave place to a flood of radiance, which seemed all at once to pour on her eyesight from some invisible source. Soft murmurs, like voices heard in a pleasant dream, fell gently on her ears. The languor came deeper and more mellow over her limbs, her bosom rose no longer quick and gaspingly, but in long pulsations, that urged the full globes in all their virgin beauty, softly and slowly into view. Like billows they rose above the folds of the night robe, while the flush grew warmer on her cheek, and her parted lips deepened into a rich vermilion tint. She is mine. And the same dark smile flushed over Lorimer's face. Silent and motionless he sat, regarding his victim with a steadfast glance. Oh, Lorraine, she cried, in a gasping voice, as she felt a strange unconsciousness stealing over her senses. Oh, Lorraine, save me, save me. She arose, tottering on her feet, flinging her hands aloft, as though she stood on the brink of some frightful steep. without the power to retreat from its crumbling edge. "There is no danger for you, my Mary," whispered Lorimer, as he received her falling form in his outspread arms. "There is no danger for you, my Mary." He played with the glossy curls of her dark brown hair as he spoke, while his arms gathered her half-swooning form full against his heart. "She is mine. Her blood is aflame, her senses swim in a delirium of passion. While the story fell from my lips, I aroused her slumbering woman's nature. Talk of force, ha, ha! She rests on my bosom as though she would grow the—" As these thoughts half escaped from his lips, in a muttered whisper, his face shone with the glow of sensual passion, while his hazel eye dilated, with a glance, whose intense luster had but one meaning, dark and atrocious. She lay on his breast, her senses wrapped in a feverish swoon, that laid her powerless in his arms, while it left her mind vividly sensible of the approaching danger. "Mary, my love, no danger threatens you," he whispered, playing with her glossy curls. "Look up, my love, I am with you, and will shield you from harm." Gathering her form in his left arm, secure of his victim, he raised her from his breast, and fixing his gaze upon her blue eyes, humid with moisture, he slowly flung back the night robe from her shoulders. Her bosom, in all its richness of outline, heaving and throbbing with that long pulsation, which urged it upward like a billow, lay open to his gaze. And at the very moment that nerve-fair breast was thrown open to his sensual gaze, she sprang from his embrace, with a wild shriek, and instinctively gathered her robe over her bosom, with a trembling movement of her fair white hands. The touch of the seducer's hand, polluting her stainless bosom, had restored her to sudden consciousness. "Lorraine! Lorraine!" she shrieked, retreating to the farthest corner of the room. "Oh, save me, save me! No danger threatens you, my Mary." He advanced, as he spoke, toward the trembling girl, who had shrunk into a corner of the room, crouching closely to the rose-hued hangings, while with her head turned over her shoulder and her hands clasped across her bosom, she gazed around with a glance full of terror and alarm. Lorimer advanced toward the crouching girl. He had been sure of his victim. He did not dream of any sudden outburst of terror from the half-swooning maiden as she lay, helpless on his breast. As he advanced, a change came over his appearance. His face grew purple, and the veins of his eyes filled with thick red blood. He trembled as he walked across the floor, and his chest heaved and throbbed beneath his white vest, as though he found it difficult to breathe. "God save poor Mary, now!" Looking over her shoulder, she caught a gleam of his bloodshot eye, and read her ruin there. "Mary, there is no danger," he muttered, in a husky voice, as she shrunk back from his touch. "Let me raise you from the floor. Save me, oh Lorraine, save me!" she cried, in a voice of terror, crouching closer to the hangings along the wall. "From what shall I save you?" he whispered, in a voice unnaturally soft and gentle, as though he endeavored to hide the rising anger which began to gleam from his eye, when he found himself foiled in the very moment of triumph. "From what shall I save you? From yourself!" she shrieked, in a frightened tone. "Oh, Lorraine, you love me. You will not harm me. Oh, save me from yourself." Playing with the animal nature of the stainless girl, Lorimer had aroused the sensual volcano of his own base heart. While he pressed her hand, while he gazed in her eyes, while he wound his embrace around her form, he had anticipated a certain and grateful conquest. He had not dreamed that the humid eye, the heaving bosom, the burning cheek of Mary Arlington, were aught but the signs of his coming triumph. Resistance? Prayers? Tears? He had not anticipated these. The fiend was up in his soul. The libertine had gone too far to recede. He stood before the crouching girl, a fearful picture of incarnate lust. Sudden as the shadow after the light, this change had passed over his soul. His form arose towering and erect, his chest throbbed with sensual excitement, his hands hung, madly clenched, by his side, while his curling hair fell wild and disordered over his brows, darkening in a hideous frown, and his mustachioed lip wore the expression of his fixed and unalterable purpose. His bloodshot eyes flashed with the unholy light of passion, as he stood sternly surveying the form of his victim. There was something wild and brutal in their savage glare. "This is all folly," he said, in that low-toned and husky voice. "Rise from the floor, Mary. You don't think I'd harm you?" He stooped to raise her from the floor, but she shrank from his extended hands as though there was pollution in his slightest touch. "Mary, I wish you to rise from the floor." His clenched hands trembled as he spoke, and the flush of mingled anger and sensual feeling deepened over his face. "Oh, Lorraine," she cried, flinging herself on her knees before him. "Oh, Lorraine, you will not harm me. This is not you, Lorraine, it cannot be you. You would not look darkly on me. Your voice would not grow harsh as it whispered my name. It is not Lorraine that I see, it is an evil spirit." "It was an evil spirit," she said, and yet looked up into his bloodshot eyes for a gleam of mercy as she spoke, and with her trembling fingers, wrung his clenched right hand, and clasped it wildly to her bosom. Pure, stainless, innocent, her heart a heaven of love, her mind childlike amidst knowledge of the world, she knew not what she feared. She did not fear the shame which the good world would heap upon her, she did not fear the dishonor, because it would be followed by such pollution that no man in honor might call her wife, no child in innocence might whisper her name as mother. She did not fear the foul wrong, as society with its million tongues and eyes, fears it, and holds it in abhorrence, ever visiting the guilt of the man upon the head of his trembling victim. Mary feared the dishonor, because her soul, with some strange consciousness of approaching evil, deemed it a foul spirit, who had risen, not so much to visit her with wrong as to destroy the love she felt for Lorimer. Not for herself, but for his sake, she feared that nameless crime, which already glared upon her from the bloodshot eyes of her lover. Her lover. "Oh, Lorraine, you will not harm me. For the sake of God, save me, save me." She clasped his hand with a closer grasp and gathered it tremblingly to her bosom, while her eyes, dilating with a glance of terror, were fixed upon his face. "Mary, this is madness, nothing but madness," he said in that voice, grown hoarse with passion, and rudely tore his hand from her grasp. Another instant, and stooping suddenly, he caught her form in his arms, and raised her struggling from her very feet. "Mary, you are mine." He hissed the whisper in her ear, and gathered her quivering form more closely to his heart. There was a low-toned and hideous laugh, muttering or growling through the air as he spoke, and the form of Devil Bug stole with a hushed footstep from the entrance of the walnut chamber, and seizing the light in his talon fingers, glided from the room, with the same hyena laugh which had announced his appearance. "The trap, the bottle, the fire, for the brother," he muttered as his solitary eye glanced upon the libertine and his struggling victim, neither of whom had marked his entrance, for the sister, ha! 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 The handsome devil bug monk Gusty, tends to her. Bijah didn't listen for nothing. Ha! Ha! This beats the charcoal, quite hollow. He disappeared, and the rose chamber was wrapped in midnight darkness. Darkness. There was a struggle, and a shriek and a prayer. Darkness. There was an oath and a groan, mingling in chorus. Darkness. A wild cry for mercy, a name madly shrieked, and a fierce execration. Darkness. Another struggle, a low moaning sound, and a stillness like that of the grave. Now darkness and silence mingle together and all is still. In some old book of mysticism and superstition, I have read this wild legend, which mingling as it does the terrible with the grotesque, has still its meaning and its moral. In the sky, far, far above the earth, so the legend runs, there hangs an awful bell, invisible to mortal eye, which angel hands alone may toll, which is never tolled save when the unpardonable sin is committed on earth, and then its judgment peal rings out like the blast of the archangel's trumpet, breaking on the ear of the criminal, and on his ear alone, with a sound that freezes his blood with horror. The peal of the bell, hung in the azure depths of space, announces to the guilty one, that he is an outcast from God's mercy forever, that his crime can never be pardoned, while the throne of the Eternal endures, that in the hour of death, his soul will be darkened by the hopeless prospect of an eternity of woe, woe without limit, despair without hope, the torture of the never-dying worm, and the unquenchable flame, forever and forever. Reader, did the sound of the judgment bell, pealing with one awful toll, from the invisible air, break over the soul of the libertine, as in darkness and in silence, he stood shuddering over the victim of his crime? If in the books of the last day, there shall be found written down, but one unpardonable crime, that crime will be known as the foul wrong, accomplished in the gaudy rose chamber of Monk Hall, by the wretch, who now stood trembling in the darkness of the place, while his victim lay senseless at his feet. There was darkness and silence for a few brief moments, and then a stream of light flashed around the rose chamber. Like a fiend, returned to witness some appalling scene of guilt, which he had but a moment left, Devil-Bug stood in the doorway of the walnut chamber. He grimly smiled, as he surveyed the scene. And then with a hurried gesture, a pallid face and bloodshot eyes, as though some phantom tracked his footsteps, Lorimer rushed madly by him, and disappeared into the painted chamber. At the very moment of his disappearance, Devil-Bug raised the light on high, and started backward with a sudden impulse of surprise. Dead, dead and come to life! He shrieked, and then the gaze of his solitary eye was fixed upon the entrance to the walnut room. With a mechanical gesture, he placed the light upon the table and fled madly from the chamber, while the curtains opening into the walnut room rustled to and fro, for a single instant, and then a ghastly face, with livid cheeks and burning eyes, appeared between the crimson folds, gazing silently around the place, with a glance that no living man would choose to encounter, for has weight in gold. It was so like the look of one risen from the dead. Book the First. Chapter 14th. The Guilty Wife. The light of the dark lanthorn streamed around the spot, where the merchant stood. Behind him, all was darkness, while the lanthorn, held extended in his left hand, flung a ruddy blaze of light, over the outlines of the massive bed. Long silk curtains, of rich azure, fell drooping in voluminous folds, to the very floor, concealing the bed from view, while from within the gorgeous curtaining, that low softened sound, like a woman breathing in her sleep, came faintly to the merchant's ear. Livingstone advanced. The manner in which he held the lanthorn flung his face in shadow, but you could see that his form quivered with a tremulous motion, and in the attempt to smother a groan which arose to his lips, a thick gurgling sound like the death rattle, was heard in his throat. Gazing from the shadow that enveloped his face, Livingstone, with an involuntary glance took in the details of the gorgeous couch, the rich curtaining of light azure satin, closely drawn around the bed, the canopy overhead surmounted by a circle of glittering stars, arranged like a coronet, and the voluptuous shapes, assumed by the folds, as they fell drooping to the floor, all burst like a picture on his eye. Beside the bed stood a small table, resembling a lady's workstand, covered with a plain white cloth. The silver sheath of a large bowie knife, resting on the white cloth, shone glittering in the light, and attracted the merchant's attention. He laid the pistol which he held at his right side, upon the table and raised the bowie knife to the light. The sheath was of massive silver, and the blade of the keenest steel. The handle fashioned like the sheath, of massive silver, bore a single name, engraved in large letters near the hilt, Algernon Fitzcowles, and on the blade of polished steel, amid a wreath of flowers glittered the motto in the expressive slang of southern braggarts, "Stranger avoid a snag." Silently Livingstone examined the blade of the murderous weapon. It was sharp as a razor, with the glittering point inclining from the edge, like a Turkish dagger. The merchant grasped the handle of this knife in his right hand, and holding the lanthorn on high, advanced to the bedside. His own knife, muttered Livingstone, shall find its way to his cankered heart. With the point of the knife, he silently parted the hangings of the bed, and the red glare of the lantern flashed within the azure folds, revealing a small portion of the sleeping couch. A moment passed, and Livingstone seemed afraid to gaze within the hangings, for he turned his head aside, more than once, and the thick gurgling noise again was heard in his throat. At last, raising the lantern gently overhead, so that its beams would fall along a small space of the couch, while the rest was left in darkness, and grasping the knife with a firmer hold, he gazed upon the spectacle disclosed to his view. Her head deep, sunken in a downy pillow, a beautiful woman, lay wrapped in slumber. By the manner in which the silken folds of the coverlid were disposed, you might see that her form was full, large and voluptuous. Thick masses of jet-black hair fell, glossy and luxuriant, over her round neck and along her uncovered bosom, which, swelling with the full ripeness of womanhood, rose gently in the light. She lay on her side, with her head resting easily on one large, round arm half hidden by the masses of black hair, streaming over the snow-white pillow, while the other arm was flung carelessly along her form, the light falling softly over the clear transparent skin, the full roundness of its shape, and the small and delicate hand, resting gently on the coverlid. Her face, appearing amid the tresses of her jet-black hair, like a fair picture half hidden in sable drapery, was marked by a perfect regularity of feature, a high forehead, arching eyebrows and long dark lashes, resting on the velvet skin of each glowing cheek. Her mouth was opened slightly as she slept, the ivory whiteness of her teeth, gleaming through the rich vermilion of her parted lips. She lay on that gorgeous couch, in an attitude of voluptuous ease, a perfect incarnation of the sensual woman, who combines the beauty of a mere animal, with an intellect strong and resolute in its every purpose. And over that full bosom, which rose and fell with the gentle impulse of slumber, over that womanly bosom, which should have been the home of pure thoughts and wifely affections, was laid a small and swarthy hand, whose fingers, heavy with rings, pressed against the ivory skin, all streaked with veins of delicate azure, and clung twiningly among the dark tresses that hung drooping over the breast, as its globes rose heaving into view, like worlds of purity and womanhood. It was a strange sight for a man to see, whose only joy, in earth or heaven, was locked within that snowy bosom, and yet Livingstone, the husband, stood firm and silent, as he gazed upon that strange hand, half hidden by the drooping curls. It required but a slight motion of his hand, and the glare of the light flashed over the other side of the couch. The flash of the lantern, among the shadows of the bed, was but for a moment, and yet Livingstone beheld the face of a dark-hued man, whose long dark hair mingled its heavy curls with the glossy tresses of his wife, while his hand reaching over her shoulder, rested, like a thing of foul pollution upon her bosom. They slumbered together, slumbered in their guilt, and the avenger stood gazing upon their faces while their hearts were as unconscious of his glance, as they were of the death which glittered over them in the upraised knife. "Wife of mine, your slumber shall be deep and long," and as the whisper hissed from between the clenched teeth of the husband, he raised the dagger suddenly aloft, and then brought it slowly down until its point quivered within a finger's width of the heaving bosom, while the light of the lantern held above his head, streamed over his livid face, and over the blooming countenance of his fair young wife. The dagger glittered over her bosom, lower and lower it sank until a deeper respiration, a single heart-drawn sigh, might have forced the silken skin upon the glittering point, when the guilty woman murmured in her sleep, "Algernon, a coronet, wealth and power," were the broken words that escaped from her lips. Again the husband raised the knife, but it was with the hand clenched, and the sinews stiffened for the work of death. "Seek your Algernon in the grave," he whispered, with a convulsive smile, as his blue eyes, all alive with a glance, like a madman's gaze, surveyed the guilty wife. "Let the coronet be hung around your fleshless skull, let your wealth be a coffin, and, ha! Ha! Your power, corruption and decay. It may have been that some feeling of the olden time, when the image of that fair young wife dwelt in the holiest temple of his heart, came suddenly to the mind of the avenger, in that moment of fearful suspense. For his hand trembled for an instant and he turned his gaze aside, while a single scalding tear rolled down his livid cheek. "Algernon," murmured the wife, "we will seek a home, in the grave." And the dagger rose, and gleamed like a stream of flame overhead, and then sank down with a whirring sound. Is the bosom red with the stain of blood? Has the keen knife severed the veins and pierced the heart? The blow of a strong arm, stricken over Livingstone's shoulder, dashed his hand suddenly aside, and the knife sank to the very hilt in the pillow, within a hair's breadth of Dora's face. The knife touched the side of her cheek, and a long and glossy curl, severed from her head by the blow, lay resting on the pillow. Livingstone turned suddenly round, with a deep muttered oath, while his massive form rose towering to its full height. Luke Harvey stood before him, his cold and glittering eye, fixed upon his face, with an expression of the deepest agitation. "Stand back, sir," muttered Livingstone with a quivering lip. "This spot is sacred to me. I want no witness to my wrong, nor to my vengeance." "Ha! Ha!" sneered Luke, bending forward until his eyes glared fixedly in the face of the husband. "Is this a vengeance for a man like you? Luke, again I warn you, leave me to my shame, and its punishment, punishment. Ha! Ha! You have been wronged in secret, slowly and quietly wronged, and yet would punish that wrong, by a blow that brings but a single pang." "Luke, you are right," whispered Livingstone, his agitated manner subsiding into a look of calm and fearful determination. "The wrong has been secret, long in progress, horrible in result. So let the punishment be. She shall see the death," and his eye flashed with a maniac wildness. "She shall see the death as it slowly approaches, she shall feel it as it winds its very fangs into her very heart. She shall know that all hope is in vain, while my voice will whisper in her freezing ear, 'Dora, it is by my will that you die.' Shriek, Dora, shriek for aid. Death is cold and icy. I can save you. I, your husband. I can save you, but will not. Die, adulteress, die. Algernon," murmured Dora, half awakened from her sleep. "There is a cold hand laid against MV cheek, she wakes," whispered Luke. "The dagger, the lanthorn." It required but a single moment for Livingstone to draw the knife from the pillow, where it rested against the blooming cheek of the wife, while Luke, with a sudden moment, grasped the lanthorn, and closed its door, leaving the chamber wrapped in midnight darkness. The husband stood motionless as a stone, and Luke held his very breath, as the voice of Dora broke on their ears, in tones of alarm and terror. "Algernon," she whispered, as she started from her slumber, "awake, do you not hear the sound of voices, by the bedside?" Hist! Could it have been the dream? "Algernon, deuced uncomfortable to be waked up this way," murmured a sleepy voice. "What's the matter, Dora? What about a dream? I was awakened just now from my sleep by the sound of voices. I thought a blaze of light flashed round the room, while my that is, Livingstone, stood at the bedstead. And then I felt a cold hand laid against my cheek. Ha! Ha! Rather good, that. Do you know, Dora, that I had a dream too? I dreamt that I was in the front parlor, second story, you know, in your house on 4th Street, when the old fellow came in, and read your note on the table. Ha! Ha! And then, are you listening? I thought that the old gentleman, while he was reading, turned to a bright pea green in the face, and, hist! Do you not hear someone breathing in the room? Sure, Dora, you're nervous. Go to sleep, my love. Don't lose your rest for all the dreams in the world. Good night, Dora. A little touch of farce with our tragedy, half-muttered Luke, as a quiet chuckle shook his frame. Egad! If they talk in this strain much longer, I'll have to guffaw. It's rather too much for my risibles, this is. A husband standing in the dark by the bedside, while his wife and her paramour are telling their pleasant dreams. in which he figures as the hero. Whether a smile passed over Livingston's face, or a frown, Luke could not tell, for the room was dark as a starlit night. Yet the quick gasping sound of a man struggling for breath, heard through the darkness, seemed to indicate anything but the pleasant laugh or the jovial chuckle. "They sleep again," muttered Luke. "She has sunken into slumber while death watches at the bedside. Curse it, how that fellow snores." There was a long pause of darkness and silence. No word escaped the husband's lips, no groan convulsed his chest, no half-muttered cry of agony indicated the struggle which was silently rending his soul, as with a viper's fangs. "Livingston," whispered Luke after a long pause, "where are you? Confound it, man, I can't hear you breathe. I'm afraid to uncover the light. It may awaken them again. I say, Livingston, hadn't we better leave these quarters?" I could have borne expressions of remorse from her lips. I could have listened to sudden outpourings of horror wrung from her soul by the very blackness of her guilt, but this grovelling familiarity with vice. "Matter-of-fact pollution, as you might observe," whispered Luke. "Luke, I tell you, the cup is full to overflowing, but I will drain it to the dregs." "Now's your time," whispered Luke, as, swinging the curtain aside, he suffered the light of the lanthorn to fall over the bed. "Dora looks quite pretty. Fitzcowl's decidedly interesting, and on that bosom have I slept," exclaimed Livingston, in a voice of agony, as he gazed upon his slumbering wife. "Those arms have clung round my neck, and now—" "Ha! Luke, you may think me mad, but I tell you, man, that there is the spirit of a slow and silent revenge creeping through my veins. She has dishonored me. Do you read anything like forgiveness in my face? Not much of it, I assure you. But come, Livingston, let's be going. This is not the time nor place for your revenge. Let's travel." Livingston laid down the bowie knife, and with a smile of bitter mockery, seized a small pair of scissors from the work-basket which stood on the table. "You smile, Luke," he whispered, as, leaning over the bedside, he laid his hand upon the jet-black hair of the slumbering Fitzcowls. "Ha ha! I will leave the place, but d'ye see, Luke, I must take some slight keepsake, to remind me of the gallant colonel. A lock of his hair, you know, Luke. Egad! Livingston, I believe you're going mad. A lock of his hair? Sure. You'll want a strait-jacket soon, and a lock of my Dora's hair," whispered Livingston, as his blue eyes flashed from beneath his dark eyebrows, while his lips wore that same mocking smile. "But you see, the knife saved me all trouble. Here is a glossy tress severed by the colonel's dagger. Now let me wind them together, Luke, let me lay them next to my heart. Luke, yes, smile, my fellow. Ha! 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 Hist! Your wife stirs in her sleep, you will awaken them again." "D'ye know, Luke," cried Livingston, drawing his partner close to his side, and looking in his face, with a vacant glance, that indicated a temporary derangement of intellect, "d'ye know, Luke, that I didn't do that, of my own will?" "Hist! Luke, closer, closer, I'll tell you. The devil was at the bedside, Luke, he whispered it in my ear. He bade me take these keepsakes. Ha! 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 What a jolly set of fellows we are. And then, Luke," his voice sank to a thrilling whisper, he pointed with his iron hand to the last scene, "in which my vengeance shall be complete. She shall beg for mercy, Luke, aye, on her knees, but, ha! 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 Kill, 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 is written in letters of blood before my eyes, everywhere, Luke, everywhere. Don't you see it?" He pointed vacantly at the air as he spoke, and seized Luke by the shoulder, as though he would command his attention to the blood-red letters. Luke was conscious that he stood in the presence of a madman. Inflexible as he was in his own secret purpose of revenge, upon the woman who had trampled on his very heart, Luke still regarded the merchant with a feeling akin to brotherhood. As the fearful fact impressed itself on his soul, that Livingston stood before him, deprived of reason, An expression of the deepest feeling shadowed the countenance of Luke, and his voice was broken in its tones as he endeavored to persuade the madman to leave the scene of his dishonor and shame. "Come, Livingston. Let us go," said Luke, taking his partner by the arm, and leading him gently toward the closet. "But I've got the keepsakes safe, Luke," whispered Livingston, as that wild light flashed from his large blue eyes. "D'ye see the words in the air, Luke?" Now they changed to her name, Dora, Dora, Dora. All in blood-red letters. "I say, Luke, let's have a quiet whist party. There's 4 of us, Dora and I. You and Fitzcowles." "I'm willing," exclaimed Luke, as with a quick movement he seized the pistol, left by Livingston on the table, and concealed it within the breast of his greatcoat. "Suppose we step into the next room, and get everything ready for the party." "You're keen, Luke." "Keen, but I'm even with you," whispered Livingston as his livid face lighted up with then sudden gleam of intelligence. "Here we stand on the threshold of this closet. We are about to leave my wife's bedroom. You think I'm mad? Do I look like a madman? I know there is no whist party to be held this night, I know that." Hist! "Luke, don't you see it all pictured forth in the air? The scene of my vengeance? In colors of blood, painted by the devil's hand? Yonder, Luke, yonder. How red it grows, and then in letters of fire, everywhere, everywhere, is written, Dora, Dora, Dora." It was a fearful spectacle to see that strong man, with his imposing figure, raised to its full stature and his thoughtful brow, lit up with an expression of idiotic wonder, as standing on the verge of the secret door, he pointed wildly at the blood-red picture which his fancy had drawn in the vacant air, while his blue eyes dilated with a maniac glance, and his face grew yet more livid and ghastly. "Come, Livingston," cried Luke, gently leading him through the closet. "You had better leave this place, and yet Dora is sleeping here? My young wife. The mother of my children? Do I think, Luke, that I'd have believed you last Thursday morning, if you had then told me this? Livingston, this day week, you will leave a chamber in a brothel, and leave your young wife, sleeping in another man's arms. But never mind, Luke, it will all be right, for I tell ye, it is there before me in colors of blood. That last scene of my vengeance. And there, in letters of flame, Dora. Dora. Dora." And while the fair young wife slept quietly in the bed of guilt and shame, Luke led the merchant from the room, rid from the house. Book the First. Chapter 15. The Dishonor. All was silent within the rose chamber. For a single moment that pale visage glared from the crimson hangings, concealing the entrance to the walnut room, and then with a measured footstep, Vinewood Arlington advanced along the floor, his countenance ghastly as the face of Lazarus, at the very instant, when in obedience to the words of the incarnate, life struggled with corruption and death, over his cheek and brow. Bring home to your mind the scene, when Lazarus lay prostrate in the grave, a stiff and coarse, his face all clammy with corruption, the closed eyes surrounded by loathsome circles of decay, the cheeks sunken, and the lips fallen in. Let the words of Jesus ring in your ears, Lazarus, come forth. And then as the blue eyelids slowly unclose, as the gleam of life shoots forth from the glassy eye, as the flush of health struggles with the yellowish hue of decay along each cheek, as life and death mingling in that face for a single moment, maintain a fearful combat for the mastery, then I pray you, gaze upon the visage of Vinewood Arlington, and mark how like it is to the face of one arisen from the dead, a ghastly face, on whose fixed outline the finger traces of corruption are yet visible, from whose eyes the film of the grave is not yet passed away. The gaze of Vinewood, as he strode from the entrance of the walnut chamber, was riveted to the floor. Had the eyes of the rattlesnake gleamed from the carpet, slowly drawing its victim to his ruin, Vinewood could not have fixed his gaze upon the object in the center of the floor, with a more fearful and absorbing intensity. There, thrown prostrate on the gaudy carpet, insensible and motionless, the form of Mary Arlington lay at the brothers' feet. he sank silently on his knees. He took her small white hand, now cold as marble, within his own. He swept the unbound tresses back from her pallid brow. Her eyes were closed as in death, her lips hung apart, the lower one trembling with a scarcely perceptible movement. Her cheek was pale as ashes, with a deep red tint in the center. Vinewood uttered no sound, nor shrieked forth any wild exclamation of revenge, or woe, or despair. He silently drew the folds of the nightrobe round her form, and veiled her bosom, but a moment agone warmed into a glow by the heart's fires. Now paled by the fingers of the ravisher, he veiled her fair young bosom from the light. It was a sad sight to look upon. That face, so fair and blooming, but a moment past, now pale as death, with spot of burning red on the center of each cheek, that bosom, a moment since, heaving with passion, now still and motionless, those delicate hands with tiny fingers, which had bravely fought for honor, for virtue, for purity, an instant ago, now resting cold and stiffened by her side. Thick tresses of dark brown hair hung round her neck. With that same careful movement of his hand, Vinewood swept them aside. Along the smooth surface of that fair neck, like some noisome reptile, trailing over a lovely flower, a large vein, black and distorted, shot upward, darkening the glossy skin, while it told the story of the maiden's dishonor and shame. "My sister!" was the solitary exclamation that broke from Vinewood's lips as he gazed upon the form of the unconscious girl, and his large dark eye, dilating as he spoke, glanced around with an expression of strange meaning. He raised her form in his arms, and kissed her cold lips again and again. No tear trickled from his eyelids, no sigh heaved his bosom, no deep muttered execration manifested the agitation of his soul. "My sister!" he again whispered, and gathered her more close to his heart. A slight flush deepening over her cheek, even while he spoke, gave signs of returning consciousness. Mary slowly unclosed her eyes, and gazed with a wandering glance around the room. An instant passed ere she discovered that she lay in Vinewood's arms. "Oh, brother!" she exclaimed, not with a wild shriek, but in a low-toned voice, whose slightest accent quivered with an emphasis of despair. "Oh, brother! Leave me, leave me. I am not worthy of your touch. I am vile, brother, oh, most vile. Leave me, for I am lost." "Mary!" whispered Vinewood, resisting her attempt to unwind his arms from her form, while the blood, filling the veins of his throat, produced an effect like strangulation. "Mary! Do not speak thus." He could say no more, but his face dropped on her cold bosom, and the tears, which he had silently prayed for, came at last. He wept, while that low choking noise, sounding in his throat, that involuntary heaving of the chest, that nervous quivering of the lip, all betokened the strong man wrestling with his agony. "Do not weep for me, brother," she said, in the same low-toned voice. "I am polluted, brother, and am not worthy of the slightest tear you shed for me. Unwind your arms, brother, do not resist me, for the strength of despair is in these hands. Unwind your arms, and let me no longer pollute you by my touch." There was something fearful in the expression of her face as she spoke. She was no longer the trembling child whose young face marked the inexperience of her stainless heart. A new world had broken upon her soul, not a world of green trees, silver streams and pleasant flowers, but a chaos of ashes, and mouldering flame, a lurid sky above, a blasted soil below, and one immense horizon of leaden clouds, hemming in the universe of desolation. She had sprung from the maiden into the woman, but a blight was on her soul forever. The crime had not only stained her person with dishonor, but, like the sickening warmth of the hothouse, it had forced the flower of her soul into sudden and unnatural maturity. It was the maturity of precocious experience. In her inmost soul, she felt that she was a dishonored thing, whose very touch was pollution, whose presence, among the pure and stainless, would be a bitter mockery and foul reproach. The guilt was not hers. but the ruin blasted her purity forever. "Unwind your arms, my brother," she exclaimed, tearing herself from his embrace. "With all a maniac's strength, I am polluted. You are pure. Oh, do not touch me, do not touch me. Leave me to my shame, oh, leave me." She unwound her form from his embrace, and sank crouching into a corner of the rose chamber, extending her hands with a frightened gesture, as though she feared his slightest touch. "Mary," shrieked Binewood, flinging his arms on high, with a movement of sudden agitation, "oh, do not look upon me thus. Come to me, oh, Mary, come to me, for I am your brother." The words, the look and the trembling movement of his outspread arms, all combined, acted like a spell upon the intellect of the ruined girl. She rose wildly to her feet, as though impelled by some invisible influence, and fell tremblingly into her brother's arms. While one dark and horrible thought was working its way through the avenues of his soul, he gathered her to his breast again and again. And in that moment of silence and unutterable thought, the curtains leading into the painted chamber were slowly thrust aside, and Lorimer again appeared upon the scene. Stricken with remorse, he had fled with a madman's haste from the scene of his crime, and while his bosom was torn by 1,000 opposing thoughts, he had endeavored to drown the voice within him, and crush the memory of the nameless wrong. It was all in vain. Impelled by an irresistible desire to look again upon the victim of his crime, he re-entered the rose chamber. It was a strange sight, to see the brother kneeling on the floor, as he gathered his sister's form in his arms, and yet the seducer gave no sign nor indication of surprise. A fearful agitation was passing over the libertine's soul, as unobserved by the brother or sister, he stood gazing upon them with a wandering glance. His face, so lately flushed with passion, in its vilest hues, was now palest and livid. His white lips trembled with a nervous moment, and his hands, extended on either side, clutched vacantly at the air, as though he wrestled with an unseen foe. While the thought of horror was slowly darkening over Binewood's soul, a thought as dark and horrible gathered like a phantom over the mind of Lorimer. A single word of explanation will make the subsequent scene clear and intelligible to the reader. From generation to generation, the family of the Lorimers had been subject to an aberration of intellect, as sudden as it was terrible, always resulting from any peculiar agitation of mind, which might convulse the soul, with an emotion remarkable for its power or energy. It was a hallucination, a temporary madness, a sudden derangement of intellect. It always succeeded an uncontrollable outburst of anger, or grief, or joy. From father to son, since the family had first come over to Pennsylvania, with the proprietor and peacemaker William Perm, this temporary derangement of intellect had descended as a fearful heritage. Lorimer had been subject to this madness, but once in his life, when his father's course lay stiffened before his eyes. And now, as he stood gazing upon the form of the brother and sister, Lorimer felt this temporary madness stealing over his soul, in the form of a strange hallucination, while he became conscious that in a single moment, the horror which shook his frame would rise to his lips in words of agony and fear. "Raise your hands with mine, to heaven, Mary," exclaimed Burnwood as the thought which had been working over his soul manifested its intensity in words. "Raise your hands with mine, and curse the author of your ruin. Lift your voice with mine, up to the God who beheld the wrong, who will visit the wronger with a doom meet for his crime. Lift your voice with mine, and curse him, O Binewood. Do not curse him. The wrong has been done, but do not, I beseech you, visit his head with a curse. Hear me, O God, before whom I now raise my hands, in the vow of justice. In life I will be to this wretch as a fate, a doom, a curse. I am vile, O God, steeped in the same vices, which blacken the heart of this man, cankered by the same corruption. But the office, which I now take on myself, raising this right hand to thee, in witness of my fixed purpose, would sanctify the darkest fiend in hell. I am the avenger of my sister's wrong. She was innocent, she was pure, she trusted and was betrayed. I will avenge her. Before thee, I swear to visit her wrong, upon the head of her betrayer, with a doom never to be forgotten in the memory of man. This right hand I dedicate to this solemn purpose. Come what will, come what may, let danger threaten or death stand in my path, through sickness and health, through riches or poverty, I now swear to hold my steady pathway onward, my only object in life, the avengement of my sister's wrong. He shall die by this hand, O God. I swear it by thy name, I swear it by my soul, I swear it by the fiend who impelled the villain to this deed of crime, as he whispered forth this oath, in a voice which speaking from the depths of his chest, had a hollow and sepulchral sound. The fair girl flung herself on his breast, and with a wild shriek essayed to delay the utterance of the curse, by gathering his face to her bosom. For a moment her efforts were successful. Lorimer had stood silent and pale, while the depth-toned voice of Pinewood Arlington, breaking in accents of doom upon his ear, had aided and strengthened the strange hallucination which was slowly gathering over his brain like a mighty spell. There is a wide river before me, its broad waves tinged with the last red rays of a winter sunset. Such were the words he murmured, extending his hand, as though pointing to the scene, which dawned upon his soul, a wide river with its waves surging against the wharves of a mighty city. Afar I behold steeples and roofs and towers, all glowing in the beams of the setting sun. And as I gaze, the waves turn to blood, red and ghastly blood. And now the sky is aflame, and the clouds sweep slowly past, bathed in the same crimson hue. All is blood, the river rushes before me, and the sky and the city, all pictured in colors of blood. An invisible hand is leading me to my doom. There is death for me, in yonder river, and I know it. Yet down, down to the river's banks, down, down into the red waters, I must go. Ha! Ha! 'Tis a merry death. The blood-red waves rise above me, higher, higher, higher. Yonder is the city, yonder the last rays of the setting sun, glitter on the roof and steeple, yonder is the blood-red sky, and I tell ye I will not die, you shall not sink me beneath these gory waves. Devil! Is not your vengeance satisfied? Must you feast your eyes with the sight of my closing agonies? Must your hand grasp me by the throat, and your foot trample me beneath the waves? I tell you I will not die. Ha! 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 Here's purty goings on, laughed the hoarse voice of Devil Bug, as his hideous form appeared in the doorway of the walnut chamber, with his attendant negroes at his back. Seems the gal helped him off. There he sits, the ornery feller, with his sister in his arms, while Gusty is a-do in some ravins on his own individual hook. Come here glowworm, here mosquito, come here my pets, and tend to this little family party. In another instant the rose chamber became the scene of a strange picture. Pinewood had risen to his feet, while Lorimer stood spellbound by the hallucination which possessed his brain. The handsome libertine stood in the center of the room, his form dilating to its full stature, his face the hue of ashes, while with his hazel eyes, glaring on vacancy, he clutched wildly at the air, starting backward at the same moment, as though some invisible hand was silently impelling him to the brink of the blood-red river, which rolled tumultuously at his feet, which slowly gathered around him, which began to heave upward to his very lips. On one side, in a half-kneeling position, crouched Mary Arlington, her large blue eyes, starting from her pallid face, as with her upraised hands, crossed over her bosom, she gazed upon the agitated countenance of the seducer, with a glance of mingled awe and wonder, while, on the other side, stern and erect, Pinewood, with his pale visage darkening in a settled frown, with one foot advanced and his hand upraised, seemed about to strike the libertine to the floor. In the background, rendered yet more hideous by the dimness of the scene, Devil Bug stood grinning in derisive triumph as he motioned his attendants, the Herculean negroes, to advance and secure prey. There was silence for a single moment. Lorimer still stood clutching at the vacant air. Mary still gazed upon his face in awe. Binewood yet paused in his meditated blow, while Devil-bug, with mosquito and glowworm at his back, seemed quietly enjoying the entire scene, as he glanced from side to side with his solitary eye. "Unhand me, I will not die," shrieked Lorimer, as he fancied that phantom hand, gathering tightly round his throat, while the red waters swept surging to his very lips. "I will not die, I defy, ah! Ah! You strangle me, the hour of your death has come. You have said it, and it shall be so," whispered Binewood, advancing a single step, as his dark eye was fixed upon the face of Lorimer. "While your own guilty heart spreads a blood-red river before your eyes, this hand, no phantom hand, shall work your death." He sprang forward, while a shriek arose from Mary's lips. He sprang forward with his eye blazing with excitement, and his outspread hand ready for the work of vengeance. But as he sprang, the laugh of Devil-bug echoed at his back, and the sinewy arms of the negroes gathered suddenly round his form and flung him as suddenly to the floor. "Here's fine goings on," exclaimed Devil-bug, as he glanced from face to face. "A fella who's been a leetle too kind to a gal, stands a-makin' speeches at nothin'. The gal kneels on the carpet as though she were a-gettin' up a leetle prayer on her own account, and this ere onery fella, git a good grip o' him you bulldogs, sets up a small show per cussin' and sells his cusses for nothin'. Here's a tea party for ye. What does all this mean, Devil-bug?" exclaimed Lorimer, in his usual voice, as the hallucination passed from him like a dream, leaving him utterly unconscious of the strange vision which had a moment since absorbed his very soul. "What does all this mean? Ha! Binewood and Mary, I remember. You are her brother, are you not?" "I am her avenger," said Binewood, with a ghastly smile, as he endeavored to free himself from the grasp of the negroes, "and your executioner. Within 3 days you shall die by this hand." "Ha ha ha!" laughed Devil-bug, "there's more than one gen'elman as has got a say in that leetle matter. How do ye feel, young man? Did you ever take opium afore? You won't go to sleep nor nothin'? We can't do what we like with you? Kin we? Ho ho ho! I wonders how that'll vork. Book the second. The day after the night. The Forger. Chapter 1. Fitzcowl's at home. The scene changes to a chamber in the 4th story of the Tun Hotel, which rises along Chestnut Street, a monster building, with some 100 windows varying its red brick face, in the way of eyes, covered with green blind shutters, looking very much like so many goggles intended to preserve the sight of the visual organs aforesaid, while the veranda, on the ground floor, affording an entrance to the barroom, might be likened to the mouth of the grand edifice, always wide open and ready to swallow a customer. The sunshine of a cold, clear winter morning was streaming dimly, between the half-closed inside shutters, of the small chamber on the 4th story. The faint light, pouring between the shutters, of the 2 windows, looking to the south, served to reveal certain peculiar characteristics of the place. There was a dressing bureau, surmounted by a hanging mirror, standing between the 2 windows of the chamber. Along the marble top of the bureau, were disposed various bottles of perfumes, whose strong scent impregnated the atmosphere with remarkable reminiscences of musk, and orange, and lemon, and patchouli. A pair of well-used kid gloves, which had been white yesterday, a rumpled black scarf, a playbill figured off with intoxicated letters, displaying the entertainment at the Walnut Street Theatre the night before, and a glittering Bowie knife, side by side with its silver sheath. All over the carpet, were scattered Windsor chairs, either grouped in circles, as though they were talking about the various gentry who had reposed on their well-cushioned seats, or fixed in strange positions along the walls, like waiters at a party, overburdened with coats and vests and stocks, and other articles of apparel, thrown carelessly over their rounds, or yet again flung down on the floor, with their heels in the air, as though they had taken a drop too much, and didn't know how to get up again. There was a large sofa on one side of the room, a coal fire blazing in the grate opposite, while in the dim distance, you might perceive the outlines of a bed, and hear the deep bass of a heavy snore, which held a concert of its own, within the closely drawn curtains. Altogether, that entire room, located in the fourth story of the Tun House, said as plainly as a room can say, that somebody had come home very late last night, or very early this morning, most probably in liquor, and called up as witnesses to this interesting assertion, the chairs thrown disorderly about the floor, the gloves and bowie knife on the dressing bureau, the hat on the sofa, and the heavy snore within the bed. Sitting in the blaze of light streaming between the aperture of the half-closed shutters, was a small Creole boy, whose slight yet perfectly proportioned form, was perched on the edge of a Windsor chair, as with his legs crossed and his hair flung back from his tawny face, the young gentleman was briskly engaged in elaborating a fashionable boot into the requisite degree of polish. The boy was eminently handsome. His face was a light brown in hue, yet perfectly regular in every feature, his complexion clear as a ripe sickle pear, his lips red as May cherries, his eyebrows penciled and arching, and his eyes full, large, and black, brilliant as diamonds, and glittering as icicles. Long curling hair, marked by that peculiar jet black, tinged with a shade of deep blue, which designates the child of white and African parents, fell waving around his neck and face, in stiffened locks, resembling in their texture the mane of a horse. His form, light, springy and agile, was the ideal of a Creole Cupid. Not an outline too large or too small, not the slightest disproportion visible in a single limb, with small feet and delicate hands, a waist as lithe as a willow, and a hollow in the back like a bow gently bent, the Creole was altogether one of the most beautiful things ever fashioned by the hand of nature. He was a pretty child, and yet his large black eyes had something in their glance which spoke of a precocious intimacy with the vices and intrigues of manhood. Massa told him to polish that boot until he see his face in de Morica, muttered the young gentleman, brushing away at the glittering leather. Dim can see his nose, and his two eyes in the boot, but the mouth ain't not perfect. Stop a minute, I bring that feature out. Ha! 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 It was a pleasure to hear the little fellow talk. There was such a delicate accent lingering on his words, and his laugh, not at all similar to the usual African guffaw, was a quiet chuckle, which rolled lusciously in high three-mouth like a delicious morsel, whose sweetness he wished to enjoy at leisure. Tink I shall have to discharge massa. Devil of a flare-up between me and him some day when I tells him, I don't want you any more, you kin take dem wages and go. Kept him up till broke ob day. Say dat Morica don shine? Break de lookin' glass's heart, I tells you. Till broke ob day kept him a-waitin', and den tumbles into bed, without so much as giving de chili aquator. Oh de high golly. This appealed to Master Endymion's favorite saint, the high golly, supposed to be some imaginary deity, created by the fertile fancy of the young Creole, was occasioned by a sudden mishap with the boot, which resenting a vigorous push of the brush, slipped out of his hands, and went spinning across the room. Wonder if the devil ain't in dat Morica? I jis does. Never see sich a boot in all my born days. I lay a brand new brass dollar, dat if I was to set dat hoot at the head of the stair, and no watch him, he'd streak it right off to the bar room, and call for a minute julep, and pull out his quarter to pay for it. I just try him some day. Ha. 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 I say Dim. Yes massa, it's about, I say, Dim. Continued the voice which resounded from the interior of the bed curtains, in the dark corner of the room, where the snore had been heard. I say Dim, what kind of a day is it? Brand new day massa. Got its new coat and trousers on. I say Dim, what have we got to do today? Last night the colonel jibbed this chili a kick, in order to memorandum these things on Dim's memory. This morning you got to pay all your creditors. Bay comes in about an hour. Hi golly, ain't there a lot of 'em? Den you got to see the lady, who lives in 4th Street. Den you got to go, downtown, to see if ole devil bug, keeps dat de fella safe. You knows who I means? Den you got to jib him, a Quaker, and not to jib him no kick, by no means, dressing gown dim. Yes, massa, got any hot water, ready for me, dim? Biles like a steamin', light up the room, dim. And in obedience to this request, Endymion flung back the shutters, and the full glare of the sunlight poured into the room. The owner of the voice and snore heard from within the curtains, sprung from the bed and assuming the dressing gown, advanced toward the windows. Colonel Fitzcowles, the handsome Colonel Fitzcowles, stood revealed in the light, his dark-hued face looking somewhat worn and haggard, around the eyes, while his slender form, attired in the rainbow morning gown and close-fitting drawers, though well-proportioned, and graceful in its outlines, by no means displayed that perfection of symmetry, which distinguished the person of the millionaire in broad daylight, along Chestnut Street. For instance, the colonel was thicker around the waist, thinner about either hips, smaller in the region of the calves, than was usual with him, when arrayed in full dress. His face was very pale and his cheeks lacked that deep vermilion tint, which gave such life to his dusky countenance at the evening party, or the afternoon parade. "Dim UDL," exclaimed the colonel, bestowing a gentle hint upon the gentleman of color, with the toe of his slipper, "Go down and get my breakfast. Tell the cook to butter my toast, and broil my steak. Vanish." Dim vanished through the door at the extreme end of the apartment. Arranging his shaving materials on the marble top of the dressing bureau, Fitzcowles commenced the solemn ceremonies of the toilet. "Good razor that. Keen. Bad soap this, must kick the barber who sold it to me. Just think of my ticklish position. In debt up to the ears, forced to leave the United States Hotel only a day since, in order to avoid my creditors, perched in the 4th story of the Ton House, and why? Because I can't use the solid stuff, locked up in that old hair trunk. Can't use it? Somebody might find out something if I did. Curse the thing, but I think the old trunk's laughing at me." Razor in hand, Fitzcowles stooped to the floor, and drew from beneath the sofa an old hair trunk, which looked as if it had been through all Napoleon's campaigns, and suffered in the Battle of Waterloo. It was so battered, and scarred and weather-beaten, with great wounds of uncovered leather visible among the worn-out hair of its exterior. "An 100,000 locked up in that old ruffian of a trunk," muttered Fitzcowles, gazing upon the object, with an angry scowl, half in sovereigns, half in notes. "The D.L. throttle the fool, why couldn't he get it all in American gold? The toast is buttered and the steak is broiled," and as he spoke, Endymion entered the room, carrying the breakfast of his master in his hands. "Must discharge that cook. She gets quite sassy, Dim," cried Fitzcowles, making a hideous face at the glass in the effort to shave his chin. "Set my breakfast down by the fire, and come here. Now, Dim, answer me one question. Who are we? Massa take the chili for a philosopher? Dat very cute question. Sometime we are a planter from the Souf, sometime we are a son of Mexican prince, other time we come from England and our fader is a lord. Da high golly. We are so many things, dat the devil hisself couldn't count them. Where were we this time last month? Charleston, massa, the month before? New Orleans, massa, month afore, that, eh, Dim? Boson, massa. How long since we first fixed our quarters in this city? 6 months ago, and been a-travellin' about ever since. Led dis chilly a devil ob a life. What were we travelling about for a? Axtole hair trunk. He tell you plain as pea crust. I'll tell you what it is, Dim, exclaimed Fitzcowles, laying down the razor, and turning to the handsome Creole boy. If you ever whisper a word to anybody, about anything you may have seen or heard, while you travelled about with me, these last 6 months, I'll just take this knife, and skin you. You black scoundrel, skin you. D'ye hear? Dim looked up into the scowling face of his master, with a glance of perfect calmness. The brow of Fitzcowles was disfigured by a hideous frown, and his entire countenance wore an expression characteristic of a low bully who has been accustomed to the vilest haunts in the most corrupt cities of the South. Dim was used to these sudden outbursts of passion, when his master, dropping his gentlemanly repose of manner, was wont to stand before him with his bowie knife in hand, while with a threatening tongue and sullen brow, he bade him reveal the things he had seen and the words he had heard, if he dared. "You black scoundrel, d'ye hear? Da high golly! Dim ain't black and Dim ain't no scoundrel." "Yes massa, I hears, if you ever whisper a word, mind, a word, I'd just take this bowie knife, and cut your heart from your body. I tell you, what make you do that for?" Dim couldn't draw breath den, sure. "You know better than to whisper a word. Here help me to dress Dim." "My corsets, Dim, here they are massa," cried Dim, throwing open one of the drawers of the dressing bureau. "New pair massa, lay that morning gown on the chair. Now lace me tighter, I say, that'll do. That's about the waist we want, isn't it Dim?" "Yes massa. That's the wasp complete. Hips, Dim, which hip you want, massa? Big hip or little hip?" cried Endymion, rummaging in the open drawer, despaired. "More subdued, Dim, more subdued. Just large enough to make my frock coat set out in the skirt." "That's the idea." With a careful movement Endymion strapped certain detached portions of padding around his master's form below the waist, and in a moment, this part of the ceremony was finished, giving quite a voluptuous swell to the outline of the colonel's figure. "Calves, Dim, which boots massa wear today? Have this big calf or the total one?" "We want a good calf today, Dim. A large, fat calf. That pair will do. Tie it round the leg, there. Draw the stocking over it, gently, gently. That's about the outline, eh? Dicky or a shirt, today, eh, Dim? Shirt, massa, as you are going to hole your lebby. Ha. Ha. Won't there be a lot to 'em, the creditors? Black scarf, Dim? Dar it is, massa. Turn the collar down and tie up the scarf wid dis gold pin, that's the ticket. Now, Dim, my slippers. She worked them for me, you know, Dim. How many ladies are engaged to be married to us, if we will have them? There's the soap biler's daughter, who spends her faders fortune in perfumery. There's the rich grocery man's daughter, and the hardware merchant's daughter, and the wool merchant's only chili, and there's them, the set is cursed low. Black pants, Dim? Which is our principal ticket in the female line. Eh, Dim? Ha, ha, ha. Down 4th Street, massa. D'old gentleman in New York, and the lady at home by herself. The high golly. Vest, Dim. The new black vest, which, last night, came home from the tailor. What hour will the creditors be here? Day comes in at our door, observed Endymion, pointing to the door on the right of the western window, and, according to your directions, day is shown into that door, which conducts them into the large saloon, where these fire to warm their hands, and cheers to rest their bodies. Hello, Dim, there's a tap at the door, exclaimed Fitzcowles, as, arrayed in the full splendor of his morning costume, with a gaudy silk wrapper, all broken out into spots of green, blue, and red, thrown round his limbs, he resumed his seat in the easy chair, beside the breakfast table. "I know the knock. It is Count Common-Sewer, show him in." Opening the door near the western window, Dim made a profound bow, as he ushered the visitor into the presence of Colonel Fitzcowles, the editor of the Daily Blackmail. "Mr. Poodle, sir, Busby Poodle S.A.H. Ha ha. Colonel, bonjour, as we say in French. Seen the blackmail this morning? Capital on dit about your gold mines, quite the thing, ensemble de chose, as we say in domestic French. As he spoke, Busby Poodle, Esquire, stood bowing and scraping in the centre of the vacant space of carpet, extending before the breakfast table. Busby Poodle wasn't handsome. Not precisely. He was a little thick-set man, with a short heavy body, shaped something like a pine knot, and irregular legs, fashioned like a pair of inverted parentheses, or like a pair of sickles with their backs placed together. It must be confessed that his legs were deplorably knock-kneed, nearly acquainted with each other at the knees, and quite distant in their intercourse at the feet. Busby's feet were not small, till the bootmaker has been heard to say, with evident pain, that he would just as soon make slippers for a young hippopotamus as boots for Busby. You could not positively say that Busby's hands were small, or delicate, or decently aristocratic. Very short in the fingers, and very thick across the palm and back, Busby's hands reminded you of a terrapin's fin. They were such peculiar hands. Busby's face wasn't handsome. It may have been expressive, or intellectual, but it was not handsome. Looking upon his countenance, you were aware of the presence of a saffron lump of flesh, with a small projection in the centre for a nose, a delicate gash below this projection for a mouth, and two faint stripes of whitey-brown hair, in the way of eyebrows. His eyes, looking from beneath the brows, without the intervention of anything you might call an eyelid, had a deplorable half-cooked appearance, very much like the visual organs of a salt mackerel, roasting on the griddle. A delicate strand of forehead, about half an inch in width, was agreeably relieved by a dense thicket of curly brown hair. There were mysterious rumours about town with regard to this luxuriant hair. Several of Busby's intimates had been observed to smile, when the ladies complimented him on his delightful curls. Pettitos, the wig-maker, always grew mysterious when Poodle's head of hair was called in question, and once, but that was on a drinking party, when Pettitos' intellects were muddled, he had said, with a melodramatic scowl, that there was some people in this air world as stuck themselves up mighty high, and yet wore dead people's, he wouldn't say what they wore, but they wore dead people's, he could tell what. The general contour of his face was so singular, and, to use a word which he delighted to repeat on every occasion, so unique, that Coddle St. Giles, the celebrated miniature painter, who, having been honoured with the patronage of Queen Victoria, had painted the whole royal family from Her Majesty down to the lapdog, said, with a painful grimace, that he had never experienced such extraordinary feelings as came over him, when portraying Busby on costly ivory, but once before in his life, and that, to use Coddle's delicious Cockney dialect, was when the royal menageries had visited my native town, and I had the extraordinary honour to depict the lineaments of the female who rang Houtang. Altogether, Busby Poodle, Esquire, was an extraordinary man, something out of the common run of men, a specimen of that high-pressure style of editorial genius which the Quaker city admires and loves, to the bottom of its universal heart. Like that hint about your gold mines, eh, Colonel? Observed Busby, flinging his cloak on a chair, and seating himself beside the breakfast table. Nice steak for breakfast. Quite recherché, as we say in French. Don't care if I do take a pull with you. Get me a plate, Dim. Why, Busby, this will do. Yes, certainly, observed Fitzcowles, stirring his spoon in the coffee, while he glanced over the pages of the Daily Blackmail. But what a bad smell your paper has. Quite an odour. The patchouli, Dim. Now get a plate for Count Commenseur. You are so jocular, exclaimed Busby with a pleasant laugh. You have such a quantity of fun about you. Count Commenseur? Ha! Ha! Good. You like that on dit, then? Yes, Busby, but you must touch 'em up tomorrow, about the mysterious stranger at the Tun House, supposed to be the son of an English earl, perhaps a prince. You know, my boy. Don't I? Exclaimed Busby, taking up Fitzcowles's toast between his fingers. It takes me, you primoy, as we say in domestic French. Now Busby, exclaimed Fitzcowles, fixing his dark eyes on the unmeaning face of the editor, with a look that made the little fellow tremble in his shoes. "You know I pay you, well, for these little advertisements. As a matter of course, you have some knowledge of my affairs, little knowledge, very little, but you might use it some day to my injury. What security have I that you will not do so?" "What security? Good heavens, Colonel!" cried Busby, rising from his chair, "can you suspect me? This is too much," and Poodle's voice grew quite pathetic. "Well, Colonel, to show what are my feelings toward you, I will now place myself completely in your power." "As how?" Busby made no reply, but striding with a cautious step to every door in the room, he assured himself that they were fast locked and secured, and then with an air of the deepest mystery approached Fitzcowles, and gazed steadily in his face. "What the d—l do you mean?" exclaimed Fitzcowles, as he observed the boiled mackerel eyes fixed upon his countenance. There, I'm in your power. The secret's out. Nobody knows it but myself and wife. Now you know it too. You can ruin me if you like." "What in the d—l do you mean?" Why, exclaimed Busby, fingering away at his curly hair, "I wear a wig." "Ha! Ha! Ha!" roared Fitzcowles, as Poodle stood before him, holding his head of hair in his hand. "Ha! Ha! Ha! Count Common-Sewer, you do look like old Jocko, the wonderful ape, whom they exhibited some time ago at the Masonic Hall. Oh, Jupiter, I shall die. Ha! 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 That head, that head!" It was not the most solemn sight in the world. There stood Busby, calm and solemn, his luxuriant head of hair extended in his right hand, while the outline of his real head, clothed with a short, wiry stubble of real hair, became painfully distinct in the light of the morning sun. "And how is this to place you in my power?" asked Fitzcowles, after his laughter had subsided to a quiet chuckle. "Oh, Jupiter! That head! Busby, do put on your wig, or you'll drive me into convulsions. How is this to place me in your power?" exclaimed Poodle in a half-offended tone, as he resumed his curly head of hair. "Would I figure so largely behind the scenes of the theatre, if the ballet girls knew I wore a wig? Curse it, the very soups would laugh at me, and the ciné-shifters would not hesitate to jeer me. Fitzcowles, it may seem foolish to you, who have no such feelings of a tender nature, but, my whole existence is wound up in that head of hair. The deuce it is. Why, Poodle, you didn't know that it was flung into my plate last night at Monk Hall, did you? Was it, though? Then I must have been drunk," exclaimed Busby, with a look of the deepest mortification. "That accounts for the peculiar sticky state of my hair this morning. You think any of the fellows noticed it? Too drunk for that, Busby. By the by, you must have had a great many tender adventures in your time? Poodle? Hello, massa, open dis here door." The voice of Endymion, who had been downstairs in search of a plate for Busby, was heard in the entry. "I have got a plate for Common-Sewer." In a moment the door was opened, and Dim entered with a plate and some additional refreshments, which having been placed upon the table, Fitzcowles and Busby resumed their breakfast. "Tender adventures?" cried Poodle, masticating a piece of toast as he dropped his knife and fork. "D'ye see that?" He drew a small pocket Bible from his bosom as he spoke, and displayed it complacently, before the eyes of the astonished Fitzcowles. It was corpulent with letters, inserted between the leaves, like so many anchovies, between various thin slices of bread and butter. "This rather goes ahead of the wig. What may it mean, Busby? Don't you see, I keep all my love letters in the Bible? Ah, me! If I wasn't married. Well, it can't be helped. But these letters might tell a strange tale. Let them tell it by all means," observed Fitzcowles, and Busby, pushing his chair back from the table, and displaying his legs very wide apart, laid the pocket Bible on one knee, and commenced a soliloquy something after the fashion. "That's from a delightful creature, Colonel," he observed, turning over one of the leaves of the Bible, and extracting a letter. "She loves me." Of course, I had to be complaisant. Faint heart never won fair lady, le cœur nu I ne jamais pas engage la belle blanche, as we say in French. That's from a vocalist, that from an actress, and that, Colonel, there's a mystery about it. How so? It's from an unknown lady. I've tried to find out her name through the clerks of the post office, but in vain. She's a southern planter's daughter, Colonel. Rich, beautiful, just 17. Offers me her hand, don't know I'm booked. Me. It would make the tears come into your eyes if I was to read this letter. There, Colonel, is a lock of her hair, and Busby, with a look of subdued melancholy, slowly unfolded the letter, and held up in the sunlight a lock of reddish, brownish hair, which, long and slender, looked amazingly like a patent whiplash. Fitzcowles preserved the gravity of his face with considerable difficulty, while the Creole, Endymion, who stood at Poodle's shoulder, placed his hands alternately to his mouth and the pit of his stomach, as though he was suffering under intermitting attacks of the cholera and toothache. Busby sate in the full light of the morning sun, holding the lock of hair, extended in his right hand, while his other hand absently grasped the pocket Bible. "You see, she is a noble girl," he exclaimed, gazing fixedly upon the lock of hair, with a glance of painful melancholy. "Loves me. Spoke of my early struggles in her letter. Asked me if the world hadn't been hard with me, if the iron grasp of persecution hadn't been on my shoulder, ever since the days of slips and pap spoons, if it didn't gall me considerable to think my genius wasn't appreciated." If Busby paused, and with a look of tender melancholy, jerked the pinkish lock of hair up and down, as a carter cracks his whip. The action was too much for Fitzcowles. He burst into a roar of laughter, while Dim, the Creole, went rolling over the floor, holding his hands to his side, as though he was laboring under an epileptic fit. "Curse me if I see any reason for laughing in this manner," exclaimed Busby, rising angrily from his seat. "That's a very singular boy of yours, Colonel. D.N. him, he lays the wriggling like a snake. Ha! 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 This is too good," roared Fitzcowles. "Of course, I had no hand in writing that letter," he muttered to himself. "Get up, Dim, and behave yourself. Massa, this quite convulses us, it does." He, exclaimed Dim, rising to his feet. "Massa didn't send me to the barber, nor nothing, to buy dat hair?" He chuckled, in a whisper inaudible to Busby's ears. "Dim didn't take de letter to da post office? Da high golly! This is quite a tender affair, ilist un affair tenderer, as we say in domestic French," exclaimed Busby, resuming his seat, with this sentiment in his peculiarly detestable French. "'Pon honor, Colonel, it's a fact. The girl, the unknown, loves me devotedly. I should suppose that she read my paper. How do ye feel after the bruise last night? Capital. I intend to have some fun this morning. You see, my governor hasn't sent me the usual quarterly remittance. My creditors have been hunting me down for the last fortnight. I have been attacked in the street, assaulted in the theater, besieged in my hotel. As a last resort, I appointed a day for each of them to call and see me, and even named the hour. Of course each creditor is ignorant of the fact that I have made the same appointment with every one of his fellow bloodsuckers. It happens today at 10 o'clock, in the next room, this glorious family party. Ha! 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 Laughed Busby Poodle. This beats some insolvent schedules quite hollow. I say some, because I've had a little business in that line myself. Out of curiosity, mind ye, only from curiosity, I have looked over some of the schedules in the court, devoted to such interesting affairs, and you discovered something rich, I suppose? The old proverb says a man is known by the company he keeps. Compines vas un hom passes comporns du voyage, as we say in domestic French. Now I'm of the opinion that a man is known by his insolvent schedule. There's a schedule filed in the proper court, under the delicate nose of their honours, which says queer things for the character of its signer. One day he went round town, the jolly dog, getting 7 coats, on credit, mind ye, from 7 tailors, rings from this jeweller and breast pins from that, boots by the quantity, and hats by the half dozen. In short, there was scarcely a store in Chestnut Street that he didn't do, not a credulous merchant, ha, 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 but was diddled by him, on this remarkable day. Well, what was the result? One day, like a clock, he went exclusively on tick. The next day the clock stopped going. It was wound up to some considerable extent. The creditors looked blue. Their friend and pitcher took the bankrupt law. Da high golly. By the way dat chap tells the story, one you'd think he did all dat his own self. Ha, ha. Busby, your paper must make you some considerable amount of l'argent. How d'ye manage the daily blackmail? This question appealed to the noblest sympathies of Poodle's heart. He rose slowly from his seat, he glanced round with an expression of condescending pride, and his face became radiant with a sudden enthusiasm. How do I manage there? Daily blackmail! He exclaimed, extending his right fin, in the manner of a stump orator, who wishes to enrapture a mass meeting, consisting of a few dirty boys, 1 loafer, and 2 small dogs. I do it a little in the footpad line. A big motto at the paper's head, fear just hitter, you know the rest. Do I want the cash? I stick in an article charging some well-known citizen with theft, or seduction, or some more delightful crime. Citizen comes down in a rage, wants the article contradicted in next day's paper. He pays for the contradiction, of course. I have known a mere on dick that so-and-so had committed a hideous crime, to bring me in as much as a cool 100 at a lick. How do you manage to acquire so much favor with the sex? Take the theatre, for instance. A new actress appears. Suppose her virtuous, or silly. I make advances. She foolishly rebels me, very likely calls me a puppy. Next day an undit appears in blackmail, headed, licentiousness of the stage, and embracing some compassionate allusion to the lady aforesaid. You understand? I damage her reputation by a paragraphical slur, and she capitulates. Sometimes, and sometimes she don't. But I keep up this delightful fire of genteel insinuations, delicate allusions, and spicy ondits. If the girl's character is ruined, it isn't my fault, I'm sure. It's quite refreshing to hear you talk in this way. Are not times pretty dull with you now? Oh, Lord, yes. Hasn't been a suicide for a week. Not even a murder downtown, nor a nigger baby killed. I do wish something lively would spring up for Christmas. Now an abduction case with the proper trimmings would go it with a rush. Allez avec un fury, as we say in domestic French. How do ye stand with the other papers? Guess, when I tell you one slight circumstance. They regard my paper as a sort of literary galleys, in which every aspirant for fame must serve his time. An author, who has once been connected with my sheet, is regarded as a convict all his life, by the rest of the world newspaporial. Good phrase that. D'ye edit your paper, by yourself? Bless you, no. I know a trick worth 2 of that. Je comprends un artifice double la, as we say in domestic French. Whenever I find an author in extreme distress, rather out of pocket, I take him into my office, give him a dog's salary, and make him do a dog's work. Dog's work, indeed. If he assists in getting up your paper, was the murmured remark of Fitzcowles. Should he leave me, and they always do leave me after a month or so, I libel him on every occasion, and talk about ingratitude. Ha, ha, ha. but the poor devil can never get rid of the crime of having been connected with my paper. That sticks to him, like original sin to a Puritan. Well, Busby, you have given me some fresh ideas about newspapers, observed Fitzcowles. I thought I knew them like a book. You have given me a new wrinkle. He said this and gazed silently into the saffron face of Busby Poodle. Oh, glorious liberty of the press, let us take the opportunity afforded by this quiet moment, and chaunt a psalm in your praise. Oh, glorious press, what a comfort it must be to you, to think and feel in your inmost heart, that Busby Poodle who sits smiling in yonder chair, is no reality, no fact, but a mere fictitious impersonation of all the evils, which spring around your life, and darken your existence. Oh, magnificent Quaker city, with your warehouses, and your churches, your theatres and your brothels, your banks and your insane hospitals, your loan companies and your almshouses. How delightful to all your denizens must be the reflection that Busby Poodle's no living nuisance, but an airy, though loathsome creation of the author's brain. Nursed from his very infancy in the purlieus of the dance-house, an associate of the ruffian and the courtesan, from his earliest childhood, crawling from the pages of his foul journal, over the fairest reputations in the community, sneering at the character of this man's virtuous wife, blasting with his leprous pen, that man's stainless child, in his person and soul, one hideous blot and breathing deformity, an ulcer cankering over the bosom of society, a bravo who stabs for his dollar, a hireling who without character, without reputation, without even a name, prowls abroad, selling his sheet, to any man that will buy it, for any purpose under heaven, a tolerated infamy, an uncaged jailbird, an unconvicted felon. No, glorious Quaker city, does it not make your moral heart grow warm, when you remember that a creature, despicable as this, has no existence in fact, but is only a fancy of the author, a fiction of his brain? Other cities may have their abominations in the shape of a licentious press, with marketable editors, who have in their time, pursued every honest occupation, from body snatching up to newspaper publishing, but the Quaker city, like the ideal town of some far-off El Dorado, is so pure, so spotless, that an author in search of a cutthroat editor, by the portraiture of whose character he means to throw a dark relief around the brighter portions of his pages, must set his wits to work, and invent a Busby Poodle. Oh, rare invention! Busby Poodle, long may it be, ere a thing like you shall start into tangible existence, and all be wigged and sickle-legged, walk visibly along Chestnut Street, a diminutive incarnation of a most nauseous emetic. Go to the door, Dim. There's the first of the creditors. Be quiet, Poodle, and enjoy the fun. Yes, massa, I opens the door, cried Endymion as the hoarse voice of creditor 1 was heard in the next room. Tell Colonel Fitzcowles that Mr. Bluffley Bulk wants to see him. And as the hoarse voice echoed through the aperture, Mr. Bluffley Bulk appeared in the doorway, driving an immense paunch before him, as he walked along. His small head overlooked his immense corporation, like a pea observing the circumference of a pumpkin. Well, Fitzcowles, said Mr. Bulk, I've called according to appointment. You owe me a fee in the case of Commonwealth versus Fitzcowles, charge, lathering a watchman. The fee is 50. Pay it, and let me go. Do me the kindness to step this way, exclaimed Fitzcowles with one of his best bows as he motioned creditor 1 toward the small door opposite. In a moment I'll see you, and settle this little matter. Bluffley Bulk Esquire disappeared within the eastern door, muttering strange curses as he walked along. Dar goes 10 o'clock, massa, exclaimed Dim, listening at the keyhole of the western door. Da high golly! I hear more of 'em in the next room. Show 'em in, Dim. One at a time. Ha! Whom have we here? My friend Smith, John Smith the upholster, a little thin man, with a narrow face, a starved nose, and a green overcoat, advanced and seized Fitzcowles earnestly by the hand. Note to pay today, sir, he said in a thrilling whisper, bill for the curtains you got of me when you was at the United States Hotel, $652, 12.5 cents. Tight times, sir. Money very scarce. Shall I give you a receipt, sir? In the next room if you please, observed Fitzcowles with a pleasant smile. You see, my old fellow, we'll fix that matter in a minute. Bless your eyes, massa, dey are a growlin' like cat and dog in toad a room. Observed Dim, holding the door slightly open. I hears a may comin' up the stairs, and I hears the servant ashoin 'em into the next room. This grows quite refreshing. Almost equal to a schedule at the insolvent court. Is Mr. Fitzcowles in the house himself? Jest be aiseth a ye nature, and let me come in. Drop a word into his private ear, that Michael O'Flanagan, French bootmaker from Paris, is a-wantin' to get the taste off a sight off him, and a large-boned man, attired in a shabby white greatcoat, with an old fur cap drawn over his eyes, came rushing into the room. He stood full 6 feet his stockings, and his red face, seen through the apertures of high hair and whiskers, all of the same burning red, looked very much like the countenance of a man who won't stand upon trifles, or occupy his time in breaking the hind legs of a flea. Oh, the blazes! But them 16 pair of stairs give me a pain in the side. The topper man into ye, Colonel, it's yourself that's looking like a canary bird the day. Shall we finger the pew, the Colonel? Cinch the 17 pair of boots, all done and completed by Michael O'Flanagan, French bootmaker, from the city of Paris, in the Old Count 3, he's got the real Parisian accent. Exclaimed Busby Poodle, talks like a native. Quite au fait. The accent. And who the devil should have the accent, but me? Wasn't I brought up all my life, a genuine Frenchman, and didn't my father fight with Lord Boney, in the scrimmage of Waterloo? You speak it like a native, Mikey. This way, I'll talk to you in minute. Show 'em in, Dim. Ms. Tordle, de Toda bootmaker from Paris. A mouldy-looking man, of short stature, and a heavy face, invested by a dampish beard of some indefinable color, was now shown into the room, with his arms hanging straight by his sides, like pendulums to some walking clock. Colonel, I shin want very much of dat small bill for the French boots. Times is hard, mine wife is sick, and von child has got the measles. 8 pair of fine French boots, $7 a pair, 7.848. Next room do. See you in a minute. Keep on showing 'em in, Dim. I have the honor to present my small bill, exclaimed a little man in a cockney face, and brown sack coat, to one portrait of Colonel Fitzcowles. $50. Very much in want of money, today, sir. Obliged to you for a little. Never since I had the extraordinary honor to paint Her Royal Majesty Victoria, and Prince Albert with the Asses of Parliament and the lapdog in the background, never since that ere blessed moment, have I taken so much pains with a miniature as with yours. Out of wood, sir, out of coal, sir, out of ivory, sir, not out of brass, I hope. Ha! 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 There I had you, St. Giles. Walk into the next room if you please. Pass 'em this way, Dim. And Dim did pass them that way to some considerable extent. It should be borne in mind that Colonel Fitzcowles had been living for some time past in a style of princely splendor, kept up and supported by a numerous retinue of credulous tradesmen. The results of this princely style now manifested themselves in the shape of some 34 creditors, who came pouring from the ante-room, one after another, in quick succession, with their bills in hand, and their demands ringing loudly on the air, like a delightful chorus to the grand drama of the bankrupt law. A small bill for horse hire. 2 chaise and 4, began a little thick-set man, with brown whiskers, and a short bang-up, smelling strongly of the racecourse. 2 chaise and 4, 17 times, my little bill for 10 coats, 15 pair of pants, 14 vests and a dickey, interrupted a solemn-looking personage pressing hurriedly forward, firm of Flunk, Checkley and Company $550. I furnish you with perfumery, to dismount, 71 pair of gloves. White Kid. Hoskins, to the use of my cab, General Washington 150 times, 2. The Gentleman's Universal Wardrobe, and furnish in store, Colonel Fitzcowles. Debtor, 16 fine shirts and my bill for dry goods, sir, said a pompous man, with a snub nose and immense raggy whiskers, Macaulay Mumshell, sir. 206 Apothecary's bill for medicine. 7 bottles Swain's Panacea. Ha, ha. This beats the insolvent court. What a scene for the next blackmail. De high golly. Dey come we depart closeness, dis time. Gentlemen, gentlemen, exclaimed Fitzcowles, looking from face to face with a pleasant smile. You are really too impatient. To see you rushing forward in this style, one would think I had the wealth of Girard in my pockets. Step into the next room, gentlemen. All your demands shall be satisfied. A murmur of satisfaction burst from the contrasted throng, and in an instant they had all disappeared into the next room. Now, Busby, let's wait a few minutes, until they begin to grow feverish. When I think they've worked themselves up into the proper humor, we'll step in, and take a look at them. I'm show you how to bluff off a creditor. I thought I was rather au fait at that business myself. However, on to news, as we say in domestic French. Book the Second. Chapter 2. Fitzcowles and his creditors. In a large saloon, furnished in a style of magnificence, popularly known as the gingerbread style, with immense red silk curtains along the windows, scattered patches of gilt, glittering around the cornices, and a colossal mirror above the mantel, sate the 34 creditors, waiting for the appearance of the millionaire. The softened light which came through the drawn curtains, gave a mild and shadowy effect to the figures of the patient band, while it was quite delightful to witness the animated expression of their countenances, as gazing into each other's eyes, they seemed to wonder why in the deuce they were all penned up there together, like various kinds of cattle at an agricultural fair. Bluffly Bulk, Esquire, the fat lawyer sat glaring upon the little bootmaker, Dill, as though he was wondering what kind of a fry the fellow would make for his breakfast. Michael O'Flanagan, the Parisian bootmaker, was engaged in polishing his shoes on the handsome hearthrug. Coddle St. Giles gazed vacantly around with the look of a man who has been feloniously decoyed into a den of thieves, while the rest of the 34 creditors were occupied in examining their various bills, which they raised frequently in the light, and crushed between their fingers, as though the action was productive of great peace of mind and tranquillity of spirit. Abuse of satisfaction resounded through the saloon. Colonel Fitzcowles appeared in the doorway with Busby Poodle and Endymion at his back. Gentlemen, said the colonel, placing one hand between his back and his flashy morning robe, while he waved the other gently up and down, I owe you money. That you do, muttered Bluffly Bulk, Esquire, stamping his cane on the floor, and abuse from the 34 creditors, confirmed the truth of the sentiment. It was quite pleasing to see how much unanimity of feeling existed on this point. Had there been only half the concurrence of opinion, visible in the doings of most of our religious conventions, synods and conferences, the world would have been Christianized long ago. I owe you money and I mean to pay it. He means to pay it. Hurrah. 3 times, hurrah. I mean to make your fortunes. I should suppose you all want money rather bad. Deuced bad. Cursed bad. Och, don't I? Wife and children, one sick with the measles. Starvation. Go to jail. Out of wood, out of coal, out of ivory. If I don't pay you this morning I suppose it will ruin you all? Totally. Have to leave the city. Can't think own't. Horrible. Oquilulu. Ruin me, root and branch. Well, then, gentlemen, I will make your fortunes. You have a pleasing countenance, my friend Bluffly Bulk, a respectable person. You shall oversee the hands. Yes, yes. That'll just suit you. Mr. Flanagan, imagine yourself perched on the edge of a well, some 100 fathoms deep, telling the laborers below to mind their eyes and be D to 'em. Hoist away my hearties, d'ye take? Coddle St. Giles, your remarkable talents will here be called into requisition. You can take drawings of the mines, publish 'em when we all get back, splendid volume, letterpress by Sylvester J. Petrican, of the Western Hem. Flunk, my dear friend Flunk, of the firm of Flunk, Shetley, and Co., merchant tailors. You can make up a lot of clothes for the miners. Gad gents, I like the plan altogether, it will suit our various talents. It will make our fortunes, gentlemen. Me name is Mikey O'Flanagan, bootmaker, from Paris, and me father fought with Old Boney, and so ye see there's some lannin in our family, but may the divil fly away wid me, if I can make out what the Colonel mane is, by Julius Caesar. But we're all listening to a gentleman from the insane hospital. What in the D.L. do you mean? Exclaimed Bluffly Bulk, growing like a turkey cock in the face as he fixed his eyes upon Fitzcowles, who stood in the center of the saloon, in an attitude of deep abstraction. Be so kind as to explain yourself. Yes, the plan is feasible, exclaimed Colonel Fitzcowles, elevating his eyebrows with an absent stare, but there's a rough desert to pass through before we reach the mines. Plenty of Mexicans and Texans, not to mention the Indians and wild beasts. Still, the mines are productive, on my father's estate, you know. I'm incog. just now, but when the company is in full operation, under the combined patronage of Santu Ana, the Mexican government, and Sam Houston, I'll make known the old man's name. Sir, cried Bluffly Bulk in a voice of thunder, will you tell us what you mean? Man, and be quick at it. Oblige us with some slight knowledge. Guess he wants a straight jacket. Tell you what I mean, exclaimed Fitzcowles, starting from his reverie, with pleasure. You see, gentlemen, I propose to make your fortunes, by allowing you to enter your names, as stockholders of the Grand Montezuma Gold Mining Company of the gold mines of Huancatpapitel, District of Tolpcaptl, South Mexico. Algernon Fitzcowles, President, Bluffly Bulk, Secretary, Board of Directors as follows. You can fill up the blank at your leisure, you know. I will allow you, each to take 10 shares of the capital stock at $100 per share, and we will say nothing about the small sums I owe you. Mere trifles, you know. Bluffly, in consideration of the post of Secretary, being tendered you, 100 shares, will be the smallest number you can be permitted to take. Fitzcowles paused, and looked around to note the effects of his important proposition. There was a dead silence in the saloon. You might have heard a pin drop. The 34 creditors looked into one another's faces, but said nothing. Busby Poodle and Dim the Creole concealed themselves among the window curtains, which quivered and shook, as with a sudden convulsion. Gentlemen, do ye like my proposition? Said Fitzcowles blandly. Is it feasible? We can all go to Huancatpapitel together. Times are so hard in this city. Those that are married can take their families with them. Those that are single will get families soon enough on their arrival at the mines. You are silent. It is with surprise, I suppose? Or do you want to advance some small amount on your shares? No, gentlemen, I can't think of that. The trifles I owe you one and all will more than pay for your shares. Well, may I be rammed into a shotgun and fired off at a nigger riot, if this isn't the coolest thing I've heard of for some time. And as he spoke, the fat lawyer started from his feet, and confronted Fitzcowles. Zounds, sir, what do you take me for? A fine fat old gentleman, replied Fitzcowles, bowing, who would make a capital superintendent of the mines. By Jupiter, Bluffly, that person of yours carries respectability, emits every outline. It is worth at least 1,000 shares to the company. The storm, long gathering and silent in its growth, burst suddenly over the head of Fitzcowles. One and all the 34 creditors rose, one and all they poured forth their anger in broken words and bitter curses. J.S. the villain, the scoundrel, swindler, This is what I gets for his miniature. I'm paid for the 15 coats and here's the cash for my gloves. Tish is damned, Pat. My wife's sick and the children got the measles, hurrah. Let's whack into him. This beats an insolvent schedule all hollow. Laughed Busby Poodle, peeping out from behind the curtains. Gad. What a scene for the blackmail. 34 creditors, of all shapes, sizes and patterns, surrounding Fitzcowles, who greets them with a commiserating smile. Ha! Ha! Capital, da high golly! Shouted Dim, thrusting his head from the other curtain. They look as if they eat masso up without any pepper or salt. Gentlemen, will you hear me? Shouted Fitzcowles in a voice of thunder, as he gazed upon the 34 threatening faces. Will you or will you not? Am I to be insulted in my own house? Dim, go and call the servants, and have these fellows trundled downstairs. Well, sir, what do you propose? Cried Bluffly Bulk, his voice rising above the tumult. No more humbug, sir. You then reject my offer, made with the best feelings in the world, to combine you, one and all, into the Grand Montezuma Gold Mining Company of the Hunkat Papatel, Hunkatty Kettle Polly B.D., shouted Flunk the tailor, pressing forward, as he shook his clenched hand in the air. Pitch Gwan go it Polly to the divil! Screamed O'Flanagan the bootmaker. Just as you like, gentlemen. Pitch Hunkat Papatel to the devil, by all means. But I was about to observe that the various sums, which I owe you separately, taken in the lump, amount to something over $3,000. You are interested? Well now, my fellows, here's the difficulty. I've but $1,000, cash in my possession. You can divide it among you, if you like. Now you talk, observed Bluffly Bulk, with a pleasing smile, as though the previous remarks of Fitzcowles had not risen even to the dignity of talk. Of course my little fee of $50 will be satisfied out of this sum. In precedence to all other claims, Avenue course me little bill of $37.60, observed Mr. Flanagan, stepping briskly forward, as he thrust his hands deep into the vacuum of his greatcoat pockets. Will take the precedence of your trifling claims. Of course, Colonel, my bill of $250, for dry goods, mildly exclaimed McQuilly Mumshell, pulling his raggy whiskers, with a hand, all glittering with costly rings. My little bill will be considered, first of all, and is it the likes of ye, to stand afore me? The divil drag me under a harrow, buttled ratface, ye've a dale of impudence in them same whiskers. Colonel, don't fidget the miniature, nor the horse hire. Remember the gloves. Isn't I to be paid for my poots? De parfumerie, Monsieur Viscowl, just stand back there, will ye? Devil take your impudence, I'm as good as you. Say that again. Another. My bill, Colonel, mine I say, wife and 5 children, 1 sick with the measles. Gentlemen, do be calm, cried Fitzcowles as he viewed the gathering storm. Remember, gentlemen, that you are gentlemen. Be calm, Flanagan. Quiet yourself, Bluffly. Soothe your excited feelings, Mumshell. Will you settle my bill? Shrieked Bluffly Bulk, red in the face with anger. Yes or no? Botherashin. Stand back, old porpice, and let me give him a receipt, or is it a row ye've a wanton, d Irishman? Grated Bluffly between his teeth. D Irishman, am I? And me a Parisian barn. For the sake of my old man, who was an Irishman, and who fit wid Boney at Waterloo, take that. And with his clenched hand, he aimed a blow, full at the immense corporation of the fat lawyer. The blow brushed Mumshell's whiskers and took effect on the person of the lawyer. The effect was terrific. In an instant the 34 creditors, their bills in hand, were all mingled through each other, every man striking the man who stood next to him, without regard to consequences, while Bluffly and Flanagan went at it, tooth and nail, exchanging fisticuffs with remarkable goodwill. The scene was peculiar. A forest of fists, rising up and down, a mass of angry faces, all mingled together, some 34 bodies of all sizes and descriptions, twisting and winding about, with so much rapidity, that they all looked like the different limbs of some strange monster, undergoing a violent epileptic's fit. Gentlemen, do be calm, go your death, allez vous votre mort. As we say in domestic French, hit him again. Frappez du ex fois. That's it. Give him another. Donnez-lui un autre. You scoundrel, I'll prosecute you for damages. Damages. You'll porpoise, then by my father's soul, I'll damage you a trifle more. This is shameful. Show me the man who struck me in the eye, by God. I will murder somebody directly. Let me up. It wasn't me that struck you. I'll take the wath of my gloves out somebody. Oh my hi. Uck's a purty miniature for you. Oh. Willy Lou. Anyone here that'll say I wasn't a Parisian born? Fight it out, boys, lather it into one another. Whoop. Say that black mark under your eye isn't a bit of patchwork, will ye? Just say it. Come on, six off ye, I ain't particular which. Hurrah. There goes the looking glass. Crack, smash, bang. 3 at a ginnelled porpoise. This baits Watherloo, hooray, hooray. Book the second. Chapter 3rd. The Death Warrant. The mirror, which hung above the dressing bureau, reflected the handsome form of Colonel Fitzcowles. It must be confessed that the Colonel looked decidedly interesting, as standing before the mirror, in the glare of the morning sun, he surveyed his form for the last time, ere he sallied forth on Chestnut Street. His figure, with its broad chest and tapering waist, was enveloped in a close-fitting overcoat of dark cloth, which, falling open along the breast, disclosed his black scarf, gathered over his shirt front with a plain gold pin, and tastefully disposed within the collar of his glossy coat and satin vest, whose jet-black hues were in harmony with the other portions of his attire. The dark visage of the Colonel, relieved by long curling locks of jet-black hair, was surmounted by an elegant hat, remarkable for its conical crown and width of brim. This was the much-admired and very aristocratic Fitzcowles hat, worn by all the distinguished bloods of the Quaker city. Introduced by the gallant Colonel, it soon became the rage, and was at the time of which we write, the standing test of fashion and elegance. Among the exquisites of Chestnut Street. Dim, said the Colonel, gently waving the gold-headed cane, which he held within the white-kid glove of his right hand, are they all gone? All turned out, massa. The servants tumbled 'em downstairs more 'n half-hour ago, Dim, continued the Colonel, impregnating his snow-white handkerchief with an additional scent of patchouli. What's the damage? The looking-glass bove the mantle broke in 1,000 pieces, one ob the winder curtains torn down. The berry devil kicked up all over the room, Busby, resumed the Colonel, passing a comb lightly through the locks of his jet-black hair. How did you like it? Quite recherché. But won't they sue you for their various debts? Let them sue and be hanged. The amount I owe them, applied in the proper way, would command a great influence in court. Why man, I've got the price of 7 judges, 10 juries and some score of lawyers, in my pocket. These things are all for sale. Ha! Ha! This is libelous. Hello! There's a knock at the door. See who it is. Dim opened the door at the extreme end of the bedchamber. He gazed for an instant through the aperture, and then closing the door with a sudden movement, he came running to his master's side, his eyes dilating with surprise and his tawny face, pale as Fitzcowles's white kid gloves. What in the deuce is the matter, Dim? Oh, golly massa! Oh law! Oh the devil! Cried the Creole, dancing about the room. Shall I knock you down with the chair, you scoundrel? Or would you like to be held out of a 4th-story window, by the heels, again? Dim approached his master's side, and whispered in his ear. The Colonel's face grew suddenly pale, and a blasphemous oath escaped from his lips. Busby, go into the next room, he cried harshly, with the same tone he would use, in getting rid of a troublesome dog. Be quick. I have a visitor, whom I must see alone. Why do you stand there, staring in my face like an idiot? Begone, I say. I must be alone." Busby Poodle disappeared through the saloon door, with a look of malignant anger, that boded no good to his friend, Colonel Fitzcowles. "Open the door." "D'ye hear, Dim?" shouted the colonel, as his face grew paler, and his dark eye emitted a clear flashing glance, that betokened powerful though suppressed emotion. "Show our visitor in." Dim opened the door, at the end of the bedchamber, farthest from the windows, and the visitor entered. It must be confessed that the surprise which the mere utterance of his name occasioned, might be easily explained, when the singular appearance of the newcomer was taken into consideration. A short, thick-set, little man, dressed in a suit of glossy black cloth, advanced from the open door. His face, which from its remarkable length, gave you the idea of a horse's head, affixed to the remnant of a human body, seemed to lay upon his heart, while his shoulders arose on either side, as high as his ears, and his back protruding in a shapeless hump, was visible above the outline of his head. His face, it is true, from its extreme length, and the peculiar manner in which it seemed to lay on his breast, might have appeared distorted and deformed, yet were the features perfectly regular, the nose a decided aquiline, the mouth well proportioned and indicative of firmness, the chin, full and round, while the high forehead, with the dark eyebrows, overarched two large and brilliant A's, whose intense lustre beaming from a face, marked by a clear, healthy complexion, gave the beholder the idea, that he beheld a supernatural, rather than a human being. Should the latter portion of this description appear overstrained, the reader will remember, that the diminutive stature of the strange visitor, the hump on his back, and the manner in which his face seemed to rest on his chest, all gave additional effect to the expression of his face and eyes. "Jew" was written on his face as clearly and distinctly as though he had fallen asleep at the building of the temple at Jerusalem, in the days of Solomon, the rake and moralist, and after a nap of 3,000 years, had waked up in the Quaker city, in a state of perfect and Hebraic preservation. "You are here, are you?" whispered Fitzcowles in a tone of ungovernable rage. "Why is this? Why leave your hiding place in broad daylight?" "I've comsh because I wanted to comsh," said the Jew, calmly, as he folded his hands across his breast. "You have you?" whispered Fitzcowles, as the gleam of rage brightened in his dark eyes. "Do you know, you dog, you miserable dog, that I've a great notion to give you a taste of this?" And as he spoke, quick as thought, he flung open the breast of his overcoat, and drawing the bowie knife from a secret pocket, he brandished it above the head of the Jew, with a look of ungovernable hatred. "Puts away carving knives, puts away carving knives," said the humpback, with a bitter, though scarcely perceptible sneer. "You will not hurt Snaboty. Perhaps you will tell me why you have left your hiding place in broad day, with all the police at your heels? Ha! Ha! This is delightful. Curse the devil bug," he muttered as he strode to the window. "How could he have let this dog escape? I tells you I've left dat nasty plash," said the Hebrew in the coolest manner imaginable, "because it vo a nasty plash. Because dese little hand do all tvorks, and maybe after all, you reapst profit. I mosh hide in dat hole, viles you volks chestnut streets. Vodat de contract. You keep your bargain, Villiaus. And what was that bargain?" exclaimed Fitzcowles again facing the Jew. "Vnt tings vo done, you vo to give me 10,000 dollars in gold. I vo to sail for Europes. What have you done? Left me to rot among robbers and thieves, viles you walks chestnut streets. Got tam." The Jew sat down, or rather fixed himself on the sofa, and looked up calmly into the flushed countenance of Fitzcowles. Well, Von Gelt, let's shake hands, and talk the matter over. We may talk as much as we pleases, but we don't shake hands, just as you like." "Well, Judos, is that your first name von Gelt? Suppose it vo my natters? Wonder how long before the handsome colonels would be. Father Moses, I know veers, so you threaten me, do you, Gabriel? Ha! Exclamation mark ha! This is amusing. May I ask what you propose to do? Tomorrow mornings I will take cash for New York. Next day I will sail for Europes. Today, yacht will give me $10,000, but Judas, that is Gabriel, Judas for short, you know. You must remember that I have not $10,000 in my possession, Veers is tolle hair drunk. But Gabriel, exclaimed Fitzcowles in a conciliating tone, as he seated himself beside the table opposite the Jew, but Gabriel, you know, that it is impossible for us to have this money for months to come. The sovereigns and the notes might be recognized at once. It is better to wait a little while and make sure of the whole sum beyond a chance of detection. Pen and ink, dim. Meanwhilst Polish ransack monks' halls, and tint me, hit away among tiefs and robbers. No, no. I will bear Tish no longers. Tish te I moshave 10,000 tollers, or, echoed Fitzcowles as he scrawled a few words on a sheet of gilt-edged notepaper, or, you was about to observe, maybe I can get $10,000, some ever ears else, said the Jew with a meaning look. Ah, ha. You grow humorous, Gabriel, observed Fitzcowles with a smile. Please deliver this little note to Devilbug if you should chance to see him again, before you start for Europe. Will you, Gabbby? Ha! What is Tish? Exclaimed the hump-backed Jew, as his eye glanced over the note, which read as follows. Devilbug, our friend leaves us tomorrow. It is all right. Aid him as far as you can, in anything that concerns his departure. The Abbot. Den you conscience. Exclaimed Gabriel, with a smile of triumph. You will give me monish? Of course, of course. You know I would never refuse you anything, Gabriel. You must be careful though, Gabriel, with the money. Mighty careful. What a fool I vow, ever to part mit it. Muttered Gabriel, I had it all in mine own hands one time. Excuse me one moment, Gabriel, while I write a note to my jeweler, said Fitzcowles, with a pleasant smile. Here, Dim, take this ring and this note down to Melchior, the jeweler, in 4th Street near Chestnut. Hurry back, d'ye hear? As he seized the note and folded it, Fitzcowles gazed smilingly in the face of the Hebrew. But when he took the diamond ring from his finger, and handed it to Dim, with one quick flashing glance of his dark eyes, the smile deepened into an agreeable laugh, and Fitzcowles looked, for all the world, like a man whose mind is unburdened by a single care. This, while his life and fortune hung upon the note which he handed to the Creole. Dim, you understand? This ring and note are for the jeweler in 4th below Chestnut. Yes, massa, answered Dim, with a stolid and imperturbable expression of countenance. I'll be back directly. That note was the death warrant of the Jew. Thus it read, Devilbug, when the Jew comes back to Monk Hall he will have about his person $10,000. You can pay yourself for the care and trouble you have had with him. The ring will tell you what I mean. The Abbot. Now, Gabbby, exclaimed Fitzcowles, as Dim hastened from the room, you can amuse yourself by looking out of the window, while I get you the money. As the handsome Algernon, stooping to the floor, drew the hair trunk from beneath the sofa, Gabriel, the Jew, rose from his seat and advanced toward the window. Dies noting like improvin' von's times, he muttered, as he seized an object, which lay exposed on the top of the dressing bureau. Father Moses. He will swerve him is shiz disting, 10 notes of $1,000 each, murmured Fitzcowles, locking the trunk again. Much good will they do him. Devilbug is such an amiable man. Now I will peg on, exclaimed Gabriel, hastily concealing the notes within the breast of his overcoat. Dish countries is too hot to hold me. He strode to the door, and looked back at Fitzcowles, as he uttered this pleasant goodbye. Farewells. Vmeach again mave been betterish spirich, goodbye-esh. He disappeared, and in a moment was heard passing hurriedly along the entry, without the bedchamber. Go! Shrieked Fitzcowles, the moment he had disappeared. Go, and to your death. He paced hurriedly along the room, his brow darkening over with a heavy frown, and his eye blazing with excitement. Ha! The door leading into the saloon is ajar. Could anyone have listened to our conversation? He pushed the door open and glanced around the spacious apartment as he spoke. Ha! Ha! There is no one in this room. What a fool I am to fancy a listener near. And yet that fellow, Busby, but he's too cowardly to betray a man. He might muster courage to betray a lame nigger woman, or a sick rag picker, but a man, never. He closed the door, leading into the saloon, as he spoke. And as the door was closed, the form of a man stole softly from the folds of the silken window curtains, and Busby Poodle stood disclosed in the light. His face was very pale, and his hands trembled like pendulums, very much out of order. "Here's a secret worth a fortune," he exclaimed, as he passed through the saloon door, into the winding entry of the 4th story. "Betray a rag picker, indeed! Ho! Ho! What if I betray a forger?" Meanwhile Fitzcowles strode swiftly along the floor of his bedchamber, his face and manner betraying the wild excitement which possessed his soul. "If I manage my cards right I am safe. Ha! Ha! That you got up some very neat letters from my father, the Earl of Lindiswold, Lincolnshire, England. To give the D.L. his due, the Jew managed these letters with a masterly hand. English postmarks and all. I showed them to Dora, together with a parchment containing our pedigree, the Lindiswolds of Lindiswold. I have used the Jew, and now, egad, he must retire from the scene. By next Monday morning I can arrange everything. And then, as from the decks of a steamer bound for England, I gaze upon the receding shores of America, while Dora smiles in my face, and the cash rattles in my pocket, then, ha! 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 Exclamation mark! How I shall laugh at these fools of the Quaker City. Book the 2nd. Chapter 4th. Dora Livingston at home. The boudoir was lighted by 2 long and narrow windows looking to the south. The morning sunshine shone mildly round the place, through the folds of the thick curtains of light silk, which hung drooping along the windows. In shape, the room was sexagonal, with pedestals of dark marble, standing along 4 of the 6 walls. On the top of one pedestal stood an alabaster vase, containing flowers of the choicest hues and fragrance, gathered from the conservatory, which was visible through the small door. On the summit of the second, was placed a statue of the Venus de Medici, sculptured by a master hand, in snow-white marble. The third supported another vase, also filled with flowers, while the top of the 4th was occupied by an image of the Virgin Mary, her eyes raised upward to heaven, and her hands clasped over the crucifix, resting upon her bosom. The small door leading into the adjoining conservatory, located in the 2nd story of the western wing of Livingston's princely mansion, hung slightly ajar. A delightful fragrance, the breath and sweetness of many flowers, pervaded the atmosphere. The perfume of the full-blown rose, the penetrating scent of the heliotrope, the delightful odor of the arbor vitae, mingling with the fragrance of 1,000 other plants and flowers, created an air of delicious and intoxicating sweetness. The appointments of the boudoir, or, perhaps, closet would be the more correct designation, were neat and classic. 4 handsome Gothic chairs, with worked cloth seats, disposed along the walls, an elegant sofa, placed between 2 of the pedestals, a severely classic table of snow-white marble standing opposite, all burdened with books in costly binding, strewn over its surface, and a gorgeous Turkey carpet, whose deep rich colors were in effective contrast to the light and delicate papering of the walls. All combined produced an effect of elegance and taste. heightened and refined by the vases of flowers, and the marble statues presenting beauty in the contrasted forms of religion and love. The heat of the conservatory, mingling with the sweetness of its flowers, imparted a fragrant warmth to the boudoir. No stove, nor grate, with glaring coal or crackling wood, was therefore needed to render the place comfortable. Altogether the entire room was imbued with an air of spiritual repose, of dreamy languor, which would have been very ethereal indeed, if it had not been for the presence of the small breakfast table which stood in the center of the carpet, like a plain and stubborn earthly fact, with its silver coffee pot, porcelain cup, and buttered toast, disposed along the surface of a snow-white cloth. However, the coffee was cold, and the toast untasted. This was something in favor of the spirituality of the boudoir. Through the dim light which imparted a twilight effect to the room, you might discern the outlines of a woman's form, as she lay reclining on the sofa. Her form, full, large and voluptuous, was enveloped in the folds of a snow-white morning gown, which, gathering lightly around her queenly figure, displayed the symmetry of her rounded arms, the fullness of her bust, and the swelling outlines of her person, in the richest varieties of light and shade. A single red gleam of sunlight, escaping through the folds of the window curtain, streamed over the whiteness of her snowy neck. Her head resting on the sofa cushion, with the dark hair falling carelessly around, her eyes were half closed in dreamy reverie, and the brightness of her glance, subdued to a hazy dimness, which attested the absence of her thoughts from all cutward things, stole mildly from the shadow of the long and trembling lashes. Her entire attitude was that of a person, absorbed in some delightful reverie. Her hands were gently clasped in front of her form, her limbs, as you might see by the folds of her dress, were carelessly crossed, one over the other, while one small and delicate foot, with the slender ankle, encased in the snow-white stocking, was visible, as she lay with her voluptuous person, thrown lightly along the sofa. She was indeed a beautiful and voluptuous woman. The deep vermilion of her lips, the burning flush crimsoning each cheek, the blackness of her eyelashes and penciled brows, the long dark hair which, when all unbound, fell in thick and glossy tresses, below her waist, the fullness of her bosom, the swelling roundness of her limbs, the smallness of her feet, and the delicacy of her hands, with long and tapering fingers, all attested her loveliness and beauty, while the swimming glance of her large eyes indicates the innate voluptuousness of her nature. Her eyes were of that deep and well-like brightness, which seems to throw open to the vision of the gazer, not only their mellowed glance and dazzling radiance, but the entire prospect of the hidden soul. You gazed not upon, but into, those eyes, and felt that you were in the presence of a mighty intellect and a sensual organization. As she lay reclining on the sofa, a low murmur of delight escaped from her lips, and a flush, like the sunny side of a ripening peach, brightened over her face and neck. Her eyelids slowly unclosing revealed her large dark eyes, animate with an expression of sudden delight, and beaming with a swimming brightness that finds no parallel, save in the glance of a lovely and voluptuous woman. Dora rose slowly to her feet, and stood erect upon the floor. That were a boon, worth the peril of a soul to win. She whispered in a low and softened tone, as her hands absently toyed with the rose, which rested upon her bosom, a coronet. Yes, yes, a coronet. This is a fair brow, they tell me. How well the glittering circlet of diamonds would become its beauty. A coronet. But one short year ago, a poor girl, clad in the threadbare costume, which seems to belong by right to poverty-stricken gentility, watched by the bedside of a dying mother, in a meanly furnished apartment, faintly illumined by the beams of a flickering lamp. Now that poor girl is the wife of one of the merchant princes of the city, rolls in wealth almost without limit, and of course moves among the first circles of the aristocracy of this good city. Such aristocracy, ha, ha! Like a specimen of pasteboard statuary, giving but a grotesque outline of the reality which it is intended to represent another year. Ha, ha! My brain grows wild. Another year and this same poor girl, May, no, no, will stand among the glittering circles of a royal court, with the blaze of rank and beauty flashing all around her, with the smile of a queen, beaming upon her face, while a coronet, that tells the ancestral glories of 1,000 years, rests brightly upon her brow. Dora Livingston, wife of Livingston, the merchant prince. That sounds well, though prince that word merchant as you may, it still retains, ha, ha, a wonderful taint of the shop. But there is a title, written on the very clouds which darken over my future, which would sound much better, and that title, but hold, my brain grows dizzy, I seem to glide on air. The title is, Dora Lindiswold, Countess of Lindiswold, said a deep voice at the shoulder of the beautiful woman. She turned hastily round, gazing upon the intruder, with a glance of mingled surprise and anger. Fitzcowles, in all the elegance of his fashionable attire, stood before her, with his conical hat in one hand, his gold-headed cane in the other, while a smile of peculiar meaning lighted up his dusky countenance. Ha, ha! Dora, you are surprised to see me. The truth is, old Artichoke your gardener, attracted my eye as I passed through the hall. He wanted me to examine some of his favorite plants. While his attention was turned another way, I stole up the back staircase, reached the conservatory, and here I am. Yes, yes, Dora, notwithstanding your incredulous smile, it is in your power to do, Countess of Lindiswold. Algernon, it can never be, exclaimed Dora, fixing the gaze of her brilliant eyes upon his countenance, with a glance of strange meaning. But it can be, Dora, and it must be, answered Fitzcowles, in a careless tone, as he gently balanced his gold-headed cane on the palm of his right hand, with a seesaw motion. Dora silently laid her hand on his shoulder, and gazed into his eyes, with a glance of deep interest. By what means, you would ask? By flight. Yes, by flight. Next Tuesday the Great Western sails from New York. Let us arrange all our matters, take passage on board the steamer, and in 15 days we will be in London. It is but a day's ride from London to Lindiswold. Lindiswold, echoed Dora, and the name seemed to act like a spell upon her. Ah, ha! England boasts an aristocracy, founded on high deeds whose records we trace, in the history of 1,000 years. The aristocracy of this land, and ha, this city, is founded on, what? Can you tell, Algernon? I've been trying to find out for the last 3 months. I flatter myself that I know something about the peculiar merits and glories of Quaker City, aristocracy. An aristocracy founded on the high deeds of dentists, tape sellers, quacks, pettifoggers, and bank directors, all jumbled together in a ridiculous mass of absurdities. Your dentist, whose proper coat of arms should be a tooth and pincers on a field gales, sends to the Herald's College, in London, and asks the Heralds to trace back his pedigree to the Conquest. And so with all the classes of the Philadelphia ton. Now could we establish a Herald's College, in the State House, I would make the profession of every man, the rule by which to fashion his crest or coat of arms. To the quack, a pillbox. To the pettifogger, 3 links of a convict's chain, with a penitentiary in the distance. To the bank director a widow's coffin, with a weeping orphan, on either side by way of heraldic supporters. Pah! There is no single word of contempt in the whole language, too bitter, to express my opinion of this magnificent pretension, the aristocracy of the Quaker City. You are quite animated, Dora. I never trouble myself about such small matters. Do you know, what was the profession of my grandfather? Exclaimed Dora, as with a smile of bitter sarcasm playing on her proud lip, she again confronted Fitzcowles. Why, ha, he was, guess what? A merchant perhaps? Or a member of one of the oldest families of Pennsylvania, to use the slang of the day, or a shoemaker, shrieked Dora, with a burst of laughter, as she strode hurriedly up and down the room. Yes, a shoemaker. A cobbler," muttered Fitzcowles, starting with a look of silent disgust. Yes, yes, a toil-begrimed cobbler, who sate working all day long on an old bench, mending other people's old shoes. And I ashamed of this? Ha, ha. Not in the least. The cobbler's granddaughter moves in the first circles of the aristocracy of Philadelphia. And what is something to her credit, she is not ashamed of her ancestry. She does not conceal it with some sounding pretension to high birth, but at once, and without reserve, horrifies the tape and bobbin nobility of the Quaker city, with the plain declaration that Dora Livingston, wife of the merchant prince, is a cobbler's granddaughter. Deuce take me, if I can understand you, Dora. You are not ashamed of having a shoemaker for your grandfather, and yet you reverence the spirit of ancestral pride. You have given my opinions with remarkable precision. I tell you, Algernon, that I respect the mechanic at his bench, though his hands be rough, his face begrimed with toil, his manners uncouth and destitute of polish. But for the petty aristocrat, the Duke thimble and thread, the Count soap and candle, the Baron pedal and cheat, for all these, I do entertain the most sovereign contempt. Give me the honest mechanic at the bench if we must have a nobility, for your true republican nobleman, not the dishonest bank director at the desk. But if you pass the mechanic aside, whose honest vote sustains your republic, if you pass him aside, when you form your aristocracy, then I say, give us the titles and the trappings of an English nobility. Let us at once have a throne and a count, a king and courtiers. Ha, ha, ha. Dora, you grow philosophical. Decidedly so. But you have quite forgotten my proposition. Flight, Dora, sudden and successful flight. And do you think, Fitzcowles, that I would fly with you as it is a sweet word and a true one, as an adulteress? As an adulteress forsaking her husband? No, no. By my life, no. Once in England, we could be united in marriage, without the slightest difficulty. You would become the Countess of Lindiswold on the death of my father, when I would succeed to the earldom. During his life, our title would merely be, my Lord and Lady Dalveny of Lindiswold, Countess of Lindiswold, and my husband living in America. Ha, ha, ha. This is like some probable history in the Arabian Nights. And how do you propose to overcome the difficulty, which is but another name for a husband? After all, muttered Dora in a tone inaudible to Fitzcowles. You know, Dora, that we must arrange our plan of action without delay. A solitary word of suspicion, whispered in your husband's ears by some officious friend, and our schemes are blown to their gentleman in black. Dora approached Fitzcowles and laid her hand on his shoulder, while her dark eyes, flashing with a deep and meaning glance, were fixed upon his countenance. Suppose Livingston should die, she said, in a low whisper, while her eyes became intensely brilliant and her face grew suddenly pale. Why, replied Fitzcowles, with a slight start, why, you would then be the widow Livingston, with a fortune of some 200,000 in your possession. But you know, Dora, Livingston bids fair to live at least half a century from the present moment. Livingston may die, and that suddenly, said Dora, in that same low tone, while the hand, resting on Fitzcowles' shoulder, trembled like a leaf. Egad! Dora, you're white as snow in the face. One would think you meant something, by the glance of your eyes. Do speak out and let us hear the news. Listen, Algernon, and I will tell you a secret. Strong and vigorous man as he looks, Livingston has been for years the victim of a secret and insidious disease. It is that disease which slowly and quietly, almost without pain, ossifies the main arteries of the heart. The victim may live for years, with the flush of health on his cheek and brow, while this insidious disease is closing up the avenues of his life. He may live for years with all the outward signs of health and vigor, when a sudden excitement of mind would lay him down a lifeless course, aye, in an instant, without a single pain to warn him of his danger, he would fall a lifeless course, Yes, yes, I remember. McTourniquet, the queer doctor, who talks of Henry Clay, the statesman, and Henry Clay, his blood horse, all in the same breath, took the trouble, one day last week, to explain this disease to me. However, he did not tell me that Livingstone was its victim. This doctor, who is our family physician, called here but an hour ago, and asked me when I expected Mr. Livingstone back from New York. I answered, of course, next week. He then told me that the main arteries of my husband's heart were now almost entirely ossified, that I must take every care in the world of him, for any sudden excitement would kill him in an instant. What a pity! Poor fellow! To think of a man going about with such a bad heart in his bosom. You understand me, then? Livingstone may live for 20, nay, for 30 years longer, and he may die in a year, a month, a day, or, it may be, in an hour. I appreciate his position, Dora. To say the least, it's a very ticklish one. Jove! The idea of a man having red cheeks, bright eyes, and a firm step, while his heart is turning to bone. The idea of such a state of affairs, I say. Dora drew nearer to Algernon's side, and suddenly grasped him by the wrist. There was a wild light gleaming from her dark eyes as she gazed fixedly in his face, and a slight wrinkle indented the surface of her fair forehead, between the eyebrows. Her voice was utterly changed amidst tones, when she whispered these words to the listener's ear. Algernon, give me your advice on a point of the deepest interest. When my husband returns from New York, I will seize the earliest opportunity to press upon his attention the importance of having his will prepared without delay. Poor man! His life hangs by a slender thread, the most trifling chance may sever that thread, and precipitate him into eternity. It is important, therefore, that he should hold himself prepared for death. Justice to his wife demands that his will, making a final disposition of his fortune, should be executed with all possible haste. By Jove, Dora, you look quite wild. To what tends all this? Hush! Did you not hear a footstep in the conservatory? Suppose, Algernon, that my husband should make his will. Suppose he leaves his fortune to his wife. These suppositions made, I wish you to imagine a scene. Livingstone and myself are seated in the parlor, on a winter's evening, beside the cheerful fire. His face is lighted up with a pleasant smile, as, displaying the unfolded will in his hands, he gazes upon the beaming countenance of his wife. And that wife, mark you, Algernon, at the very moment when the husband reaches forth his arms to clasp her to his bosom, falls on her knees at his feet, and, in broken words, shrieks forth the story of her guilt, and his dishonor. Yes, yes, to his ear, to the ear of the man who loves his wife as man never loved wife before, that young and innocent wife, tells the dark story of her shame. Even while his face beams with affection, she tells him that he is dishonored, aye, dishonored. That she has been false to his bed, recreant to her plighted faith. That she is polluted in person, corrupt in soul. That this young wife, whom he loved so well, is, an adulteress. This she tells him with tears of repentance, with prayers for mercy, with groans of anguish. And he, how think ye Livingstone would hear this confession from the wife whose very image he now worships? Ha! Algernon! Think ye not, it would kill him, even before his frantic wife had done with her tale of guilt? Even as he sate, without a moment's delay, he would fall from his chair, a stiffened corpse. Would he not, Algernon? A blasphemous oath escaped from Fitzcarral's lips, and in a sudden start, which shook his frame, he suffered his hat and cane to fall on the floor. By G.D., Dora, I don't think you're a human being. He said this in a low-toned voice, and turned away from the merchant's wife, as she stood in the center of the room, her statue dilating to its full height, while, with a panting bosom and a flashing eye, she awaited his answer to her momentous question. And this she cried, gazing upon Fitzcowles, who stood near the window with his face averted from her glance, "and this, after I have sacrificed all I possess on earth, all I hope in heaven, and sacrificed for you." "Hush! Didn't you hear a footstep in the conservatory?" "Really, Dora, you are very imprudent," exclaimed Fitzcowles, in a sullen tone, as he gazed vacantly through the window curtains. "Would to God, there had been a footstep in the conservatory when I first resigned myself to shame," said Dora, in a tone of keen and biting sarcasm. "When a lady agrees, makes up her mind to part with her virtue, and a gentleman makes up his mind to accept the gift, all is fair and satisfactory, and nobody but an injured husband has a right to complain. But, murder, Dora, murder, murder. Madman that you are, who spoke of murder. Fitzcowles, I beseech you, do not force me to change my opinion with regard to you. I thought you were a man, one of that class, in fact, who look rather to the end that is to be accomplished than to the delicacy of the means. But Dora, this experiment of yours has 10 chances of failure to 1 of success. Livingstone might recover from the shock occasioned by your confession. Then it is the chance of failure, not the experiment itself, which turns your face to the hue of ashes. The thing, Dora, Livingstone never wronged me. And I can't see that he has done you any injury sufficient to warrant such a return." "I perceive, Algernon," said Dora, crossing her arms, with a calm gesture. "You do not understand me. Livingstone never did me a wrong. On the contrary, he has bestowed wealth upon me, almost without bound, and lavished affection upon me, until it amounts to idolatry. You never gave me wealth. You never gave me love. Then what is the tie that binds me to you? You have it in your power to grace the cobbler's granddaughter with a title. Livingstone is the bar sinister, between me and hereditary rank. Who spoke of murder? Not I, by my life. Livingstone may die, he may die. That was all I said. He may die." "That is true," said Fitzcowles, turning away from the window. "By the by, Dora, you are remarkably ambitious, for a sensible woman. Your very soul seems absorbed in this ambition to rise. There is a leaf of my heart, Fitzcowles, which you never yet have read. I loved once, loved with all the intensity of my nature, and sacrificed my plighted love for wealth and Livingstone. Did you never read in books that the first love of a strong-minded woman, when divested from its proper source, turns to the gall and bitterness of worldly ambition? I feel in my inmost soul that I was destined from my birth to rank and station, to the sway of hearts and the rule of power. In my early childhood, when forced by penury, my mother, a widowed and a friendless woman, sought a home in the outskirts of the city. The prophecy was whispered in my ears, that one day I should wear a coronet, and walk a titled lady among the grandees of a royal court, and some old crone, I suppose, with a cup sprinkled with tea grounds in her hand, was the oracle. It matters not, for the prophecy, come it from whom it might, found its echo in my own heart. Does it not often chance that a casual word, uttered by an ignorant mechanic, strikes a mighty chord in some statesman's heart, and originates a new and magnificent scheme of state policy? So a chance word, from vulgar lips, may arouse a prophecy which has been hidden in our souls, since the hour of our birth. Why did the Creole, Josephine, credit the withered hag, who foretold that her brow would one day be encircled with the crown of France? Because the old crone was gifted by heaven with especial power? No, no, no. She might have foretold 1,000 incidents, and not one would have impressed the heart of Josephine with even a passing sensation. On the heart of this same Creole, Josephine, from the hour of her birth, had been written down by God's own hand, the high destiny for which she had been born, and the chance words of the old crone aroused the prophecy into life. "Hush! Dora, there is a footstep on the stairs," exclaimed Fitzcowles with a sudden start. "My God! It is Livingston's footstep. And as she spoke, Dora's face grew suddenly pale. Ha! The note, which I left last night on the center table, was gone when I looked for it this morning. Could he have returned in the night? The door leading into the main building of the mansion was suddenly opened, and a red-faced servant in grey livery, turned up with velvet, entered the boudoir. "Mr. Livingston, ma'am." And in an instant Livingston appeared in the doorway, and entered the room. "Ah, ha. My dear, I've stole a march on you, have I? Back from New York sooner than I expected, you see. Ah, ha. Colonel, is that you? How do you do? My God! Livingston! How pale you are!" was the involuntary exclamation of the wife, as her eyes were riveted to his countenance. "Have you been ill? Egad! You look as if you'd been sick a month," exclaimed Fitzcowles. "Why, Livingston, positively you're turning grey." Calm and smiling Livingston advanced, and gathered his right arm round the waist of his beautiful wife. His face was very pale, and his blue eyes had an unnatural brilliancy in their glance, which in the mind of an acute observer might have aroused a suspicion as to the sanity of the merchant. "One kiss, my love," exclaimed Livingston, as he pressed his lips to the full and pouting lips of his wife, while his face brightened with the look of pleasure. "You must excuse these little matrimonial attentions, Fitzcowles. We married men are very apt to be fond of our wives, especially after a long absence. And how's your poor sick friend, my dear? You have my note, then?" exclaimed Dora, as a slight tremor was visible on her lip. "To be sure, my dear, to be sure. I returned from New York in the night, found your note on the center table, and having read its contents, I retired from the house without alarming the servants. I spent the night at the counting-house, examining my books and papers." "How did you say your poor sick friend was, Dora?" "Alas! She is dead." And Dora turned away as if to conceal her agitation. "Well, well, it can't be helped. Debt we've all got to pay, as the old women at a funeral have it. By the by, Fitzcowles, I've got some traces of the forger at last." The merchant laid his hand playfully on Fitzcowles' shoulder and gazed smilingly in his eyes, while his unoccupied hand toyed with his watch seals, in a careless manner. "The deuce, you have?" answered Fitzcowles with a stare of surprise. "By Jove!" he muttered to himself, "there is a strange look about Livingston's eyes that doesn't exactly please me. I tell you how it was, my boy," continued Livingston, still toying with his watch seals. "While I was in New York, the head clerk of the Charleston house arrived in town. He recognized the forger, one day in Broadway, strutting it, among the finest bucks of the city." "And you arrested him?" "Not exactly. We had evidence enough for suspicion, but conviction, you know, is a different thing. You'll laugh when I tell you how I managed it with the fellow. He was one of my most intimate friends in New York, and was wont to frequent my rooms very much during the day, manifesting his familiarity by calling me a jolly old fellow, old Lin. And ale, that kind of thing, you understand? Before the head clerk arrived from the South, I did not ever dream of suspecting this perfumed gentleman of the forgery. Why, Colonel, do you know that I just as soon suspected you as him?" "Curse me, Livingston, these kind of comparisons are deuced unpleasant," observed Fitzcowles, growing very uneasy under the merchant's gaze. "What do you think we did when we found that we hadn't evidence sufficient for conviction? Why, ha, ha! It's too good. We dressed up a decayed police officer, like a Southern planter, and introduced him to the forger, as a gentleman of immense fortune from the South. The forger promenades New York, with the disguised police officer at his elbow, showing the pseudo-planter all the lions of the town, and making himself agreeable in a general way. Now the joke of the thing." "Yes," echoed Fitzcowles, "the joke of the thing is simply this. The Southern planter has a warrant in his pocket, for the arrest of the forger, the moment he shall attempt to leave the city. Ha! Ha ha! Capital! 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 Ha! 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 Roared Fitzcowles. Ain't it too good? Ha! 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 It is too good. A warrant in his pocket, for the arrest of the forger, all the while, did ye say? Capital! Ha! 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 Capital! Why Fitzcowles, your lady love, has been making free with a lock of your hair! Exclaimed Livingstone playfully. Look here, Dora, what space there is, near Fitzcowles' right temple. A large lock severed close to the skin. Why Dora, I declare you two have been making somebody a present of a lock of your hair. A large tress severed from the hair, near your right temple too. Singular coincidence, oh, Fitzcowles. With the same involuntary gesture, Fitzcowles and Dora both raised their hands to their right temples, and both discovered that a large tress was missing, from among the clustering locks of their raven black hair. Curse that barber! I shall have to flog him, muttered Fitzcowles. How deuced careless in him. Positively, Albert, I can't tell how this occurred, said Dora, approaching her husband. I must have cut it off in my sleep. How extremely odd, or somebody may have cut it off, to save you the trouble, while you were asleep, said Livingstone with a kindly smile, as turning from his wife he approached one of the windows, and looked out upon the sky. Meanwhile Dora stood silent and thoughtful, her bosom heaving upward with sudden pulsations, clashed for a moment, convulsively together, trembled with the agitation that quivered through her whole frame. Now, she murmured as a slight pallor overspread her beautiful countenance, now is the moment of my fate. The disease, gathering round his heart, manifests its progress already, in his countenance. I will confess all. Ha! Ha! I will throw myself at his feet and beseech his pardon. Fitzcowles turned pale as ashes. He did not hear the whispered words of Dora, but he read her fixed and desperate purpose in the lines of her countenance, now moulded into an expression, as unrelenting as death. While his brain whirled round in wild confusion, he resolved to delay or at least to thwart the accomplishment of her purpose. Aid me now, great Father, before whom tea shall so soon appear, were the murmured words that broke from the white lips of Livingstone, as with his face turned from his wife and her paramour, he made a pretence of gazing upon the clear and blue winter's sky. I feel that fit of madness coming over me again. Oh, for a little strength to go through the mockery. To pretend affection to the wife, friendship to the paramour. There is frenzy in my veins, I know it, I feel it, but I will command my soul. And yet as the words escaped from his lips, he felt that same feeling of mocking frenzy, which had given its impulse to his actions, in Monk Hall, the night before, rushing like a torrent through his veins. Conscious that he was acting like a madman, he drew a pistol from his bosom, and making one stride across the floor, held it to the heart of Fitzcowles. A handsome pistol, Colonel. Silver mounted with a hair trigger. One touch of my finger and you're a dead man. Ha! Ha! How you step backward, how you recede to the wall. Zounds, man, but I believe you're afraid. For heaven's sake, Livingstone, put the thing away, cried Fitzcowles as with the pistol at his heart, step by step he retreated to the wall. You might, you know, pull the trigger by chance. It's loaded you say, and the ball might lodge in your heart. Ha! 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 So it might. Suppose we try. As he spoke he pulled the trigger. Dora uttered an involuntary shriek as the clinking of the pistol broke on the air, and then covered her face with her hands. When she again looked around the room, she beheld Fitzcowles standing in one corner, pale as ashes, while Livingstone, with a bitter smile wreathing his white lips, still held the pistol presented at his breast. Confound those caps, not worth the having! Exclaimed Livingstone, with a pleasant smile. Why, Colonel, ha! 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 You look as frightened as if— Ha! 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 I had intended to shoot you. The pistol was loaded, hesitated Fitzcowles, as he averted his eyes from Livingston's flashing glance. Loaded? Nonsense, man, I was merely trying some new percussion caps. The disease has affected his reason, muttered Dora, as she advanced to her husband's side. Now for the confession and their result. You dropped your handkerchief, Mrs. Livingston, exclaimed Fitzcowles, as starting hastily forward he presented the snow-white Mountjoy, with a low bow. Not on the peril of your soul. He hissed the whisper between his set teeth, as his dark eyes were fixed upon her face with a malignant yet frightened glance. She returned his glance with a look of scorn. She advanced to her husband's side, she seized his arm with a convulsive grasp, while her dark eyes flashed with an expression of the deepest emotion. Livingston, she shrieked, with all the pathos of voice and gesture at her control, I have much to tell you. In another instant she lay panting upon his breast, with her arms flung round his neck, while the convulsive sobs, which heaved her bosom, broke wildly on her husband's ear. Fitzcowles saw that his fate hung in a balance, which the weight of a feather might turn. Ha! Cried Livingston, with the same strange glance which marked his wandering intellect, flashing from his clear blue eye. Ha! What means this agitation, this sudden emotion, these sobs and tears? Why, the fact is, Livingston, your wife is anxious, that is to say, deuce take the thing. Dr. McTourniquet was here this morning, and dropped some strange hints about a disease to which you are subject, and your wife is alarmed for your health. Fools! They think to deceive me, thought Livingston, as his wife lay sobbing in his arms. They do not dream that I overheard their ingenious plans, as I stood in the conservatory, not 5 minutes past. Ha! Ha! I will be even with them. Oh, with regard to the disease of the heart, he continued, aloud, which has threatened me for so many years, I forgot to mention a slight circumstance, McTourniquet. This looming assured me that he had long mistaken my symptoms. I am no more in danger from any malady of this kind than you are, my dear. There, Dora, don't weep. I can well appreciate this affectionate regard for my health, but you mustn't weep. As Dora lay with her head buried in his bosom, a quick and sudden tremor shook her frame from head to foot. She was deceived for once in her life, and after having betrayed her husband, in the very hour of his madness, became his willing dupe. With one start she raised her head, and her face, pale and ghastly, from the effect of the sudden revulsion of feeling, was disclosed in the morning sunlight. "Oh, Livingston," she said in a voice tremulous with emotion, "I am so glad to discover that all my apprehensions are groundless." She walked to the window, as if to hide the agitation, the joyful agitation which Livingston's unexpected disclosure had aroused in her soul. As she passed Fitzcowles, she darted a look in his face, full of dark and fearful meaning. For a moment her countenance was convulsed by an expression, hideous as it was resolute, and then, like a sunbeam gleaming from a cloud, all was calm and smiling again. By the by, Dora, I had nearly forgotten an important circumstance, connected with our celebration of the Christmas holidays. You know, my country seat of Hawkwood in Jersey, some miles from Camden. It is the old family mansion of the Livingstons, was built in fact long before the Revolution. Full of secret passages, solemn old rooms with wide fireplaces, lofty halls, and wainscoting without limit, you know. I have often heard of this strange old family seat, replied Dora, without turning from the window, and have as often felt a desire to see the place. You shall see it, my dear, within 2 days. I have this morning dispatched servants to the place, in order to arrange the old hall for the celebration of Christmas in the old English style. Tomorrow morning we will start for Hawkwood and spend the holidays there. Fitzcowles, I hope you will favor us with your company? You nod assent. Well, that is settled, and now I must away to the warehouse. You will excuse me, Fitzcowles. I'll be home to dinner, my dear." Livingston left the boudoir as he spoke. Dora turned from the window and faced Fitzcowles. Their eyes met in one deep and meaning glance. "Well," said Fitzcowles, drawing a long breath, "we're out of that D scrape, anyhow?" Dora smiled, but did not speak. Her attention was attracted by a loose slip of letter paper, which lay on the carpet, near her feet. With a manner of easy nonchalance, she picked this paper from the floor, and examined it with a careless glance. In a moment, quick as a lightning flash, her dark eyes shone with sudden fire, her stature dilated to its full height, and her bosom rose and fell, beneath the folds of her morning gown, with an impulse of the deepest agitation. She stood in the center of the room, in all her beauty and loveliness, regarding the paper which she held in her trembling hand, with one intense and flashing glance, while her face was crimsoned over by a sudden flush of excitement. There was an expression of scorn mingled with triumph on her curving lip, and her high forehead was impressed with a slight yet meaning frown. "Why, Dora, you are agitated!" exclaimed Fitzcowles, advancing. "What can there be in that slip of paper to move you thus?" Her eyes gleamed like flame coals, as the answer broke from her lips in a slow and deliberate whisper, rendered most wild and thrilling by the sudden huskiness of her voice. "Leave that to me, and to future." Book the Second. Chapter 5. The Gold Watch. "Luke, you know how liable we are to accident and sudden death. If I should die suddenly, I wish you to open this packet and execute the commission which it names. Consider this request, Luke, as the last request of a dying man. Will you promise me?" "I will, and do promise you," Luke replied, grasping the hand of Livingston. "As soon as you are dead, I will open this packet, and at every peril, at all hazards execute the commission which it names. Egad," he muttered to himself, "he seems to have recovered from his mad fit. A precious tramp I've had, up and down this beautiful city ever since daybreak, in order to cool him off. Now, Luke, I must go home to Ray family," said Livingston, with a faint smile as they emerged from the exchange. "Here we part, Luke, at least for a little while. It is now 9 o'clock. At noon, I will meet you at my house on especial business. Good morning." They parted. Livingston pursued his way up Walnut Street, while Luke Harvey remained standing at the corner of Walnut and Third. "I don't suppose anything peculiar will take place between this and sundown, do I?" "Very likely I don't. Possibly I do." Well, let matters take their course. When a woman adorns her husband's forehead with horns, she ought to remember that these ornamental branches may be turned into dangerous weapons. Stags gore people sometimes. Whu. There's that tooth again. I must to some tooth butcher, right off. With great deliberation, Luke took his black silk cravat from around his neck, and investing his mouth and jaws with its folds, fastened it over the top of his head, with an ornamental knot. He presented rather a singular picture. His long and slim figure was enveloped in a tight overcoat, his hat was drawn down over his brows, while his face was nearly concealed by the folds of the black cravat, which left a glimpse of his eyes, the top of his nose, and a small portion of each cheek exposed to view. I'll swear that tooth of mine must have joined a fire company, by the way it goes on. Whu. Passing the various good citizens who were pursuing their way along Walnut Street, Luke, after a half an hour's brisk walking, with his hand pressed against his jaw all the while, arrived before a splendid mansion, with a great big silver plate affixed to the door. "Pill Pet, Surgeon Dentist," was blazoned on the plate, in immense letters. Luke rung the bell, and was swearing quietly at his tooth, when a liveried servant appeared and showed him into a large room, furnished in a style of lavish and auction store splendor, where Mr. Auguste Pet stood surrounded by the materials of his elegant profession. Mr. Auguste Pet was a stout little man, with a high forehead and a nose which would have been Roman if it hadn't been shaped like a bear. Mr. Pilpet prided himself on his resemblance to Louis Philippe, and his acquaintance with the literature of the day. Mr. Pilpet had been a bricklayer the year before, and his name had been Jonas Pulp, which by the same lively exertion of imagination that transformed the layer of bricks into the puller of teeth, had been changed into Auguste Pilpet. Pilpet. This tooth Seguin on as though it would break my jaw, and blow my brains out. Pull it. We will soon arrange this little matter, said Auguste Pilpet, seating Mr. Harvey in a chair, which looked as though it had been made for an alderman, in the days when aldermen averaged £300 apiece. We'll soon arrange this little matter. A bad tooth. Shocksing. What's your opinion of Bulwer? Bulwer D. Pulp, pull my tooth. Pulp did not please Mr. Auguste Pilpet. On the contrary, Mr. Pilpet was chafed. Pulp, indeed. He muttered, "Pll give him a wrench for that." And, accordingly, throwing Luke's head so far back that his upturned eyes commanded a view of the vane surmounting a distant steeple, which was visible through the lofty window, Mr. Pilpet proceeded to give Mr. Harvey a wrench. It was decidedly a wrench. Luke sprang from the chair with a tremendous bound and an oath. D.N.N. He muttered or hissed, and the man who objects to the oath never had the toothache. D.N.N. Why, Pulp, you were born 2 centuries too late. The Inquisition ought to have had you. Don't you think Dickens excels in the quiet touches, said Mr. Pilpet, with great suavity, as Luke performed an irregular polka over the room. It seems to me, there's a feeling and a finish in Dickens. Pulp, you are an ass, replied Luke, rather harshly, as well nigh convulsed with the pain of his unworthy member, the half-drawn tooth. He dashed into Mr. Pilpet's window curtains, and looked out upon the street. It's my opinion, Pulp, that in you the Inquisition would have experienced a great acquisition. Hollow. Who's that? Pulp, Pilpet. Inquisition, toothache, and all were forgotten as Luke gazed out in the street, with a stare of vacant wonder lengthening his visage. I'll soothe him by a criticism, thought Pilpet. Do you think, Mr. Harvey, that the beauties of Shelley are appreciated by the mass? What? Shouted Luke, gazing into the street, in the street at broad daylight. I'd swear it's him. Ha! Ellis Mortimer. He turns the corner. Now or never. While Mr. Pilpet stood stricken dumb with astonishment, Luke flung up the window sash and sprang out upon the pavement, before Mr. Pilpet could say Jonas Pulp. Rising from the pavement, for he had fallen in the spring, Luke rushed down Walnut Street at the top of his speed, while his long black hair, and the flaps of his overcoat streamed carelessly in the wind. The spectacle of a hatless man traversing Walnut Street at the top of his speed, in a cold winter's day, had rather a maniac wildness in it, and accordingly, 2 ladies with sharp faces and blue nose tips, stopped somewhat suddenly in their course and gazed after the retreating form of Luke. A very ragged newsboy, with whom the sharp-nosed ladies, has just been endeavoring to trade 2 pious tracts headed Bad Children in Hell for 1 extra ledger containing accounts of a steamboat accident on the Mississippi, also turned round and looked after Luke, with an emphatic adjuration to his whiskers. Oh! You bad youth! Said the sharpest of the sharp-faced tract distributors. Don't you know where little boys that say bad words will go to? Can't say I do. House a refuge, ma'am. Oh! You ignorant and deplorably neglected youth! Said the other lady, whose nose was tipped with the faintest shade of blue. Give me that extra ledger and I'll give you this tract, which tells you all about the bad place. I'd rather not. Cause when the bad place comes it comes, and what's the use of a fellow riling his system with it aforehand? With these words the unrepentant youth strode away, making the air vocal with extra ledger. Steamboat blowed up on Mississippi. 10 bundle lives lost, all for 2 cents. Meanwhile, dashing along Walnut Street, Luke Harvey pursued the distant form of a little humpbacked man, who, all unconscious of the danger at his back, was quietly wending his onward way. It was not long, however, before he became cognizant of his pursuer. While Luke was half a square distant, he suddenly slipped into an alley and was lost to view. Luke turned into the alley, emerged into an adjoining street, but no signs could he discern of Mr. Ellis Mortimer. "I would have sworn it was the Jew," he muttered, gazing hurriedly up and down the street. "The very look and dress of the man. Here's a remarkable state of affairs. One of the first merchants in town digging along Walnut Street on a cold winter's day, without his hat. Ha! Ha! Quite unique in the way of le grand spectacle, as we say in domestic French. Eh, Harvey?" "Harvey," echoed Luke, turning round to greet the newcomer. "Why, damn, it's Poodle of the blackmail. Go away, fellow. I haven't got any bribe for you." He, how jocular," replied Busby Poodle, rubbing his hands pleasantly together. "I know what you're after. The Jew, ha, ha, I've been watching him. Yonder he goes. Harvey, I say, I might tell you something if I liked. I might. I've been watching the Jew." "Pooh! The Jew has no bribe to give you," exclaimed Luke, with the most emphatic disgust. "Hello! There he is, far down 7th Street. I'll have him yet." And down 7th Street Luke started, with as much speed as though he had a match against time, his hair and coat flaps streaming in the wind, while Busby Poodle watched his progress with quiet wonder. "Ha! Ha! There he goes like mad. He's a digging down 7th Street, he nears the Jew. 2-1 on Harvey, anybody take that bet? Ha! The Jew turns round, bravo! Now the race becomes exciting. Some little boys join the pursuit. A coal heaver flings down his shovel, and pelts after 'em. The Jew's ahead. Go it, humpback. Go it, Harvey. Hello. He's got him. No. He's clear. He turns down an alley, they're gone. I'd like to bet a considerable amount on the Jew yet. Humum. Harvey wouldn't buy me. Bad, that, for Harvey. I can guess that he entertains some suspicions with regard to Fitzcowles, else why does he pursue the humpbacked gentleman, whom I tracked from the rooms of the millionaire? I think we must sell Harvey to Fitzcowles. Damn, I'll cut up that fellow Harvey in tomorrow's blackmail. I'll be bitter, bitter. The State House struck 11. His face, all crimson with excitement, his brow streaming with thick drops of perspiration, his long hair flying wildly in the wind, from under the shadow of a very bad hat, which he had borrowed from a friend, Luke Harvey came slowly round the corner of certain prominent streets in a remote district of the city, his entire appearance betraying great exhaustion of body, mingled with considerable depression of spirits. Nearly 2 hours passed in chasing that cursed Jew. Pretty figure I cut. The Jew ahead, a long tail of boys, sweeps and coal heavers behind me. Wild chorus of yells rending the air. People flinging up their windows. Ha! Ha! Twig that man without a hat. All humbug. Hello, here's the old woman's house. Damn, I'll go in and see her. Luke stood in front of a 3-storied dwelling, which, remarkable for its old and desolate appearance, stood among a cluster of pawnbroker shops, like a decayed gentleman surrounded by pickpockets and thieves. Thick masses of rank green moss grew over the steep roof, and the garret window was stuffed with an old straw hat and bundles of rags. The shutters on the 1st story were entirely closed. Through the windows of the 2nd floor, faded green blinds of a damp and mouldy aspect were visible, while the glasses of the remaining windows, in the 3rd story, were concealed by rough boards, nailed loosely to the window frame on the outside. The solitary front door was one of your old-fashioned front doors, with massive posts, and heavy cornices. The old brass knocker was covered with a thick crust of verdigris, and all along the door and frame some industrious hand had driven innumerable nails, and spikes of every size and pattern, as though a hardware merchant had been seized with an original fancy, and wished to turn the whole concern into a business card. In fact, it looked just like the house which all the restless spirits in the city, gentlemen and lady ghosts, who frequent graveyards nightly, and prevail very numerously in Christmas time, about the halls of old mansions, would choose for their scene of assemblage, in case the spiritual fraternity, determined upon a national convention of all the ghosts in the Union, a sort of Death's Head festival, with the skeleton god himself in the chair. Becky Smolby lived in this ancient house. Becky Smolby and an Irish female servant were the only tenants of the old-time mansion. Who Becky Smolby was, or what were her sources of livelihood, was a question often asked, but by no means frequently answered. Becky was old, penurious and avaricious, everybody knew that. Didn't she keep the female servant for one entire week on stale gingerbread and sassafras beer? Becky was queer and whimsical. This point was never doubted. Did she not keep candles burning all the day long in the old mansion, even when she was starving herself for the want of generous onion soups and broiled steaks? Becky was rich, old rooms lumbered with antique but costly furniture, mysterious caskets standing upon picturesque sideboards of black mahogany, great monsters of chests, stowed away beneath canopied bedsteads, ribbed with brass bands, and corded with thick ropes, all bore witness of Becky's hidden plate and doubloons. Becky was capricious to a fault. Had she been a little younger, and worn blue stockings, and talked dictionary, she would have been termed a genius, and her whims would have assumed the shape of amiable eccentricities, peculiar to a gifted mind. Becky had 4 cats and a parrot, by way of agreeable companions, on whom she was wont to bestow her daily investments of good humor, which, as the reader may judge, were sometimes remarkably limited in their nature, while she kept her Irish female servant as a sort of safety valve for all her vapors, spites, animosities, and what was worse than all, her reminiscences of her 5 husbands, Buddy, Crank, Dulpins, Smolby, and Tuppick. How Becky made all her money was a mystery. The tariff, free trade, or even the grand question, whatever became of the funds of the United States Bank, were nothing to it. Some said she had saved it in the course of matrimonial experience, by stinting her 5 husbands. Some averred she had made it by trading at sea, to Europe and the Indies. Others stated that it had been slowly gathered at home, in the legitimate exercise of our profession, which may be dignified by the name of the mum trade. For instance, a gentleman on whose back a seedy coat hung very lightly, in comparison with the firm grasp of hard times, a modern deity, which was ever on his shoulder, pressing him steadily down, some day or other became possessed of a watch, or a few dozen spoons, or a piece of gold plate, all in a sudden and mysterious manner. These costly articles, the gentleman aforesaid, being modest in his disposition, and not disposed to aristocratic ostentation, would transfer to Becky, for a few hard dollars, or perhaps a gold eagle or 2. While the transfer was going on, the gentleman, placing his finger to his lips, would whisper mysteriously the monosyllable, mum, to which Becky would reply with equal brevity and point, mum, wherefore the transfer was known as the mum trade. By some means or other, either by the sea trade, or the mum trade, or by stinting her 5 husbands, Becky Smolby had acquired various stores of gold and silver plate, great chests full of everything valuable, together with 4 or 5 houses, and a small court, located in one of the purlieus of Southwark. Becky was rich, crusty and ancient, and Becky, in her old age, had joined a conventicle, which flourished under the pastoral care of the Reverend Dr. F. Altamont T. Pine, one of those independent gentlemen who, saving souls on their own particular hook, acquire their degrees from some unknown college, and hold forth in some dark alley, 2 stories upstairs, where they preach brimstone, turpentine and Millerism, in large installments, according to the taste of their hearers. Well, well, cried Luke, as he gazed upon the front of the old house. The old lady has always passed for my aunt. The man in the moon knows whether I'm related to her at all. At all events I'll go in and see her. He gave a slight tap with the knocker. In a large room, furnished in an old-fashioned style, sate the ancient lady, bending over a small table, on which was placed 2 lighted candles, flinging their glaring light full in her withered face. Opposite the old lady, sate a gentleman of some 45, resting in a capacious armchair, his corpulent form clad in glossy broadcloth, while his round face, of oily sweetness, was strikingly relieved by the snow-white cravat encircling his neck. The sharp features of the old lady, all their harshness of outline, thrown out into the light by the tight-fitting black silk cap which covered her head, were impressed with peculiar and distinctive characteristics. A long aquiline nose, hooked like an eagle's beak, thick grey eyebrows meeting together and shooting up into the forehead at either extremity like 2 sides of a triangle, small dark eyes, quick, piercing and brilliant in their glance, a wide mouth with thin lips, much sunken from the absence of teeth, a pointed chin and high cheekbones, gave a stern and decided expression to the countenance of the aged dame, which was in strong contrast with the oily sweetness of the round face, whose large grey eyes were gazing in her own. The Reverend Drive Pine, who sate opposite, commonly called Fat Pine, from the initials of his name, or his peculiar disposition to blaze up in his sermons, was a fine specimen of a well-preserved dealer in popular credulity. A red, round face, with thick lips, watery grey eyes, and lanky hair, of a doubtful colour, mingling white and brown, and hanging in uneven masses around the outline of his visage, formed the details of a countenance very sanctimonious and somewhat sensual in its slightest expression. "Trouble, Brother Pine, nothing but trouble in this blessed world," said the widow Smolby, bending over the small work-stand which separated the parties. "Only to think o' it. This very morning I was sitting upstairs in the back room, with on one side and nappy on t'other, when I heard a knock at the front door. D'ye mind? Ike was a-sitting in one corner, Wassy was carding wool near the fire, Abe was hanging up against the winder, when I hears a knock at the front door. I didn't know that the old lady's family was so extensive," muttered the Reverend Dr. Pine. "Ike, Washy, Nappy, and Abe. Hired men, I suppose, Peggy Grudd. That's the young woman who lives with me, you know. She goes to the front door and lets in a little hump-backed Jew, who wanted to sell me a gold watch. Ike was a-spinning near the fire, as I heard the Jew's voice below, and Abe was a-hollerin' murder with all his might, when I comes downstairs. Now you know, Brother Pine, that a poor lone widow woman like me, ought to turn an honest penny whenever she can, and so, accordingly, I buys watches whenever opportunity offers. He that provideth not for his own house is worse than an infidel," said Brother Pine, with great oiliness of manner. "Considerable. Well, the Jew hands me the gold watch and I goes upstairs to compare it with some timepieces I has on hand. Abe was a-hollerin' murder all the while, and Washington carded wool with all his might. Napoleon looked in my face as I compared the watch with another one, just as if he'd say, 'Take care, old woman, something's wrong about this house,' I do say. Downstairs I comes, considerin' the price o' th watch over in my mind, when I discovered that the Jew was gone. I say," she cried, elevating her voice into a shriek, "I discovered that the Jew was gone. And left his watch with you? Surely, sister, this was not the act of a Jew. D'ye see that little drawer, in the old sideboard yonder? D'ye see the keys hanging in the keyhole? When I went upstairs I left the keys in the keyhole, just as they are now. When I came down, the keys was just the same as ever, but $5,000 in gold, which I, a poor lone woman, had saved up from 5 husbands, was gone. The Jew took 'em. I'm ruined. I'm ruined. Oh, law. Oh, law." And Abe hollerin' murder all the while. He cried murder, did he? "What could have induced Abel? It ain't Abel," said the old woman, sharply, "it's Abraham. I named him after the first patriarch. Washy I named after Washington, Nappy, after Napoleon, Ike, after Isaac's son Abraham, which was the son of Heber, and was, are to the great and good. Wesley, bless me sister, what a numerous family. Your grandchildren I perceive. Grandchildren. Och, pelt me to pieces with thimbles. They ain't no grandchilder, only 4 cats and a parrot. Now Peggy Grund, who told you to put in your sixpence? Said the old woman, turning sharply round to the newcomer, who stood in the doorway. Bless my soul, if you ain't more pervokin' nor